This child is the daughter of the strongest killer whale Duke, yet she was born with absolutely zero water mana. To her grandmother, she is nothing but trash, a disgrace to the family name. The old woman carelessly tosses out the name Calypso before turning to leave, cold as ice. But right then, Calypso screams out, "Grandma, wait!" The room freezes. Her grandmother spins around, eyes wide. What? Did that thing just speak? She is only 2 years old. Even the elite children of the killer whale clan do not start speaking until they are 5. Not only that, she can hear and understand me? The matriarch immediately grabs the child, hoisting her up by the collar. Look at this face, isn't she cute as a button? Yet she gets treated like garbage. I may not have water magic, but can I prove my usefulness? The toddler does not waste words. She gently reaches her tiny hand up to her grandmother's hair and yanks it with all her might. The servants gasp in horror. Calypso grips the fistful of hair tightly, her eyes burning with resolve. "I will prove it to you." The grandmother bursts into laughter. "To think your father, Pier, that man who gave up on life, could produce something like this." She tosses Calypso back to the nanny. She barks an order, "Take her to the training center." If she fails there, her eyes turn terrifyingly cold. "Throw her away. I have no room for trash." Calypso glares back, determination blazing. "Just you wait, you old hag. I will personally kick you off that family throne." It turns out, she had accidentally transmigrated into the world of a children's novel. Despite regressing 3 times, she could never escape a tragic end. In her first life, she died trying to seduce the male lead. In the second, she died of tetanus. And in her third life, she died because of her own overwhelming ambition. Although she lost the battle against the Dragon Duke, she discovered a secret. He is the key to returning home. Calypso's goal is simple: survive until she is 10, and become the dragon's bride. That is the only way she can get close enough to the Dragon Duke to find her way back. After gaining the matriarch's recognition, the servant's attitude toward Calypso flips 180 degrees. Isn't that just infuriating? She paces around her room, calculating her next move. Her father, Pier, is known as the strongest killer whale, yet he has never once come to see her. He has ignored her since birth, just as he neglected her older brothers. Calypso is determined to cling to this powerful golden thigh, but how? She heads to the fountain. Standing there is Pier, looking like an incredibly handsome, cold-hearted bad boy. Calypso puts on her best, brightest smile and approaches him. "Hello, mister. Do you know where the training center is?" Pier remains completely silent, ignoring her existence. Finally, he speaks. "Kid, you are in the wrong place." Calypso keeps beaming. "Can you take me there?" Despite her enthusiasm, she gets the cold shoulder again. He turns away. "I don't want to." Calypso refuses to give up. She sits right next to him and tries to bribe him with dried fruit. "Mister, do you want a bite?" He remains icy silent. What is wrong with this man? Realizing this isn't working, Calypso switches tactics. "Do you have any friends, mister? Or are you lonely? Just like me?" Pier says nothing. The silence is deafening. Calypso is getting seriously annoyed. Who acts like this? She decides to leave, but not before turning back with one last bright smile. "Goodbye, mister. See you later." Only after Calypso is gone does he speak. "Is that my daughter? She probably doesn't know who I am." Meanwhile, Calypso runs off, already guessing his thoughts. Anyone with eyes can see the resemblance. There is no way my father didn't recognize me. That night, back at the training center, Calypso hides behind a door to peek inside. 2 servants are gossiping, trash-talking the children. They are all useless trash. Taking care of them is a waste of time. I wish we could just throw them all out. Calypso shuts the door, thinking hard. To leave a direct descendant of the killer whale clan in a dump like this. If I don't awaken my power, I'll be left here to rot and die. To survive this place, I need my father's help. She crosses her arms, full of confidence. I am going to win over that cold-hearted dad of mine. Early the next morning, Calypso rushes out to find Pier. She sighs to herself. Is this weak body useless? My older brothers were born with immense strength and superior physiques. Why am I the only one like this? Calypso tries to focus, straining to awaken her hidden power, but she fails instantly. She groans in frustration. Damn it, is it really hopeless? In my past life, I knew of an artifact called the Tears of the Water Dragon. If I can get the Leo's treasure from it, I can awaken my water magic. But I can't just leave to hunt for treasure right now. Getting close to Pier is definitely my top priority. Lost in thought, Calypso jumps when she hears whispering voices nearby. "Hey, is it here? Are you sure we didn't go the wrong way? I'm telling you, this is the place." Calypso creeps closer, tiptoeing silently. She wonders, who would come here at a time like this? A black-haired boy stands there with his arms crossed, speaking coldly. "I heard a new descendant was born here." A brown-haired boy replies, looking bored. "I know. So what? She can't use water magic anyway. Besides, I heard a rumor she's already been sold off to be the dragon's bride. The black-haired boy shakes his head. Actually, they say the matriarch recognized her. She is being moved to the main house. If I don't teach her a lesson now, she's bound to cause trouble for Lord Bayan later. Calypso deduced their thoughts. Bayan, the eldest uncle's son. If that's the case, these guys must have volunteered to be his lackeys. Since they depend on a powerful successor, it makes sense they'd look down on other direct descendants. The brown-haired boy, Baras, made a threatening gesture. We need to teach her a lesson she won't forget, so she stops getting ideas. Calypso peeked out cautiously, anxiety rising. I have no power right now. Running away like this is pointless. Snap. Calypso accidentally stepped on a dry twig. The sharp noise instantly alerted the two boys. Hey, over there. Isn't that her? Calypso panicked. I'm done for. She scrambled to run, but the boys chased after her, shouting, Stand right there, you brat. Calypso ran, gasping for air, wheezing, I can't hold on much longer. Her energy drained. Calypso finally tripped and fell. The brown-haired boy approached, sneering. So, you're really a direct descendant? You look pretty pathetic to me. How did you get recognized by the family head without any hydro arts? Calypso's eyes suddenly flashed with a cold, sharp light. She retorted defiantly. You talk big. You're just dirty scumbags working under Bayan, aren't you? The black-haired boy gasped in surprise. Did she just speak? Am I the only one who heard that? How old is she? Talking already? The brown-haired boy stood up, continuing his mockery. I heard it too. I wonder how you caught the family head's eye with zero magic? Turns out you're just a bug with a big mouth, huh? Quick as lightning, she grabbed his finger and bit down hard. He screamed in pain. He struggled to pull away, but she held on like a leech. Moments later, he was clutching his swollen, throbbing finger in agony. Calypso spat in disgust. Finished talking? If I'm a bug, that makes me a land creature. Genius. You uncivilized fish brain, dare to compare me to something on land? The boys scoffed. What is she babbling about? The brown-haired boy frowned, annoyed. I was trying to give you some advice. Calypso pouted, thinking. Talking back felt good, but I can't run anymore. 2 against 1, I'm bound to get hurt. I can't win. Calypso shouted, trying to bluff. Hey, do you think my father will let this slide? The boys looked surprised, then worried. If it's her father. That's Lord Pia, Calypso thought. The succession war between the descendants is fierce right now. A recognized descendant has appeared. I know that's not good news for them, but this is crossing the line. 2 big boys attacking a little girl? The brown-haired boy still looked skeptical. Don't lie. Why would Uncle Pia care about you? The black-haired boy added, reassuring himself. Yeah, that's right. He's the one who refused the family head's invitation. Calypso spoke calmly, feigning confidence. What are you saying? I'm on my way to meet father right now, she told herself. A little exaggeration won't hurt. Calypso pressed on. When he sees Bayan's lackeys treating me like this, what do you think he'll say? Calypso mused. Using Dad as a shield is the best move here. The black-haired boy started feeling uneasy. Hey, let's go. Something feels off. The brown-haired boy shoved his friend aside, marching toward Calypso aggressively. Get off me. I'm fixing her bad attitude before we leave. Calypso squeezed her eyes shut, praying in her heart. If only I had the power of water. Suddenly, a torrent of water surged forward with a roar. The brown-haired boy was swept into the air and dropped to the ground like a sack of potatoes. The black-haired boy rushed over in panic. Hey, wake up! Shaking, the brown-haired boy stammered. Water vortex? The black-haired boy stared in disbelief. I heard she couldn't use hydro arts. What just happened? Fine, damn it, just wait. Calypso cheekily raised her middle finger, shouting, Eat this. Whoa, what was that? Did I just awaken my hydropower? That was awesome. I really am a genius. Anyway, I'm all dirty now. I can't go see father like this. Need to heal first. B, standing nearby, whispered, Does this kid know who I am? Calypso dragged her feet wearily, muttering, Nothing beats a good meal right now. Hearing this, B leaned against a tree, looking slightly surprised. Eating? That's the best thing? Since that incident, Calypso tried many times to summon the water power again, but nothing happened. Just as I thought, the ability hasn't fully awakened yet. Ugh. Surely it'll be fine. Calypso comforted herself, though anxiety lingered. While she was lost in her worries, a gentle knock sounded from outside. My lady, are you in your room? A voice called out. Calypso turned slightly and called out, Come in. The door creaked open, and a young maid stepped inside. The girl bowed politely and said, My lady, my name is Misa. I will be serving you starting today. I look forward to your guidance. Calypso blinked in surprise. Oh? Did I just get a promotion from young lady to princesses? Misa continued. And the date for your academy enrollment has also been finalized, my lady. Calypso studied Misa's face, thinking, Where have I seen this girl before? Ah, that's right. I remember now. Her mind raced. To fight against the land beasts and shifters, you need two absolute prerequisites: a commander with hydrokinesis and a shifter capable of dowsing for water. If you lack a commander who can control water, then the ability to locate water sources becomes infinitely more critical. If my memory serves, this Misa will awaken a truly broken ability in the future. Though right now, she's completely clueless about it. She is going to be incredibly useful later on. I need to etch this into my brain. Misa asked softly, "My lady, where are you heading at this hour?" Calypso replied calmly, "Just going for a little stroll." But Misa looked worried. "My lady, with all the buildings collapsing lately, it's dangerous to be out alone. Please, allow me to escort you." Calypso looked at Misa, and suddenly, the faces of all those who had badmouthed her in the past flashed through her mind. A brilliant smile lit up her face as she told Misa, "That's wonderful. Pardon?" Misa seemed touched by Calypso's reaction, gasping softly, "My lady." Calypso beamed, "I appreciate your kindness, really, but I'll be fine on my own." With that, she strolled out the door. A moment later, Calypso found where P was standing. She offered a sweet greeting. "Hello, sir." P didn't even turn around, his voice cold. "Are you lost?" Calypso puffed out her cheeks, feigning annoyance. "Not at all. Does your niece look that stupid to you?" she thought. I need to say something that forces him to respond. After a second of thought, she cut straight to the chase. "Hey uncle, do you know how to use hydrokinesis?" P turned his head slightly, avoiding direct eye contact. "And if I do?" Calypso rushed to speak. "Please teach me. I just have this feeling you'd be an incredible mentor." P raised an eyebrow. "On what basis are you saying that?" Calypso replied instantly, "Can't you tell? It's just my keen observation. I really, really want to learn." "Can't you do it? You're staring at a golden opportunity to raise a genius disciple right here." P turned fully to face the little girl, his gaze bewildered. "Who exactly do you take after to be this shameless?" Calypso puffed out her chest confidently. "Must be my father, I guess. My father is super handsome, possesses unmatched power, and is basically the greatest man walking the earth." P touched his chin, looking deep in thought. Am I really that kind of man?" Calypso continued her nonchalant rambling. "And my father loves me to pieces. I love him so much too. So please, cherish me. I'm very afraid of getting hurt. I'm a fragile little girl. If I get hurt, I'll just cry my eyes out." In that moment, memories of her life before transmigration flooded Calypso's mind. "My parents loved me so much I almost forgot who I was. Nothing can replace my family. No matter what happens, I have to find a way back home to see mom and dad again." P asked with a poker face. "Then why don't you learn from your own father?" Calypso crossed her arms and pouted. "My dad is super busy, uncle. But you? You look like you have absolutely nothing to do. So you help me." Suddenly, a heavy, invisible pressure crushed down on Calypso, making her flinch. "He's using his aura to pressure me," she realized, but Calypso stood her ground. "In just a bit, I'm heading to the academy. If I want to take the #1 spot, I absolutely need hydrokinesis." P's voice turned stern. "If you try to force an awakening beyond your limits, the price could be your life." Calypso remained confident, even tilting her chin up. "Fine by me. You only live once. Dying isn't that big of a deal. Besides, I don't see what the academy has to do with water magic specifically. Why shouldn't I be capable of it? To become the ruler, having that power is a basic requirement." P couldn't help but wonder, who on earth raised this kid? How did she turn out this wild? Calypso continued, her tone feigning innocence. "Father wants me to become the ultimate killer whale." Hearing that, P frowned, his mind in chaos. Why is she lying when she clearly knows I am her father? Calypso looked straight into P's eyes, determined. "So, uncle, please help me." P remained silent, not saying a word. Seeing no reaction, Calypso slumped, her voice turning whiny. "Look at me. If you look closer, you'll see how smart I am. Just a little nudge to help you out." Bell channeled a sliver of power toward the girl, his mind racing with questions. What is this vague hesitation at the last second? If he finds out I'm helping, what am I supposed to do? Bell effortlessly lifted the girl into the air with hydrokinesis, asking, "He wants you to become strong, yet he refuses to lift a finger to help you? Do you honestly believe your father loves you?" Calypso flashed a beaming smile and answered without a second thought. "Then I love my father very much. To me, he is #1, the most amazing and powerful person in the whole world." Hearing Calypso's declaration, Bell kept his expression completely blank. He gently set Calypso back on the ground. "You decide the schedule. But I'm warning you now, I won't go easy on you just because you're a kid. Show up here at this exact time. Every single day." Calypso blinked, stunned for a moment before the reality hit her. Her face lit up with sheer delight. "That's amazing." She paused. "So, how should I address you?" Can I call you master? Belle let out a resigned sigh, accepting his fate. Suit yourself. Calypso trotted after him, chirping happily. Then master it is. Internally, she was cheering. Now that master has agreed to help, awakening my hydrokinesis is only a matter of time. I will absolutely never regret this meeting or this decision. Never. Her mind drifted back to her previous life. Back then, I only managed to awaken my hydrokinesis thanks to a rare treasure. But simply awakening it wasn't enough. I needed to learn how to control it perfectly. Fortunately, I met a mentor who guided me. He argued that if I constantly exposed myself to water, I would naturally learn to harness my power. Maybe that's why I mastered it so quickly. Even if I thought I was going to die in the process. Belle crossed his arms and issued a sharp command. We'll start with water exposure. Dive in. Calypso was taken aback by the sudden order, but she nodded obediently. Yes, sir. Belle stood with his arms crossed, his expression cold as stone. Get in the water. There are plenty of cases where abilities awaken when a person's life is in danger. Calypso immediately protested, her voice trembling with panic. No, that's impossible. If we do it that way, Belle cut her off without hesitation. If you don't like this method, there are plenty of others. Calypso asked hurriedly, her eyes shimmering with hope. What other ways are there? Belle rattled off a list of alternatives, but every single one was a grueling, near-impossible challenge. Finally, Calypso sighed in resignation. I'll take the diving. With that, she leaped into the water with a loud splash. As she sank deeper, Calypso thought to herself, isn't this training intensity a little too extreme for someone my age? If the goal is to condition my body to endure water pressure, then I'm doing a fantastic job. But why does this feel so vague? Her eyes began to droop, and her heart pounded against her ribs like it was about to explode. Suddenly, she inhaled water. Panicking, she shot up to the surface, gasping, I'm actually going to die. Belle watched her thoughtfully for a moment before asking a bizarre question. Are you some kind of aquatic insect? Calypso was busy coughing up a lungful of water. Belle kept his arms crossed and continued, No, even if you were, you wouldn't react this violently to the stimulus. There is no one with more potential to awaken hydrokinesis than you. Ha! Calypso retorted, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Master, those are just motivational words. It doesn't mean I'm not in pain. And did you forget to factor in my age? Belle replied coldly. If you can survive the training, what does age matter? Calypso clenched her small fists, thinking to herself, he talks tough, but I can already feel something tiny shifting inside my body. It might be nothing compared to my so-called genius brothers, but in this life, I will definitely surpass them all. The scene shifted to a new location as a voice called out, My lady, we have arrived. Calypso's eyes widened, her heart swelling with emotion. I can't believe the day has finally come for me to officially enter the academy. In my second life, I was sold off immediately. In my third, I was expelled halfway through. I've been through so much turmoil. Just then, a woman approached and spoke. I have heard a great deal about you. I am Lila, the head of the elementary division. Calypso looked her dead in the eye, a sharp memory cutting through her mind. So, we meet again. The reason I was forced to leave the academy early in my third life was because I fell into a trap set by my relatives. That was the situation where I first met Lila. Despite her reasonable excuses, I still ended up expelled. Later, when I returned to the academy as the head of the family, she had vanished without a trace. Calypso stepped forward, bowed politely, and smiled. It is a pleasure to meet you, Lila. Lila's eyes widen in surprise. She admits that hearing the rumors was one thing, but seeing it in person is truly a shock. You are only 3 years old, yet your speech and pronunciation are flawless, and your manners are impeccable. Allow me to guide you to your classroom. Please. This way. Calypso walks behind her, silently observing. Lila is matching her pace perfectly, walking neither too fast nor too slow. She is doing that on purpose so I don't fall behind. Come to think of it, in my past life, I never got the chance to thank Lila properly. Lila stops and turns around. We have arrived. Please, go on in. As Calypso steps inside, Lila raises her voice to grab everyone's attention. All right, listen up everyone. Starting today, our class has a new member. This is Lady Calypso. Whoa, the new lady is really cute, one kid whispers. Another chimes in. I heard she can talk really well. Is that actually true? Lila stands still, silently assessing the situation. A killer whale who cannot control hydrokinesis. That is a fatal flaw. Due to the slow development of our species, children usually only start speaking around 7 or 8. It seems the rumors about the lady being a verbal genius aren't just empty talk. However, if this is just some staged act or trickery, I will definitely uncover what they are hiding. That is exactly it. A purple-haired girl whispers softly. Miss Lila, given the situation, we cannot continue with the current curriculum. Meanwhile, the other toddlers are just babbling at the lady, going, "Abu Abu." Calypso rests her chin on her hand, looking utterly bored. "Playing with blocks? Sorry, but I don't do childish games." "Tisk tisk, look at you. Grown whales don't cry." She pauses. "Oh, is this plankton candy?" "Thanks." Calypso turns to Lila, her voice brimming with confidence. "Well, Lila? Do you need more time to test me?" Lila startles, then lets out a sigh. "No. I will arrange for you to join a higher-level class. Is there a specific one you have in mind?" Calypso beams with a radiant smile, cheering internally. "Perfect. Everything is going exactly according to plan. This is the moment I have been waiting for. I need to get grandmother's attention. To do that, I have to establish myself as a genius first." Then, Calypso speaks up, her tone decisive. "The class with the most elite children. The 8.5-year-old whale class. Half are chosen for their ability, and the other half are the oldest in the primary facility." "Well? Is there anyone in that class who speaks better than I do?" Lila bows her head slightly in response. "No, my lady. You are the most exceptional. However, you must take full responsibility for your choice. Do we have an agreement?" Calypso immediately puts on a smug look. "You mean you are finally not treating me like a 3.5-year-old? Lila replies, "Yes. It is truly surprising. I haven't been this astonished since your third brother appeared in this facility. Anyway, who told you about the education stages here?" Calypso glances at the people whispering nearby and replies, "My father taught me. He loves me very much. There, I have told you everything." As soon as Calypso finishes speaking, the air turns strangely silent. After a moment of silence, Lila speaks up. "First, I will guide you to the class you requested, my lady." "Fine," Calypso replies. As Lila leads her away, she steals a glance at the little girl, thinking, Lord P actually took care of her? It is common knowledge that Lord P has never visited his children even once. This means the lady and Lord P have actually met and interacted. It seems the rumors traveled faster than words. Although she cannot control hydrokinesis yet, if she has Lord P's support, her awakening is only a matter of time. This might not be simple anymore. We are witnessing the rise of a genius's direct descendant. Perhaps a new challenger for the successor position has appeared. Shortly after, Calypso laughs, her face full of excitement. "That went smoother than I thought." B asks, puzzled, "What went smoothly?" Calypso grins from ear to ear. "I successfully got my amazing abilities recognized." B looks at the girl, his tone remaining flat. "I don't understand why you are so amused. If you cannot control hydrokinesis, you will be discarded." Calypso crosses her arms, looking disgruntled. "Hey master, look at you pouring cold water on my parade, but I will forgive you, even for someone with zero social skills like you, master, because I am a 3-year-old with excellent conversational skills." B ignores her jab. "Do you want to run another lap today?" Calypso immediately tries to dodge the subject. "I just want to recite poetry," she stammers. But master, look at me. My muscles have gotten so much stronger, I could probably smash a rock." B ponders, his voice thoughtful. It really is strange. Even though she cannot generate water, her physical abilities are improving significantly. B stands up and sighs. "Follow me. I have a new training regimen for you." Not long after, they arrive at an incredibly beautiful mansion. Calypso's eyes go wide, her jaw dropping. "Whoa, Master's house is amazing." She looks around, thinking to herself, compared to the P family's true power, this place is actually quite shabby. Maybe that is because it is hidden from grandmother's sight. A moment later, they reach a room inside. Calypso cries out in shock again. "Master, what kind of pigsty is this?" Pier scowls, clearly irritated. "Ugh, how annoying. Why would you compare me to some land animal?" Calypso puts on a guilty face. "I'm sorry. But seriously, what is up with this messy room?" Pier declares, "This is my room. Starting now, we're going to use hydrokinesis to clean it up." Calypso gasps in disbelief. "Excuse me? We're going to do what?" "I told you. You have to clean it," Pier replies calmly. Calypso hurriedly cuts him off. "No, I heard you, but isn't this supposed to be some elite hydrokinesis training? Like, to become the strongest for combat? Is this about building endurance for my powers? Or maybe sensory training?" Pier looks at Calypso with deep suspicion. "Sometimes you talk like you already understand this power perfectly. Almost like you've used it before. But that's impossible. Right?" Calypso pouts. "Well, maybe I have. In my past life, I was the greatest underwater creature to ever exist." She speaks up again. "So I really have to organize everything? Just looking at this mess is making me dizzy." Calypso trembles with rage. "That damn orca definitely forgot that I'm only 3 years old." Calypso screams, "I don't want to do it. You seriously want me to use hydrokinesis just to clean up?" Pier answers nonchalantly. "That's right. There are many ways to apply hydrokinesis. First is fear, using pressure to intimidate your opponent. Second is manifestation, creating water and controlling it at will. Third is release, unleashing the suppressed power of aquatic kin on land. And fourth is reinforcement, using hydrokinesis to strengthen the body. Right now, you can only use reinforcement. Since your full awakening hasn't happened yet, you need to constantly use your power to trigger it. Calypso thinks to herself, did father mess up this room on purpose just to train me? What a weird dad. Master, Calypso speaks up. She glances at Pier and sighs internally. There it is again. That look on his face like he has no lingering attachments to anything in this world. Is that just how sick people look? Time flies by. And soon it is evening. Master? Where does this go? Pier leans on his hand. Throw it out. It's useless. Pier's reaction proves this is definitely not something to be thrown away. Calypso's knowledge from her past life tells her that much. Calypso stuffs the handkerchief into her pocket. Okay, I'll toss it. But, isn't this yours? Pier turns away. No, it belonged to my wife. Calypso thinks, whoa, that startled me. Then she notices the gloom. Why didn't we turn on the lights? Even though I've reincarnated multiple times, all I know is that Mom was also an orca shifter, and that she was a good person. Just those two things. I don't know anything else, and honestly, I never planned to dig deeper. Pier walks over. This work seems too easy for you, doesn't it? Calypso flinches. Not at all. Pier crosses his arms. Is that so? Then move faster. Unless you want to be stuck here all night? Calypso frowns. This dad is unbelievable, but still, constantly using my powers is building up my experience. I can feel my muscles developing way faster than when I just go jogging. Move this over here. Put that over there. Unnoticed by her, a faint smile touches Pier's lips. Scene changes. So, my lady, as per your request, your living quarters will remain exactly as they are. Calypso replies gloomily. I got it. Calypso rubs her sore arm. If I go back now, it'll be hard to see Pier again. Even if Dad threatens to make me do his laundry as training next time. Just forget it. Just then, Lila steps forward. My lady, please follow me. I will escort you there personally. Noticing her attitude, Calypso realizes Lila is being even more polite than yesterday. You have become quite famous in just a single day, my lady. Calypso blinks in surprise. Huh? Me? Lila nods. It seems the news has reached at least 16 of the direct lineages within the Orca clan. Calypso panics. Say what? The events of yesterday have already spread that far? Lila continues. The instructors who accompanied you yesterday. Well, each of them had something to say. Calypso frowns. No way. Are they really that gossipy? Leela adds. One of them mentioned that his father was a flying fish shifter. Calypso ponders. If he's a flying fish known for their big mouths, then I guess it makes sense. That explains the speed of the rumors. The juicier the gossip, the faster it travels. Calypso asks, are you saying my story is that interesting? Lila turns to her. For certain people, wouldn't you say it's a very fascinating story? The Orca clan has about 32 direct lineages, centered around your grandmother. If you count the vassal families from other marine species, the number is truly massive. Since they all support their own chosen successors, it's only natural that my existence has become a thorn in their side. Lila watches Calypso step up the stairs, glancing at her legs. It turns out, my lady, you are not only gifted in language at 3 years old, but you can also climb these stairs with such ease. That's right. With this ability, I think I can rival not just Bayan and Hisat, but also Bellis, the son of my first and second uncles, and even my own brother, the so-called genius of the century. Calypso crosses her arms. Well, what do you think? Leela smooths her hair. To be honest, everything you do is full of surprises. Calypso laughed out loud. If you're already this surprised, things are going to get awkward fast. Moments later, they arrived. This was the Alpha class, the highest level there is. A student invited the princess inside. Calypso turned to Lila. In just one day, rumors of me being a genius have spread everywhere, and I've even been placed in the top class. Don't you think I'm amazing? Lila replied instantly. Of course you are, my lady. Calypso beamed with confidence. Then make sure to tell my grandmother that this is the first time you've ever seen a genius like me. With that, she dashed off. Lila chuckled softly. Is trouble brewing already? Merfolk carry the traits and personalities of the species they descend from. Therefore, killer whales usually avoid fighting, love, peace, and have great tolerance for other species. But among them, there are rebels, and those are the true killer whales. The scene shifted to the classroom. The presentation was over. From now on, we'll play with building blocks. 2 boys were crying and sniffling. Karen hit me. The teacher scolded him immediately. Karen, don't disrupt the class. Karen leaned his head back, bored. Yeah, I know. Why do we have to play these childish games anyway? The 2 brothers chimed in. Karen is right. These 2 were Luca and Luba, a pair of white whale twins. Karen raised his fist. You guys are weaker than my fin. What do you want? The twins nodded frantically. He was at it again. At it again. Karen frowned. Hey, you two white whale twins. Shut your mouths, will you? The teacher raised her voice. Attention, everyone. Today we have a new student, Calypso. Let's give her a round of applause. Karen started. What the hell? Is that the descendant? If it's a girl, then for sure. Karen recalled the whispers he had overheard. That's B's daughter, right? But I heard she hasn't awakened her hydro power yet. What a useless brat. Rumor has it, she'll be sold off as a dragon's bride. Good for her. Why would someone like Pi give birth to such a useless thing? The teacher looked at Calypso, her voice gentle but full of expectation. Why don't you introduce yourself? Hearing that, Karen chuckled, his eyes filled with disdain. Just a mediocre little girl. I'll make her cry in no time. Ignoring the whispers, Calypso flashed a bright smile and stepped forward confidently. Nice to meet you all. This is an academy founded by the Killer Whale clan, teaching the harsh law of the jungle. I will definitely stand at the top here. Calypso puffed out her chest, her proud voice echoing through the room. I am Calypso Aquasdo. I hope this class can live up to my expectations. Amidst the crisp applause, Miss Camille spoke cheerfully. My. Did you all hear that? Let's give Calypso a big round of applause. Now, we'll start the block building game. Everyone, please go to your seats. As soon as she sat down, Karen stomped over, his tone bossy. Come on, move it. You're the descendant, aren't you? Calypso crossed her arms, her sharp gaze locking onto Karen. Who are you? How old are you? Karen tilted his head back, his arrogance undiminished. I'm Karen, 8 years old. The descendant is so tiny. You look filthy. Calypso frowned slightly, thinking that stupid brats really were everywhere. Then she spoke, her voice surprisingly cold. Listen here, little boy. If you're still wet behind the ears, watch your mouth. Isn't 8 the age you're supposed to move up to the intermediate facility? They say if you can't make it to intermediate by that age, you're basically a failure. What do they call it again? Just so you know, I'm only 3. Aren't you ashamed to be in the same class as a 3-year-old? Karen turned purple with rage and shouted, That's absurd. We're not supposed to be able to talk until we're 5. Calypso smirked, her eyes full of challenge. Do you really think your brain is on my level? Karen clenched his fists and roared. You defective little brat. He swung his fist, but Calypso dodged it effortlessly. You should learn some manners first. Immediately, Calypso grabbed Karen by the collar and delivered a powerful headbutt, sending him stumbling backward. Karen clutched his head, trembling. A headbutt? That's playing dirty. Calypso crossed her arms, her expression calm. What do you mean? Dirty. Look at the size difference between us. I didn't want to use violence, but I have no intention of sitting still and being insulted. Besides, my father told me never to walk around getting beaten up. Camus, the Alpha class teacher, walked over, her eyes wide with shock. She has that kind of strength without even awakening her hydropower? Lila stood silently in the corner, calculating. Karen lacks brains, but his raw strength is actually excellent. I never expected the princess to suppress him so easily. This is it. This story is going to spread until everyone knows. Calypso was incredibly satisfied, nodding to herself. Excellent. Just as planned. I'm finally studying in this class. This power and attention. It's absolutely wonderful. Camus spoke up, breaking the tension. All right, children, sit down. A good whale needs diligent education. Time flew by until that afternoon. Calypso stretched, a satisfied smile on her lips. Today was a very meaningful day. She recalled Lila's words. You won't need to transfer classes. You probably won't be stuck in the junior division much longer. Calypso smirked triumphantly. Just then, the twins Luba and Luca came rushing over, panting heavily. Princess! 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 Hi there! Hello to the princess who saved our class. Karen was bullying everyone. But you beat him. You saved us. You totally beat him. Watching the chattering twins, she wondered, are they white whale beastkin? That species is known for being intelligent and kind. All white whales are like that. But seriously, who could bear to hurt these kids? Look at that fluffy hair. Calypso asked softly. What are your names? The two answered in unison, faces beaming. I'm Luba, and this is Luca. Put us together and we're Luca Luba. Calypso tilted her head. Luba? They corrected her in sync. Luca Luba. Calypso gave a faint smile. Well, I'll be in your care. You two are actually the first friends I've made. Suddenly, a memory struck her. She prayed silently. Please don't say anything weird like, let us help you. Do they think that'll make me work harder? The con artist who scammed me in my third life was also a white whale. Unlucky as he was still incredibly sharp. The twins continued, voices brimming with enthusiasm. We have to repay our princess. Mom said to always be nice to people we meet for the first time. So we should be nice to her dad too. That's right. Good job. Calypso replied, eyeing them suspiciously. This isn't the first time you guys have said that line, is it? Why are you acting like this all of a sudden? Luba asked, looking worried. Princess, walking up the stairs was tiring, right? Luca chimed in, just as eager. Do you have any energy left? Calypso chuckled, waving her hand. No, I'm not tired at all. What is it now? Wait, hold on, the twins shouted as they took off running. Whales help their friends. Starting today, the princess is our friend. Then, to Calypso's utter shock, the twins hoisted her onto their shoulders and sprinted all the way down to the carriage. Calypso sighed softly, thinking, it seems I've acquired some cute minions. But the moment she arrived home, her face went blank with shock. What is this? Everyone is here. There are even people I've never seen before. A man who looked like a butler, with golden hair and a composed smile, stepped forward and bowed. It is an honor to meet you, princess, Calypso asked, confused. What is going on here? The blonde man replied gently. To better serve Princess Calypso's needs during your stay, we have been reassigned here to ensure your comfort. Calypso looked at the row of servants standing at attention. She thought, aha, so that explains the looks on their faces. Perfect. I'll take my time disciplining every single one of them. She spoke up, her voice dripping with authority. Ah, I like this. I will choose my own nanny. Misa is the only one who has been gentle with me. I choose her. And I also want to select the person responsible for my meals, the blonde man repeated, looking slightly confused. Your meals? You mean Calypso cut him off, frankly. I assume you aren't aware, but the staff here often fail to provide me with decent meals. The blonde man interrupted immediately, his tone firm. But princess, that is simply the rule of survival of the fittest. Calypso sighed. The rule of the killer whale family, right? I know. However, is enduring bathwater so hot it nearly scalds my skin also a rule our family follows? I feel neglected and abused, and I certainly don't consider that to be some sort of trial I need to overcome. The blonde man looked horrified. Did that really happen? Calypso continued, her voice steely. So, I will definitely be reporting this to father. The blonde man panicked, his face draining of all color. You mean Lord Briar? Calypso placed her hands on her hips, looking confident. Father is very curious about me, you know, the blonde man stammered and hurriedly bowed. We, Princess Calypso, if you would permit us, we will rectify this situation immediately. Calypso thought, if I don't take charge now, I'll be in big trouble later. I'll make them pay for their crimes. She spoke up, her voice commanding yet maintaining a child's innocence. I can handle it, but other children would be traumatized. I'll be discussing this with father as well. With that, she tugged on Misa's dress and flashed a bright smile. It's all settled. Let's work well together. Misa knelt down, her face radiant, and bowed. Yes, princess. I will do my very best. Time flew by in a flash. Working under the glaring sun, Misa muttered to herself. The young miss said she was a genius, didn't she? I remember now, Calypso thought. In my past life, the white whale clan was completely exterminated. White whale and dolphin beastkin are known to be among the most intelligent races. But in my third life, when I tried to protect the white dolphin family, they all met a tragic end. The culprit was Bayan, my uncle's son, and for what? A ridiculous reason they had accidentally offended him. This time, I won't have to struggle to recruit talent for the succession war. I'll be leaving this place soon enough, anyway. But before I leave, I absolutely have to teach that old hag a lesson she'll never forget, then I'll vanish. Right at that moment, 2 new maids stepped in, their eyes lighting up the second they saw her reading. Oh my, is the little miss studying? Good heavens, how can someone be this brilliant? Oh, look at those teeny tiny hands holding the book. It's indescribably adorable. Calypso, you are truly too cute for words, and your voice is just crystal clear. Seeing their enthusiastic reaction, Calypso breathed a sigh of relief. I was worried about what kind of people the main estate would send over, but it looks like my anxiety was completely unnecessary. All 3 maids bowed cheerfully to introduce themselves. We are Herring Beastmen, and we're all from the same hometown. I am Ellie, I am Pumpkin, and I am Dia. Calypso smiled, her voice dripping with sweetness. You big sisters have such lovely voices. You're so cute and smart. Even Sir Bellos and Jan aren't as wonderful as you are. Then she stood up and stretched her little arms. That's enough for today. I'm going to take a nap. Why don't you all get to know my nanny Misa first? I hope everyone gets along. The 3 maids burst into radiant laughter. Oh my. So you've been working here already? It's so nice to meet you. Misa, the gentle nanny, replied, I'm just a nanny. Please make yourselves at home. Then Calypso chimed in. You guys stay and chat. I'm going to see father now, Calypso said, quickly finding an excuse to slip away. If I stay any longer, I'll never find a moment to escape. They just keep talking non-stop. A few days later. Life recently has been truly peaceful, honestly. The most peaceful it's been in all of my past lives combined. Everything is fine, except for one tiny thing. Master, do you actually call this training? Calypso screamed, her face scrunched up in annoyance. Pierre calmly crossed his arms, his tone unchanging. How many times do I have to tell you? Stomp it down. This damn father of mine! Calypso growled in frustration internally. The training is getting more insane by the day. And by the way, who started the rumor that Pierre is a clean freak? This pile has definitely been rotting here for over a year. Master, how on earth am I supposed to wash this? You still can't summon water? Pierre asked, his voice tinged with surprise. I'm not even 8 years old yet. If you can't even handle the basics, we're in big trouble. This is exactly why I hate talking to geniuses, Calypso fumed. Even so, I still get plenty of attention in class, you know. Pierre kept a straight face. You do? It seems the standard for newborn killer whales has dropped to an alarming level these days. Now I understand why those guys call father a jinx. I have never had to endure such terrible training in my life. I guess I'll have to try a different approach. Calypso switched gears instantly, her voice turning sugary, sweet, and whiny. I can't stomp it down. What am I supposed to do? Master Pierre pointed a finger. If you had power, where would you channel it? Calypso thought for a moment before exclaiming, right here, do you see it, Master? There! I finally stomped it down. The little girl rejoiced inwardly. If I keep applying my power like this, I can make up for this tiny body of mine. It worked just like you said. Master, you're the best. Hearing the little girl's praise, an indescribable sense of elation welled up inside Pierre. I'm certain father has realized that I'm his daughter. Calypso stole a glance at him. All his life, he's been the center of everyone's attention, yet he's never shown interest in a single thing. Let's make a bet. Young Lord of the Killer Whales. The day will come when you'll be shocked to find someone exactly like yourself. Ah, Master, you're getting down already? I'm almost finished, the little girl said with a swell of pride. I can't call him father just yet. Anyway, I finished everything. I'm pretty amazing, right? It's nothing special. This task wasn't difficult to begin with, Pierre replied with total indifference. I wonder whose daughter you are to be so talented. Calypso responded with a cheeky grin. She flashed a smile as radiant as the morning sun. I'm my father's daughter, of course. Pierre froze for a moment before speaking coldly. A father who never once showed up to take care of his 3-year-old child? Don't you realize you're taking care of your daughter right this second? Calypso thought furiously. Pierre crossed his arms, evaluating her. The more I look at you, the more I see that your intelligence isn't half bad. Of course. It's because I'm the disciple you personally trained, Master. Calypso beamed. You don't need to bring me up every time you open your mouth. Excuse me? But you are the one who taught me. There was that face again, the look of someone who couldn't be bothered by a single thing in this world. Master, why are you always all by yourself? Is it because you don't like crowds? Pierre briefly recalled the whispers from years ago. What a pity for Lord Pierre's power. His body is far too frail to contain such extraordinary ability. He gazed into the distance. It's best if I don't get involved with that troublesome family. Is that why you always wear that look of total indifference, Master? It's like you could just fade away at any moment. You're not wrong, Pierre replied quietly. Absolutely not. Calypso stretched out her tiny arm and punched him lightly on the leg. How can you say something like that so easily? Don't just spout nonsense like that in front of a 3-year-old. Are you crazy, Master? Tomorrow is the day this father has to make it up to his regressed daughter. I won't allow it. Calypso clenched her fists tight. Master's life is just way too dull. You must learn to perceive the beauty of this life. What? Pierre stared blankly. Master, since you taught me, that makes us partners. Trust me, I will show you just how interesting this life can be. With that, the little girl skipped away happily, leaving Pierre standing there alone, the words of a servant echoing in his mind. Lord Pierre, I am not sure if you are aware, but lately your daughter has been going around boasting that you dote on her. Surely that is just a rumor, right? What is that brat plotting now? Pierre pondered. A child that cautious would never make a mistake like that. Meanwhile, at the young ladies' academy. Are you done arranging them yet? We are finished over here. The twins ran over excitedly. The teacher smiled and said, since you have all finished your puzzles, we can play hide and seek now, okay? No, thank you. I do not engage in such childish games, Calypso replied, her tone feigning maturity. The twins' eyes lit up. Wow, the way she talks is exactly like our father. We want to be like that too. Wait until you boys are a little older. Then you can speak like this. Your speech must match your age, Calypso reminded them seriously. Yes, my lady. The two boys chanted in unison. Our mother said she wants to meet you once to thank you. Before, we used to get bullied by Karen a lot. But now we don't get hurt anymore. It is all thanks to you, my lady. So, should we beat him up some more? Calypso asked nonchalantly. My lady, We will be loyal to you for the rest of our lives. The twins cheered. Loyalty is a given, Calypso nodded. You do not need to give me anything. Just answer one question for me. The little girl leaned in close, lowering her voice. Have you two ever cooked a fish dish? The twins' eyes sparkled with excitement as they looked at Calypso. Then they looked at each other, completely confused. Not long after, a servant was feeding Calypso, bringing food right to her mouth. Dearest Calypso, say ah. How can there be a young lady with such chubby cheeks and such an adorable face? Bijou, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. Exactly. I have never seen a child this cute before. Calypso thought to herself, people always say the Herring clan is friendly, but this enthusiasm is getting a bit excessive. Anyway, nutrition is paramount for development. All I need right now is to grow up fast and deal with those dragons. Just then, Jin spoke up, breaking her train of thought. Come to think of it, the Dragon Festival is being held again this year, isn't it? The Dragon Festival, a grand event hosted by the royal family within the Dragon Empire. In reality, it is a display of power, asserting that even the mighty Dragon Duke's family dances in the palm of the royal family's hand. Jin let out a sigh full of regret. It is the same this time. Only land animals and beastmen are invited. What a pity. I wanted to attend at least once to see what it is like. But since when have aquatic beastmen ever been invited? My father also wished to meet the Dragon Duke at least once, Calypso quietly recalled. Suddenly, Bijou announced with a beaming smile. Have you all heard the news? The family head is about to return. Return? Calypso asked curiously. Immediately, the maids went into a frenzy of excitement. Ah, too cute. Did the young lady just wink? Did she? No, I did not, Calypso denied. Can you do it again, please? Jin pleaded. Calypso winked slightly. Just this once, okay? A moment later, Jin leaned in and whispered, the family head has ordered a family meeting to be held the moment he arrives. You seem to know a lot of things, don't you? Calypso wondered. Jin smiled proudly. Our Herring clan's information network reaches everywhere, my lady. But, a family meeting. How can I participate? Calypso pondered. I cannot awaken my water powers abruptly right now. Perhaps the best way is to reintroduce myself. Ah. She suddenly remembered the words of her brothers from her past life. You defeated us. We will follow you on your path to becoming the family head. Just step over our dead bodies and move forward. Which of those three idiots should I approach first? Jin held out another spoonful of food. My lady, say ah please. I do not eat carrots, Calypso stated firmly. Jin immediately looked crestfallen. I apologize. Perhaps my cooking does not suit your taste. Seeing this, Calypso became flustered. Huh? No. No need to apologize. No. I mean, a princess like me shouldn't be cooking anyway. That's not it. Fine. Okay. Just this once. The little girl reluctantly ate a bite. Immediately, everyone around her applauded thunderously. After the meal ended, the group of servants left. Lady Calypso, see you at lunch tomorrow. Tomorrow I will prepare something even more delicious. Calypso waved back, but her mind had already drifted elsewhere. The family meeting. What are my brothers doing right now? I need to go find them. The scene shifts. Calypso moved stealthily, her tiny body weaving through the corridors of the student dormitory. If I go this way, I will reach the intermediate facility. All three brothers are here. It will be troublesome if I get caught. I must be very careful. Suddenly, an arrogant voice boomed from up ahead. Are you deaf? Or are you deliberately ignoring what I'm saying? Do you idiots not understand human speech? Hiding behind a corner, she was shocked to recognize the person. Being surrounded was Arson, her third brother, Arson Aquia. Why is he being bullied like this? Arson stood motionless, his head bowed low. In the crowd, a purple-haired punk raised his voice. Hey, don't you know the rules? You gotta bow to us first. Beside him, a redhead smirked, pointing at Asenro's hair. With that hair color, how did you even get into our class? Please, don't say that, Asenro whispered, his voice trembling. Haha, listen to that voice. He sounds just like a baby goat. The whole group burst into laughter. Suddenly, memories from my past life came flooding back, clarifying everything in an instant. Ah, I remember now. Back in his school days, Asenro was a total lunatic who loved acting like a victim. He pretends to be weak to bait the bullies in, then he attacks and absolutely destroys them. Damn it. If he snaps right now, those idiots will be dead before I can even attend the family meeting. I can't let news of the Duke's son beating a classmate half to death become the headline. It would be a total disaster. The redhead grabbed Asenro by the collar. You're still trying to ignore us, huh? Not gonna answer? Just then, a voice rang out clear, crisp, and commanding. Hold it. Calypso stepped forward, shouting clearly. Stop right there. A brown-haired guy stepped up. Hey, brat. What are you interfering for? Wait. Hey. Look at her hair color. Look. A blonde guy hurriedly blocked his friend. The redhead frowned. What about the hair? Then he froze, his eyes going wide. That's the direct lineage. That trait only appears in the main family line. But why is she so tiny? But there was a rumor lately that the Duke had another daughter. The purple-haired guy muttered. Forget it. Anything involving the direct lineage is a massive headache. Let's go. The redhead shoved Asenro away, and the group turned to leave, tossing back one last threat. You got lucky today, pal. Calypso crossed her arms and stuck her tongue out at their retreating backs. Bunch of childish brats. Hey kid, what do you think you're doing? Asenro asked, clearly annoyed. His hair color began to slowly shift. Why did you stick your nose into someone else's business? Another memory flashed through Calypso's mind, an image of the future Asenro. He looked more mature, speaking to her softly. You know, Calypso, if you met me when I was a kid, I would have died of embarrassment. I did so many childish and unfair things. I really regret it all now. I wonder, if I had met you sooner, how different would things have been? Back in the present, Calypso put her hands on her hips, looking up at her brother. Why don't you come a little closer, Asenro? You're my big brother, right? What nonsense are you babbling about? Asenro scowled. What the hell? I put on my cutest face possible and said, You're my big brother, right? Isn't this the standard script in parenting books? There should be at least a little emotion. Calypso screamed internally. Asenro turned his back and started walking away. Stop blocking the path. Go home. You're not even going to say thank you? Calypso quickly blocked his way. Why should I thank you? Because I just saved you. You were planning to slaughter them all, weren't you? No matter how talented you are, doing that would give the family a reason to exile you. You knew? Asenro crossed his arms. I could have done it without being exiled. Even if you hadn't interfered, before he could finish, Asenro flinched. Calypso moved with impossible speed. She launched herself up and bonk. A massive knuckle knock landed squarely on Asenro's head, stinging with pain. Calypso landed on the ground, smiling with satisfaction. Only a fistful of love can help people think clearly. Thanks for the lesson, father. Asenro staggered, clutching his head in disbelief. You, what is that strength? What about it? Calypso stepped closer, chin held high. I'm just a little sister who happens to be cute and way stronger than her big brother. Ridiculous. How is that possible? Before Asenro could finish his sentence, Calypso grabbed him by the collar again. Big brother. Have you ever done laundry? As soon as the words left her mouth, she used a clean, sharp movement to slam him into the ground again. Calypso dusted off her hands. When washing clothes, the harder you scrub, the easier the dirt comes out. Were you planning to attack me again? She leaned in and delivered a few more bonk, bonk, bonk taps to his head. You need to learn some restraint. I haven't awakened my hydro powers yet, but my physical strength isn't something to joke about. No matter how many times you try, it's useless. Just admit it, Asenro shouted. Admit what? Hey, do you even know how old you are? Where did you get that power? Did you take some kind of drug? Calypso shot him a look of pure disdain. My weak little brother, she thought. Has he seriously never heard the story of my birth? I hope in this life I can train my brothers to be stronger, so they can stop the original male lead from destroying the family. I need someone to block him. For my brothers to overpower that guy, I'll have to train them personally. Wow, look at those eyes. His face says he wants to rip me apart right now. To tame an arrogant Asenro like this, there's only one method left. Calypso leaned down, staring straight into Asenro's eyes. Call me sister. I don't want to. Asenro turned his face away. Calypso whispered into his ear, her voice full of temptation. Do you want to become stronger? My power is immense, right? Pretty amazing, isn't it? I can show you how, if you want. Defeated, Asenro let out a sharp breath, finally swallowing his pride. Tell me, how do I get stronger? The corner of Calypso's lips curled into a subtle smile. He really can't deny the killer whale bloodline. The lust for power is written in his DNA, she replied casually. Fine then, I'll teach you a few moves. But on one condition, you have to listen to me and follow every single instruction I give. Asenro scowled, his natural arrogance flaring up. What? You don't like being ordered around? Calypso shrugged, turning on her heel with casual indifference. Fine. I'll just go find Jan then. I'm sure he would be much more interested. Wait. Asenro roared instantly, scrambling to grab her arm in a panic. No. I'll do it. I'll do anything you say. Calypso spun back around, extending her pinky finger like a binding contract. Then promise me. I promise. Asenro nodded emphatically. Few people knew that behind Asenro's unhinged behavior during his school days lay a hidden story. The person who had insulted his mother, calling her unworthy and unloved, had met a catastrophic accident shortly after. That dark memory flashed through Calypso's mind as she snapped back to reality. From now on, listen very carefully, Calypso said, her voice dropping to a serious tone. Absolutely no inflicting critical injuries or attempting to kill. No attacking to destroy evidence. And most importantly, you are forbidden from burying anyone alive ever again. Do you promise? This is the condition, until you can defeat me. Once you manage that, you can do whatever you want. Deal? They hooked pinkies to seal the vow of honor. A moment later, at Master P's residence. Master, do you want another disciple? This is my older brother. Calypso introduced him with a beaming smile. P narrowed his eyes, grumpy as ever. What scheme is this now? I don't need him. Get out. But I beat him today, Calypso said, a hint of pride in her voice. I claimed him as my subordinate, but I didn't know what to do with him next, so I just brought him here. This guy is just as lonely as I am. Her final words seemed to strike a chord deep within P. The old man sighed, shaking his head in resignation. I give up on you. Do what you want. He turned to walk away, but his mind was racing. I really can't figure this girl out. The third son of the Ukila family is trailing behind a little girl like a puppy. She acts innocent, but she knows too much. What exactly are they plotting? Elsewhere, the twins ran happily toward Calypso. Princess, we prepared the food. Let's eat together. Let's go. You two are always so full of energy, aren't you? Calypso smiled and followed them. Looking at the lavish spread, she couldn't help but think, how are 3 kids supposed to finish all this? Oh, right, Princess, one of the boys spoke up. Father said we should invite you over. He promised to prepare lots of delicious dishes too. You have to accept. Sure thing, Calypso agreed cheerfully. A moment later, the other boy held out a letter, his face beaming with pride. This is the thing you asked for the other day. I had to personally beg Father for it. That's great. Thank you so much. Calypso took the letter just as their father appeared. Father is here. Goodbye, Princess. Get home safe. They look exactly alike, Calypso thought as she observed the twins' father. White Dolphin Beastmen, the White Whale clan. In my past life, I had almost no connection with them. Before I became the family head, their entire clan suddenly vanished. Memories came flooding back. The Killer Whale clan follows a matriarchal tradition, but Patriarch Ukila had no daughters. She declared that one of her grandchildren, boy or girl, would be the heir. We had to use our strength to seize that position. This news opened the door for those who had never dared to dream of power. The brightest candidate was Bayan, the eldest son of my uncle. A powerful man, but incredibly cruel. The White Whale clan accidentally offended him, and the result was the liquidation of their entire family. Ah, so that's it. Now I remember the brutal crimes Bayan committed against the White Whale clan. Calypso's train of thought was cut short by an arrogant voice. Hey, watch where you're walking. Are your eyes on your feet or something? Karen, a clan member, deliberately slammed his shoulder into her. If you want to start trouble, try to be smarter about it, Calypso retorted coldly. You don't look cool at all right now. Did you think I'd jump in fright just because of you? Karen's face flushed red with anger. You're a girl. You should be gentle and polite, not walking around with your nose in the air like that. Head held high, eyes looking straight ahead. That is the basic rule of etiquette. Didn't you know that? Calypso smirked. Since we're here, let's fight. Let's see what kind of skill you actually have. You're about to be expelled anyway, Karen shouted. Calypso crossed her arms thinking, what is this guy babbling about? There must be a reason they want to kick me out, Calypso mused. Karen continued aggressively. Who allowed you to defeat Lord Bayan's subordinate? Prepare to regret it. Oh? So you're Bayan's lackey. Calypso looked amused. Is that so? Then go ahead, expel me. I'm actually curious to see exactly how I'll be expelled. You think I'm joking? Karen was shaking with rage. Did anyone say you were joking? Now tuck your tail and run back to tattle to Bayan. Better hurry, or you won't make it. Mocked and humiliated, Karen lost all reason. He grabbed a decorative sword nearby and swung it wildly at Calypso. I won't forgive you. Calypso slightly tilted her body, dodging effortlessly. I really didn't want to lift a finger. Getting hit hurts, and I hate pain. In one fluid motion, she leaped up, driving her heel hard into Karen's head, followed instantly by another kick that sent the sword flying from his hand. That was dangerous. Just then, Lila appeared and picked up the sword. What is going on here, Karen? That decorative sword is not a weapon. Her voice turned ice cold. We'll continue this conversation in the disciplinary office. Strength matters, but using a weapon to attack another student, that is absolutely forbidden. As Karen was dragged away, Calypso bowed politely. Thank you, ma'am. No need, Lila replied sharply. As the head of this educational facility, this is simply my duty. I must remain neutral and impartial. Still, thank you so much. Calypso beamed, flashing a radiant smile. Lila sighed. I feel like I'm talking to a top-tier student from the intermediate academy. Do you have an explanation? Or shall we head to the disciplinary office too? That won't be necessary. Lila cut in. We heard everything. You don't need to go to the disciplinary office, Princess. Besides, He specifically ordered me to take good care of you. It's a first for me. I was genuinely surprised. He? Calypso asked, confused. Your father, Leela clarified. Lord Pier. That name hit Calypso like a thunderbolt. Back in her room, her mind was a tangled mess. What am I supposed to do now? Lila's words kept echoing in her head. I owe Lord Pier a debt. I am also one of his subordinates. Leela is Pier's subordinate? What the hell is going on? Calypso clutched her head. He knew everything from the start. He saw right through my naive little lies. Has he just been happily playing along with my act this whole time? It's time to end this charade. She took a deep breath, resolving to face him. But the moment she pushed the door open and saw Pier sitting there, her courage instantly evaporated. She felt like a traitor. She used to think it would be so easy to end this fake master-disciple relationship. It started out of simple curiosity. But now, for the first time in her life, she was terrified of losing it. Hello, master, she squeaked. Pier glanced at the paper in her hand. What is that? Oh, this? Calypso hurriedly unfolded the paper, trying to act natural. It's something I wanted to bring you. Are you curious, master? Are you excited? No, Pier replied coldly. Okay, he's not angry. It looks like he isn't going to bring it up, which means I have to make the first move. She quickly pulled herself together. Stick to the plan, the Lukaluba recipe. She took a breath and flashed a bright smile. Just wait a moment, master. Today, I'm going to make you something super delicious. Pier stared blankly at the dish set before him. You, cooked? After a long pause, Calypso timidly broke the silence. Master, I'm sorry for keeping you waiting. It's ready. I prepared this based on nutritional balance, combined with the tastes of the mansion's head chef. It's a bit sudden, but I really hope you like it. Ta-da! This is a special kata fish dish made by my own two hands. She grinned, trying to force a cheerful vibe. Pier narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing her. You actually considered the nutrition? Yes, sir. This is a very special recipe. I made sure to include all 3 major nutrient groups, Calypso explained, her voice growing quieter and tinged with guilt. Actually, I'm really sad about what happened. This is also my apology for suddenly asking you to take on another disciple, my brother. I was being too arrogant. I am truly sorry, Pier sighed, his gaze softening just a fraction. Explain the dish. Huh? Yes. Calypso looked surprised. If you serve a dish, you must explain it, Pier said in an even tone. Yes, I understand. She immediately perked up. Regarding the recipe, this is the famous Lukaluba dish from the white whale family. While Calypso passionately explained the origin and preparation, Pier quietly took hold of her small hands. The burns and scratches from cooking began to fade under his gentle flow of energy. And that is everything. Calypso finished her presentation, eyes sparkling with anticipation. What do you think, master? I don't like it, Pier replied bluntly, and I will not be accepting any more disciples. The smile on Calypso's lips froze. Oh, I see. I'm sorry, master. I won't make this mistake again. Yes, I won't do it again, Calypso whispered, bowing her head low. She hesitated for a moment, then looked up to change the subject. By the way, master, something strange happened at school today. My father ordered Lila to protect me. Why would he do that? So what? Pier asked back, expressionless. What do you think about that, master? Calypso probed. Even if he realizes I'm acting, I have to pretend I don't know anything. I have to figure out why he's acting this way. I've already seen the world destroyed by the Dragon Duke once, all because of my own indifference. Now, the thing I hate most is uncertainty. Why are you asking me what I think? I am not your father, Pier replied. So that's it. Since when did he know I was lying? And why is he helping me? Fine, I'll just go with the flow for now. Calypso clenched her fists, then forced another innocent smile. But master, you and my father are the same age, so I was just curious. I thought adults would understand each other's thinking. If he's already seen through my act, why hasn't he exposed me? She continued to wonder. Not all adults are the same. Pier cut through her thoughts. Oh, so father doesn't want to talk about it? That's so unfair. I won't give up. Calypso pouts secretly. B suddenly speaks up. Did he seriously not tell you that he cares for you? That he loves you? Why didn't your father say it himself? That he cares about you. Loves you so much. That has to be the answer. Calypso freezes. She looks down at her hands. Every single wound has completely vanished. She instinctively cradles her healed hands. That must be it. Meanwhile, at a clearing, Asenro grimaces. What the hell is this scene? Right in front of him, Calypso, a tiny 3-year-old girl, is shouldering a massive boulder. 335, she screams, dripping with sweat. Put power into your legs, B reminds her, coldly, from the side. Just how heavy is that rock? A 3-year-old lifting a boulder over 335 times. She's even using mana to boost her strength. Asenro's face darkens. Master, you aren't planning to throw that. are you? It'll kill me. Calypso yells in panic as Pier lifts another rock. I am absolutely throwing it. Guess what? This is also part of the training, B says, then hurls the boulder straight at the girl. Asenro watches it all, silently admitting that losing to this kid is inevitable. Asenro, the third son of Pier, a recognized genius since childhood, always hungry to find his own limits. He wanted to face the strongest, but his reputation meant no one dared challenge him, so he chose a different method, provoking people into bullying him, then crushing them, one by one. That used to be Asenro's joy, until the day this stepsister appeared and called his father master. He didn't understand what happened, but his father was clearly interested in her. No, there's no doubt anymore. She is my savior. My creed is breaking through strength limits. What if she's so strong I can never surpass her? I should worship and serve her. Yes, that is exactly what I must do. But I can't handle this insane training session. What are you doing? Pier's voice booms, dragging Asenro back to reality. It's your turn next. Please, give me a rock smaller than Calypso's. Master, Asenro roars. Both Pier and Calypso freeze. Pier crosses his arms and raises an eyebrow. A smaller rock? Have you no shame? No, master. I will become stronger within my own limits. Asenro replies firmly, thinking to himself. What's wrong with calling my own father master? If I just call him that, surely he'll accept my request. Calypso asks, trembling. My training is done, right, master? Fine, you can rest. Phew. Calypso sighs in relief. Immediately, Asenro approaches, his face bright and completely different from before. Sister, you've worked so hard. What is wrong with him? Has he gone crazy? What's with that look? Calypso eyes him warily. You're amazing. So cool. Absolutely extraordinary. Asenro unleashes a flood of praise. Watching you reminded me of something. Could you grant me one request? Whatever it is, just say it, Calypso replies, wiping off sweat. I have 2 older brothers. One is named Jan. So, please, take care of our second brother too, okay? Calypso's jaw drops. That hot-headed, unlucky second brother? Compared to me, that look in his eyes is truly annoying. Fine, I can't be the only one suffering. Asenro smiles radiantly. Make sure he can't even stand up afterwards. Calypso sits alone, reflecting on Asenro's words. What happened between Asenro and Jan? Second brother Jan has a temperament quite like father, but more mischievous. Both hate losing, so they definitely aren't close. Strange. In my past life, those 3 brothers were perfect partners, close enough to sacrifice their lives for each other. It seems this life is completely different from the last. Anyway, I haven't had a chance to meet Jan yet, so let's put Asenro's crazy nonsense aside for now. Just then, the twins Luba and Luca run over. Princess, what are you doing here? Come to think of it, you 2 are brothers too, right? Calypso asks. Yes? Is something wrong? Haha. Do you 2 get along? Not at all. Both reply in unison. Luba always insists he's the older brother. Wrong. Just ask Mom and you'll know. Okay, calm down. I get it. Stop it. Calypso hurries to separate them. But Princess, Karen still isn't here, Luba says. Oh, that's right. He's been off for a few days, Calypso replies, realizing the shift. Since Karen stopped showing up, the atmosphere here has become really strange. It feels like everyone is divided into 2 factions. Exactly. I've been wondering what divided them too. Leela appears behind her. Since when was she there? Princess, are you leaving now? Do you need me for something? Ah, please come here for a moment. You know about the upcoming family meeting, correct? I know. I'll be attending as a candidate for the position of family head, Calypso states, her voice decisive. Lila warns her anxiously. Yes. Please be extremely careful. Potential candidates are nominated, but many vanish mysteriously right before the meeting takes place. Thank you for your concern, but I'll be fine. Father will protect me, and I have you here too, Lila, don't I? That is true, Princess, but please, never let your guard down. There are too many loopholes in this great family. I'll stay alert. Calypso turns to leave, thinking to herself, Father won't protect me. I have to handle everything myself. And that toxic, divisive atmosphere, honestly, it's got me pretty worried. On the way to the training grounds, Asenro suddenly pops up beside her. It's unexpected, considering they're pledged to different successors. He speaks up as if he's reading her mind. Why are you even here? Calypso frowns, her voice dripping with annoyance. 'Cause we're going to see the master together. Asenro grins ear to ear. Do you have to tag along? But you come here every single day. I was actually surprised to see you show up. Do you have followers already? How many people have you got? Am I the first one? If I take out the guys who came before me, can I claim the #1 spot? Calypso shoots him a glare, cold enough to freeze hell over. If they dared to bother me, they'd already be dead by my hand. Calypso furrows her brow, thoughts swirling like a storm. Where is their conscience? And what about those poor, innocent twins? Beside her, Asenro is rambling on and on about the top candidates for the successor position. If we have to pick someone to back, it's definitely gotta be Vorn and Sot from our family. Calypso replies casually, brushing invisible dust off her dress. The atmosphere at the intermediate center is just as tense, you know. Little sister, what's your plan for the upcoming clan gathering? Asenro turns to her, his eyes filled with worry. This is your first time attending, isn't it? Seeing her hesitation, he quickly reassures her. Don't worry, I'll be right there to introduce you to everyone. Having him introduce me isn't a bad idea, Calypso calculates silently. The best scenario would be having father back me up, but that's impossible. As if reading her mind, Asenro continues, his voice brimming with confidence. Before every meeting, everyone has to prepare thoroughly. I've had to face off against our eldest and second brothers before, but I've never once considered you a rival. Calypso. Have I spoiled you too much? Go ahead and use me wisely, okay? Calypso giggles, reaching out to pinch her brother's cheek. Don't talk like that. A few peaceful days pass, until one afternoon, Calypso receives a strange note. She mutters to herself. It's been suspiciously quiet these past few days. The scribbled handwriting on the paper screams a threat. Come quietly to the back garden. If you don't, those twins you love so much are in grave danger. Calypso grinds her teeth, crushing the note in her palm. This cliché writing style, it's like something from a third-rate villain. Fine. Let's go see what this bastard wants. When she reaches the meeting spot, Karen's voice rings out from behind the bushes. She actually came, just as predicted. Bayan, the mastermind, slicks back his hair arrogantly. Just a little brat. I thought she'd be something special, but she's nothing but a dirty piece of rat dropping. Rat dropping? Calypso growls, her eyes blazing with fire. You dare compare me to that? You lot gathered here just to bully a girl and kidnap 2 children? Bayan, is your brain smaller than a jellyfish's? Bayan sneers, looking amused. Oh, so you do know how to talk back? The rumors about you had me quite curious. It seems she has been neglecting you for far too long. Without a word of warning, Calypso lunges forward, grabbing Bayan's wrist and slamming him backward. If all you can do is talk, I wouldn't even waste my time. You idiot. Release the twins immediately, or I'll make you pay for this. How amusing. Bayan smirks, standing up and dusting off his clothes. Seems you weren't bluffing about being Lord Pai's daughter, were you? That's right. Calypso puffs out her chest, declaring loud and clear. My father is the great Lord Pai Akardalo. So what? Bayan spreads his arms in a challenge. That just proves you're nothing but a little girl hiding in her daddy's shadow. Not at all. Calypso retorts sharply. I inherited all of my father's talent, and I'll make sure you never forget it, she screams, shattering the silence. Luba, scream. You dare play dirty? Bayan spins around in a rage. The killer whale tribe are apex hunters, but they aren't invincible. Every sea creature possesses its own weapon for survival. The weapon of the white whale beastmen, like Luca and Luba, is the ultrasonic scream, a sonic attack capable of shattering an opponent's eardrums. As the ear-piercing scream rings out, Calypso shouts her order. Asenro, save the twins, now! Asenro shoots forward like an arrow. Leave it to me. He's here too? Bayan is stunned, but before he can recover, Calypso closes the distance and grabs him by the collar. Where are you looking? I am your opponent. Wham! A thunderous punch sends Bayan staggering, blood spurting from the corner of his mouth. He wipes the blood away, growling low. You brat. Nothing but cheap tricks. Oh? And how do those cheap tricks taste? Huh? Calypso shoots back, then yells to her brother. Asenro, protect the twins no matter what. She takes a fighting stance, her body radiating an overwhelming aura as she beckons provocatively. Why are you just standing there? Scared already? You cowards! Witnessing this scene, Asenro can't help but be amazed. Is this really a battle? Battles involving the killer whale tribe are usually bloody affairs using hydrokinesis, but this looks more like a chaotic street brawl. Her power hasn't even awakened yet, and she's already this terrifying. She might even be stronger than our eldest brother. Seeing the tide turn against him, Bayan frantically orders his lackeys to seize her. Can't you useless lot take her down? Use your hydrokinesis. He spins around, targeting the twins. If you can't catch that brat, grab those 2 as hostages for me. Just then, a voice dripping with authority booms out, forcing Bayan's men to clutch their ears in agony and drop to their knees. Lord Asenro, I rushed here the moment I got the message. What on earth is happening? The twins scramble toward the man who just arrived. Daddy, Luca won't open his eyes. Please, stay calm. Asenro speaks up. It's almost over. The princess is handling it. Meanwhile, Calypso had already calculated every move. This spot is close to the main mansion. This chaos will definitely. Her thoughts are cut short by a thunderous shout. Stop this instant. What is going on here? It's Kalila, the head housekeeper. Calypso suppresses a smirk. Everything is falling exactly into place. A while later, in the infirmary, freshly bandaged, Calypso sits across from Kalila. Princess, please explain yourself clearly. Kalila's voice is stern. Calypso feigns weakness, her voice drooping. Kalila, please, give me a moment to compose myself. She takes a sip of water and begins her tale, her voice trembling as if she's still terrified. First, I must clarify they started it. They kidnapped the white whale twins and beat them. Could you stand by while children not even 7 years old were treated like that? Our killer whale clan has one unshakable truth. We must protect the children. Not only that, their actions seriously violated the law of the whales, the very code our education system follows. Elite students are forbidden from oppressing the weak. This is a law set by our ancestors, and it cannot be ignored. She lifts her head, eyes burning with determination. For those reasons, I, Calypso Acquiadello, demand a formal disciplinary hearing. Bayan knows her past self, so he surely thinks she'll be too scared to speak. He's wrong, she thinks. More than violence, I despise those who break the rules. That is why you should never underestimate a regressor like me, my dear Bayan. Kalila ponders for a moment before replying. As you wish, Princess. A high-level disciplinary hearing will be held. As an involved party, you are required to attend. Fine, that's not difficult. Calypso nods. Then Kalila continues. Your guardian must also be present at the hearing. In other words, you must invite Lord Pa. The smile freezes on Calypso's lips. She blanks out, then stammers. What the hell? Back in her room, her mind is a tangled mess. I just planned a small disciplinary meeting. Why do I need a guardian? Do I really have to go to father and say, hey dad, I just beat up Bayan. Can you come to the principal's office with me? What if he says he's not my father? While she's panicking, a man approaches and bows respectfully. Princess, I have been waiting for you. I am Loba Beluga, father of Luca and Luba. I came to express my gratitude. Calypso quickly composes herself. How are Luca and Luba? My wife has taken them home to rest. Once again, I truly thank you. If you hadn't sent word, I wouldn't have made it in time. I only did what I should have. Calypso hesitates. Besides, it's my fault the children got dragged into this. On behalf of the fools in the killer whale clan, I apologize. My clan believes strength is everything, so they often ignore ethics and rules. I also take responsibility for letting Luca and Luba get involved in this mess. I am truly sorry. Loba looks at the girl before him, his eyes filled with surprise and respect. It's hard to expect kindness from a killer whale. As you say, they are creatures who have strayed from morality. But after meeting you, my thoughts have changed. Even so, I still need a formal apology from Bayan for his cruelty. Calypso smiles, relieved. Most people think that, but dare not say it. It's good he's being direct. Quietly listening to the story of the Beluga clan, Calypso feels a pang of sympathy. Loba, a survivor, speaks in a deep, sad voice. Our Beluga clan. We are pitiful. Bayan demanded we all submit to him, but we refused. The result was a massacre. He pauses, his eyes gleaming with a mix of pride and pain. We had excellent warriors among us, even though we are peace-loving white whales. I remember clearly, Bayan is the type who will never accept harmony until the day he dies. Hearing this, Calypso offers sincere comfort. Thank you for sharing. I will definitely visit Luca and Luba soon. Loba smiles faintly, a rare sight. Yes, the children will be very happy to see you. Not long after, a shocking rumor spreads through every educational facility, from elementary to high levels. The petite little princess single-handedly took down Bayan and his entire squad. Hey, did you hear the rumor about the little princess? You mean how she fought Bayan alone and won? Word is, his entire squad got absolutely demolished. It makes no sense. How could a noble lady still in primary training pull that off? She hasn't even awakened her hydrokinesis yet. Bottom line is, they threw down, and the lady took the win. A total blowout. What do you think? Come on. Say something. Jolted awake by the noisy chatter, Jan snapped up, furious. You guys get off on interrogating people or what? The gray-haired boy flinched. No, but, don't you have any comment? I mean, she is your little sister. Jan Aquadello, Calypso's second brother, turned his face away, his voice dripping with ice. Quit spouting nonsense. I don't have a sister. Wake me up again, and you're dead. The gray-haired friend shrank back in fear. All right. Geez, your mood swings are insane. Elsewhere, the atmosphere was far more serene. Lord Bellos, what are your thoughts on the rumors regarding the lady? A servant inquired. Bellos Aquado, Calypso's eldest brother, calmly turned a page of his book. Those who commit transgressions deserve punishment. It is simply the natural order. Transgressions? Young master, whatever do you mean? Bellos snapped the book shut, his gaze darkening. Grandmother despises those who break the rules. But Jan, he isn't the biggest problem here, after all. Meanwhile, Calypso stood before her master. I won! I actually won! The little girl boasted proudly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. You taught me such amazing things, master. Thank you. Ugh, this really is a child's body, she thought. Just a little intense exercise and I'm aching all over, but it's fine. I have to push harder. I need to make father happy so I can bring up joining the disciplinary council, Pier replied coldly, his voice void of any emotion. A true victory is bringing home glory without a single scratch. Calypso blinked, confused. What is master talking about? How can anyone win a fight without getting hurt? I have always won without sustaining damage, Pier stated firmly. But that's you, master, Calypso cut in. I haven't even awakened my hydrokinesis yet. Pier's eyes narrowed, radiating an oppressive aura. The moment you accepted me as your master, did you not agree to obey my words as absolute law? That may be true, but a victory that leaves your body broken is no victory at all. Pier spoke decisively. It is a sign of weakness. Calypso fell silent. He only praised me once. Everything else has just been criticism. Do you think winning a battle like that at my age is easy? Tears began to well up in her eyes. Can't you just praise me once, father? I've trained harder than anyone. From my past life until this very moment, I have always given everything I have. Seeing the little girl turn to leave, Pier asked, Where are you going? I don't know, Calypso replied, hastily wiping away her tears. But I'm leaving. My real father would never treat me like this. Dad, I miss you so much. Pier simply stood there, arms crossed, watching her go. Suddenly, an invisible stream of hydrokinesis gently lifted the girl off the ground. Your body is a weapon, he said. Calypso frowned. So what? If you do not know how to maintain it, a weapon will dull and rust. Your body is no different. As your master, I reprimanded you, because you have been negligent with your own weapon. A well-maintained weapon can serve you for a lifetime. I have failed to teach you how to hone it properly. A hero worshipped by thousands. Calypso suddenly recalled the story of Pier, but that great killer whale had the misfortune of contracting a terminal illness. He always considered his life a failure. Not a day went by where he didn't live under the pitying gaze of others, unable to overcome his own frail body, until he met me, someone who possesses the healthy body and extraordinary potential he had always yearned for. Calypso hesitated, then asked, Are you saying getting hurt is my fault? Is a victory like this wrong? How can I achieve a proud victory like yours, father, if I don't risk my life to fight? I don't even possess the hydrokinesis that comes so easily to you. Even if I gave you the answer, you would not accept it. The bond between master and disciple is destined for separation. Was it not you who asked me to keep my distance and treat you objectively? Why does his voice sound so bitter? Or is it just my imagination? Calypso suddenly grabbed the hem of Pier's shirt. Master, you're worried about me, aren't you? Pier remained silent for a moment, then asked, Your father, he loves you very much, correct? In moments like this, what would he say? Calypso's eyes widened, lighting up. He would scold me for making him worry. Then he would hug me tight and say, I love you, my daughter. Master, could you say just one thing for me? Just say, I was so worried about you. Pier stood frozen for a long time. Finally, he gently placed his hand on her head. I was so worried about you, Calypso. A radiant smile blossomed on Calypso's lips. The reason I struggled all the way here, enduring every hardship, I finally understand it now. A few days later, in Calypso's room. So, we're really going to attend that meeting together? Asunro asked. That's right, Calypso replied. I was so angry that day, I completely forgot to give father the invitation. Now there's no other choice. We'll just have to go ourselves. I can't just suddenly ask master for a favor without a good reason. Asunro looked worried. But, will that really be okay? The highest seats usually demand a parent's presence. But we'll handle this, just the two of us. Should we just tell father the truth? No, absolutely not. Calypso shook her head firmly. Until I meet the Dragon Duke, I want to keep living with Master Pier exactly as we are now. Asunro smiled, his eyes full of trust. I'm not worried. My little sister has already calculated every move, hasn't she? By the way, I never expected the high disciplinary hearing and the family council to fall on the same day. With the rumors I've planted, my mere presence will be enough to steal the show. Calypso thought to herself, I can't wait to see grandmother's face. That woman who always ignored me. Father definitely won't be coming, so I have to settle this perfectly myself. If I didn't have Asunro, Bayan's cronies would make this incredibly difficult. She turned to her brother. Thank you, Asunro, for always helping me. Unconditionally. Asunro grinned. What are you talking about? This is fun. It's the first time I've ever fought to protect someone. Calypso couldn't help but smile back. Is that so? Then just you wait. Things are about to get very interesting. Just then, a few maids bustled in, gasping in admiration. Oh my, the young master is here too? Look how well you two get along. Goodness, young master, you look so handsome. You two really do look alike. Asenro cleared his throat, quickly changing the subject. Sister, we need to go over the plan for tomorrow's disciplinary hearing. Calypso caught his drift. Ah, right. You ladies may leave us now. Once the maids were gone, Calypso leaned in close to Asenro and whispered, Tomorrow, do exactly as I say. Listen closely. First, I will move, and then you. A moment later, he nodded. I get it. I'll follow your lead. Asenro looked at her seriously. But are you sure we don't need to call father? Calypso smiled with absolute confidence. Trust me, Asenro. We can handle this ourselves. Asenro nodded, though he couldn't shake the worry in his heart. I trust her completely. But will this really end well? The day of the Supreme Council finally arrived. Standing before the mirror, Calypso admired her reflection, dressed in a meticulously prepared ceremonial gown. Let's get this started, she whispered to herself, a subtle smile playing on her lips. This outfit really does suit me. Although she had initially refused, thinking it unnecessary, the maid's dedication had won her over. I can feel their sincerity. It's not a bad feeling. This magnificent dress. Today. It is my armor. And my weapon. She let out a quiet sigh of relief. Thank goodness a parental summons wasn't mandatory. My bond with Pier is master and student, not father and daughter. I must maintain that boundary. Her resolve hardened into steel. I can do this. I've always handled everything on my own anyway. As the great doors of the hall swung open and Calypso stepped inside, every eye in the room locked onto her, followed by a wave of astonished whispers. Good Lord, is that Calypso? I can't believe it. Such a tiny girl actually dared to start a fight? She truly carries Lord Pier's blood. Her aura is on a completely different level. Calypso's eyes swept the room. It's emptier than I expected, probably because of the family council. It seems most of these people are just here to watch my drama unfold. It is strange that two such critical events are happening on the same day, she mused. But no matter, Lila is surely handling things on her end. Lila approached with solemn grace and bowed low. My lady, I am glad you have arrived. You look truly transformed today. Calypso smiled, her eyes sparkling with mischief. The maids worked very hard on this. Do you think it looks good? Lila nodded in admiration. It is beautiful, my lady. Please, take your seat over there, next to young Master Asenro. Lila couldn't help but compare. Resembling Lord Pier is striking enough, but the lady possesses a unique beauty all her own. Perhaps she inherited it from her mother. Whispers erupted again as Calypso took her seat beside her brother. Look, the lady is sitting right next to young Master Asenro. Didn't the young master say he hated his sister? It seems the rumors about Lord Pier's children being at war were nothing but lies. Calypso discreetly scanned the room, her mind racing to analyze the battlefield. Let's see. Bayan is here, but just as I predicted, the Duke of North Gaius didn't show up. What is that old fox planning? He must be busy keeping an eye on grandmother at the family council, so he sent a representative instead. This is trouble. The replacement is a core member of my uncle's faction, a talented heir, far more dangerous than some incompetent lackey. Just then, a commanding voice boomed through the hall, silencing the crowd. Order! I demand silence. The supreme disciplinary hearing will now commence. In this chamber, all present, regardless of rank or status, have the right to participate. I call upon you all to swear by the sea that you will speak only the truth. First, I call upon Bayan, the accused instigator of this incident. Bayan crossed his arms, speaking with sheer arrogance. I swear upon the sea, the official continued. Next, the victims, Calypso and Asenro. The two siblings spoke in unison. We swear upon the sea. The moment the oath was sworn, an elderly man suddenly spoke up. Hold a moment. As chairman of the disciplinary committee, I have a motion to submit. It was the chairman of the board for the Killer Whale Clan's Intermediate Academy. He continued with a stern expression. This hearing is convened to judge the conduct of minors. Therefore, I trust everyone has been informed that a guardian's presence is mandatory. Then why are Calypso and Asenro unaccompanied? Calypso's fist clenched tight without her realizing it. It's finally here. I had hoped Lila's presence would be enough to shield me from this mess. She must have tried her hardest when father didn't show up, but we're up against grandmother's old friend, a stickler for the rules. Without hesitating, Calypso stepped from her seat, her voice calm but steely. I do not have a guardian. Guardians are necessary for minors. But Asenro and I? We don't need them. We will stand as guardians for ourselves. Her declaration sparked a wave of murmurs throughout the room. Why didn't Lord Pier show up? Rules are rules. Unless, has he fallen ill? Lila quickly intervened. Order! Everyone, please settle down. In this exceptional circumstance, Calypso and Asenro are permitted to proceed without a guardian. Bam! Chairman Cha slammed his hand on the table. Absolutely not. Rules are rules. This meeting cannot proceed with someone who ignores even the most basic regulations. Calypso, summon your guardian immediately. Damn it. Calypso cursed inwardly. Grandmother's bosom buddy is absolutely useless. Bayan smirked, his face dripping with smug satisfaction. Why stop now? If the girl says she has no father, I guess we just have to accept that. The crowd burst into malicious laughter. Bayan has a point. Maybe Lord Pier is too busy with clan meetings or business deals. Chairman Shah's face darkened. Order! He turned back to them. Calypso, Asenro, do you truly have no guardian present? Rage boiled inside Calypso, but she forced herself to keep it in check. Calm down. I saw this coming. Think. There has to be a way to turn the tables. Just as the tension threatened to snap, the meeting room doors burst open. A tall figure strode in, his deep, steady voice echoing through the hall. Of course we must follow the rules. As the guardian of my son and daughter, I request permission to join this meeting. Is that acceptable? The entire room went dead silent. Calypso stood frozen. What? What the hell is going on? This shock hit harder than anything she had experienced in all 4 of her regressions. Beside her, Asenro looked just as flabbergasted. I don't know how or why father is here, but looking panicked right now would be a disaster. And there are too many rumors I need to squash. Damn it. There's only one move in a situation like this. Smile. Her expression of shock instantly melted into radiant joy. Father, Calypso chirped, while internally screaming. Please, just play along. I'm begging you. She rushed over and threw her arms around him. Pier looked down at his little girl and gently placed a hand on her head. I apologize for my lateness. Calypso hugged him tighter, her voice dripping with sweetness. Daddy, are you all right? I was so worried you wouldn't make it in time. Pier replied softly. I'm feeling much better now. I'm sorry for worrying you. Hearing these words come directly from Pier's mouth, both Lila and Chairman Shaw were too stunned to speak. Pier continued, his voice full of authority. Do you require me to verify my attendance privately? Lila quickly stammered. Oh, no, sir. We confirm your presence. Chairman Shaw cleared his throat to hide his embarrassment. Long time no see. Pier, we assumed you wouldn't be joining us. Pier explained calmly. My daughter was so anxious she forgot to update me on the time, hence my late arrival. Bayan jumped up in a rage, grinding his teeth. This is invalid. He didn't arrive on time. Lila's voice turned ice cold. Young Master Bayan, compose yourself. The chairman is the foremost expert on our laws. Do you really think I would just stand here if rules were being broken? Bayan let out a growl. His mother, sitting beside him, hissed. Son, calm down. Didn't the chairman already give his approval? Bayan had no choice but to swallow his rage and sit back down, fuming. Calypso breathed a silent sigh of relief. Acting out like that won't do him any favors. His punishment is already a guarantee. Does he not realize this meeting is merely to determine the severity? If he wants to self-destruct, all the better for me. Though honestly, if father had used his power, I'd probably be looking at Bayan's corpse on the floor right now. What a shame. Pier walked over and took the empty seat. Asenro, clearly still intimidated by father's presence, instinctively scooted his chair away. Calypso couldn't help but smile. But suddenly, another servant rushed in, gasping for breath. Forgive the intrusion. By order of the family head, the Supreme Disciplinary Council must halt immediately and relocate to the Judgment Hall. These proceedings will continue in the presence of the family head and the entire clan. Calypso froze. This is ridiculous. If we go there, that bastard Bayan holds all the cards. Here at the Academy's council, the chairman's power is absolute. Bayan's punishment was nearly a sure thing. But a clan meeting? There are countless factions there backing him. Moving to his home turf doesn't just kill our chance for a fair verdict. It means he could get away with everything. Asenro asked nervously, Little sis, what are we gonna do? Calypso replied, her voice tinged with helplessness. What do you mean? There's nothing we can do. You know Grandma's orders are absolute. Damn it. I really wanted to see that guy get humiliated some more. It's all right. Pier's voice suddenly cut through. Calypso looked up at him, puzzled. Father, what do you mean it's all right? Pier replied, his gaze piercing through her thoughts. Regarding what you're thinking. And you don't need to force yourself to be so polite. You're not used to it anyway. A moment later, in the vast corridor. Whoa, it's like we're celebrities or something. Everyone's staring at us, Asenro whispered. Calypso, currently being carried in her father's arms, spoke up awkwardly. Father, I can walk by myself, you know? With those short legs of yours, when would we ever get there? Pier replied bluntly. Calypso was speechless. He really has a way with words. But whatever. Rumors spreading like this actually works in my favor. Go ahead, keep staring. But what does father gain from doing this? Asenro suddenly asked. Oh hey little sis, have you ever been to the Judgment Hall before? No. I don't think so. Asenro explained as they walked. Traditionally, Family meetings are held in one of the 3 main halls, and the Judgment Hall is one of them. We're here. This is it. The name Judgment Hall holds 2 meanings. First, it refers to its brilliant azure gates. And second, this is the place where judgments have been passed down throughout the history of the Killer Whale clan. Every major upheaval originated here. It is also the birthplace of the name Kun. And now, we have returned to this very place. The moment Pier stepped into the hall, a voice announced clearly, "Ladies and gentlemen, Lord Pier, young Master Asenro, and Lady Calypso have arrived." Immediately, astonished whispers rippled through the crowd. "Is that Lord Pier? Wow. This is the first time we've actually seen him in person." From the presiding seat, matriarch Ukila smirked, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "Well, look who finally decided to show his face. Isn't this the son I thought had already rotted away in some forgotten corner?" Pier calmly stepped forward and offered an impeccable bow. "Greetings, matriarch." Ukila waved her hand dismissively, her tone harsh. "You still have the nerve to come back here? Get out of my sight." The atmosphere in the hall instantly froze, the tension becoming suffocating. Just then, Calypso gave a soft cough, her clear voice breaking the heavy silence. "Hello, Grandma. Long time no see. You look as youthful and radiant as ever. Do you have a secret? You have to share it with me." Ukila glanced sharply at the little girl. "Ah, so this little brat is here too. You're tiny, but you've got a sharp tongue. You certainly know how to butter people up. Not bad. You're already 10 times more clever than that thick-skinned father of yours." Calypso whispered to her father. "See that? Father? Grandma loves compliments. You should try it. Don't worry. We can practice it slowly." A rare smile touched Pier's lips, fleeting as a passing breeze but enough to leave Calypso stunned. He replied softly, "Not bad advice. I'll keep that in mind." He actually knows how to smile? Calypso thought, dazed. That subtle change didn't escape the onlookers, and the room buzzed with excitement once more. "Did you see that?" Lord Pier just smiled. The rumors that he dotes on his daughter must be true. A man stood up, cutting through the chatter. "Matriarch, perhaps we should commence the judgment proceedings." It was Raisin Aquia, Pier's eldest brother. "A reunion with my younger brother is certainly a joyous occasion, but official business cannot be delayed." Ukila glared at him. "Raisin, you dare interrupt me?" Raisin immediately bowed his head, his voice trembling. "No, mother, I apologize." He got shut down before he could even show off. Calypso stuck out her tongue, secretly mocking him. "Now, where do we sit? What the hell is this? Why have father and I been shoved into this remote corner? That old hag definitely did this on purpose. This is a blatant insult." She nudged her father's arm. "Father, what should we do? They're totally looking down on us. Sitting this far away. Will she even be able to hear me?" "Father, don't play deaf at a time like this," Pier sighed. "Quiet down. You're nagging too much." "But, you don't need to worry about whether they can hear you or not," Pier interrupted, his voice calm. "Everyone will certainly hear every single word you say. We are here to attend a disciplinary hearing. This is not a cozy family reunion. Never forget the reason you are here." Just then, Calypso's eldest brother, Belos, entered, drawing everyone's gaze. "Oh, young Master Belos is here too. Of course. How could he possibly miss an event like this?" Belos stopped before the presiding seat and bowed gracefully. "Grandmother, there must be a momentous reason for you to summon such a full gathering. Everyone has assembled. We humbly await your golden words of wisdom to enlighten your ignorant descendants." Ukila looked visibly pleased. "Thank you, child. That mouth of yours is as sweet as ever. You flatter me, grandmother." "All right, take your seat." "Yes, grandmother." Once everyone was settled, Ukila spoke with a commanding voice. "I hear there has been an incident causing disorder within the family's education system. Is that correct? Those involved, step forward. Explain to me this mess you've created within my precious institution." Bayan was the first to speak up. "Matriarch, please allow me to explain first. First of all, please do not call it chaos. It was merely an unfortunate incident. A petty squabble like this isn't worth disturbing you, grandmother. For our Killer Whale clan, survival is constant warfare. Every second is precious. Anyone daring to waste your time with personal vendettas disgraces the dignity of the entire beastkin race. We are the ocean's apex predators. Has a dog eaten his conscience? He picks a fight with a 3-year-old, yet stands there acting all high and mighty? Let's see how long you can keep up this act," Calypso thinks to herself. Ukila narrows her eyes. "So, you're claiming the rumors were exaggerated, and this was just a minor accident?" "Precisely," Bayan replies smoothly. "I simply wanted to meet my dear cousin. She's been entangled in some unsavory rumors lately, so I arranged a private meeting to offer some brotherly advice. Rich coming from the guy who kidnapped and threatened my people." Calypso scoffs internally. Bayan continues his performance. But the moment she saw me, she launched into insults against my father. Perhaps she felt the need to prove she's truly the daughter of Lord Pi, our strongest warrior. Calypso grinds her teeth. Insulting me isn't enough? Now you're dragging my father into this, and who gave you permission to speak his name so casually? Furthermore, Bayan adds, unlike those malicious rumors, I have witnesses ready to testify to the truth. His two lackeys immediately chime in. We only wanted to help young Master Bayan make peace, but the young miss attacked us for absolutely no reason, after all. Isn't she Lord Pi's daughter? It was an unfair fight from the very beginning. I was a little worried when they showed up. But these two are his star witnesses? Are they actually bragging about getting beaten up by a toddler? Calypso sighs in disbelief. That's exactly right, the other lackey adds. The young miss insulted young Master Bayan first. He is completely innocent. Bayan concludes triumphantly. As you can see, grandmother, the witnesses confirm everything I've said. Ukila asks coldly. So, to summarize, you claim you are innocent? Absolutely, grandmother, Bayan insists. I brought this matter to the clan council solely to expose the true, unruly nature of my cousin. What right does she have to be the daughter of the great Lord Pi? She has no strength, no dignity. Just look at her lies and arrogance. It's obvious she's never been properly disciplined. You're describing yourself, idiot. You insult people as easily as breathing, Calypso thinks. So boring. When is it my turn to strike back? Ukila stands up abruptly, her voice hard as steel. So, according to you, this brat is uneducated and dares to disrupt the order of our clan. Yes, that is exactly it. Ukila slowly advances toward Calypso. I understand. An unacknowledged inferior creature, daring to challenge my future heir. You don't know your place. Reckless fool. Instantly, an invisible force erupts from Ukila, seizing Calypso and lifting her helplessly into the air. Her throat constricted, Calypso kicks and struggles in pain. Damn it. So this is the power of the clan head, the power of my grandmother. Hold on. This is a battle of wills. I can't breathe. I can't take much more. Just then, a surge of energy even more powerful crashes in, shattering Ukila's pressure. Her power vanishes instantly, blocked by a force far greater than her own. Pi's deep, steady voice fills the room. Clan head. She is only 3 years old. Ukila sneers. Don't worry. If she can't handle this much, she is a disgrace to the clan. How exactly have you been raising her? Pi, did you fail to teach her even our most basic laws? Have you allowed her to become a weakling who doesn't know the immensity of the heavens and earth? Rage ignites in Calypso's chest. This old hag nearly killed me, and she has the nerve to lecture us? Ukila glares directly at Pi. Did you actually raise this child yourself? Calypso's heart seizes. Wait. If he says no, if he denies my existence right now, what happens to me? All the lies I've spun about him loving me will crumble. Please, father, don't abandon me. In the deadly silence, Pi speaks, each word distinct and steel-hard. I taught her my way. If you enter a battle, you must win. She did exactly as I instructed. She did not falter. Ukila freezes, then sinks back into her chair. Unbelievable. To think I've lived long enough to hear you defend someone. You've ruined my mood. Pi looks her in the eye. Then listen to my daughter's side of the story. That is the duty of a just clan head, is it not? Calypso fixes her gaze on Pi. A wave of excitement surges through her. This is it. He's giving me a chance. The chance I've been craving. To prove my worth. To show them what I'm truly capable of. I won't let this slip away. Stealing her resolve, Calypso steps forward. Her voice, clear and sharp, cuts through the silence. Grandmother, I have just one question. According to the laws of the Killer Whale clan, is it true that the strong are not held accountable for their actions? Clan head Ukila, looking bored and weary, gives a slight nod. Yes, that is correct. Then, Calypso continues, her voice brimming with confidence. The entire focus of this meeting is that battle. People might gossip about my dignity being trampled on, but that isn't the main point here. If grandmother is willing to judge fairly, I'll reveal a very interesting truth to everyone. Immediately, Bayan shot his hand up, his voice laced with panic. Wait, family head, please allow me to speak. That bastard Bayan. Calypso cursed silently, a glint of pure disdain flashing in her eyes. It's too late for you. Enough. Ukila cut him off, her sharp gaze locking onto Calypso. Continue, child. With permission granted, Calypso declared loud and clear. On the day of the battle, exactly how many people did Bayan bring with him? No fewer than 10. My brother Asenro handled 3 of them. The remaining 7? They all targeted me, Calypso Aquadello, alone. And the result? The final victor was me. Bayan, someone much older than I am, was utterly crushed by a 3-year-old toddler. A cold smirk played on Calypso's lips. She glanced at Bayan's pale face. You idiot, she thought. Are you enjoying being the living proof of my victory? Thank you for confirming it yourself, she continued, her voice growing more powerful with every word. The witnesses present have repeatedly confirmed that Pier's daughter fought like a beast. By the laws of our clan, I am the rightful winner. Bayan, the defeated, has no right to challenge me. Furthermore, there is another crucial factor. That day, a friend of mine was accidentally dragged into the conflict. Even though he isn't part of the Killer Whale clan, Bayan shamelessly threatened to kill him if I refused to fight. Every action I took was to protect my friend. Respected grandmother, tell me, where did I go wrong? Our clan has always prided itself on being the protector of other sea creatures. You yourself taught us that combat is only for resolving conflicts between killer whales. We are absolutely forbidden from using force against weaker clans. Ukila chuckled, a smile full of hidden meaning. This child is young, yet she understands so much. So, you were forced into battle and still emerged victorious. Is that it? Your story is compelling. But, do you have a witness? Calypso's heart sank into the abyss. Right, a witness. Asenro is my brother. His testimony won't be considered objective. Luca and Luba are still recovering from their injuries. Is there truly no one who can stand up for me? Just as Calypso was falling into despair, a calm voice rang out from the vassal seats. Family head. I request permission to join this council as a witness. Ukila tilted her head, intrigued. Oh? Someone dares to speak up? Go ahead. A noblewoman stood up, her gaze unwavering. In the princess's story, the close friends whose lives were threatened were my own twin sons. Calypso froze. Wait. That's Luca, and Luba's mother. Does the Beluga clan hold enough power to attend a high-level meeting like this? The woman introduced herself, her voice commanding authority. Allow me to introduce myself, princess. I am Elia Beluga, matriarch of the Beluga clan. My children suffered greatly under Bayan's brutality. They sustained severe head injuries and are currently hovering between life and death. What? Calypso was shocked, her anxiety spiking instantly. But Mr. Loba clearly said their lives weren't in danger. She shot a quick glance at Loba, only to catch him giving her a subtle wink, signaling her to stay silent. A realization sparked in Calypso's mind, and her gaze sharpened. Ah, I see. A calculated lie. If he can play that game, why can't I? The Beluga clan. They are truly magnificent, Ilya continued, her voice trembling with emotion. My lord, I implore you to recognize the gravity of this situation. Why must my children face death solely because of a brawl between killer whales? As the representative of all vassal clans, we cannot remain silent. We may be weak, but after this incident, we demand respect. I trust that the great warriors of the Aquadello clan will not turn a blind eye to such injustice. Loba stepped forward to back her up. Family head, I personally reported this incident to the leadership. If further evidence is required, you may summon other members of the clan. Calypso smiled triumphantly. I think that's more than enough witnesses, don't you? Matriarch Ukila burst into laughter, the sound echoing through the chamber. Ah, yes, the outcome of the duel speaks for itself. A 3-year-old child emerged victorious. So what is left to discuss? Losers who cannot accept their defeat are not worth my time. The blood drained from Bayan's face. Grandmother, that's not the truth. Silence, Ukila roared. I see your true nature clearly now. You tried to prove your strength by bullying the children of a major vassal clan. You violated the Academy's regulations, and then you dared to deceive the head of the family. For all these crimes, Bayan Aquadello, you are hereby expelled from the Academy and placed under house arrest for 1 year. Rison, Bayan's father, hurriedly begged, Mother, please, wait. Even though Bayan was wrong, I beg you to consider our past contributions and show mercy. Ukila raised a hand to silence Rison, then turned to Calypso. And you, Calypso Aquadello. What is your opinion on this? Calypso bowed her head, a smile playing on her lips that was equal parts humble and sharp. I have no objections to the family head's judgment, but the real victims in this incident are Luca and Luba. Therefore, I believe we ought to listen to the opinion of the Beluga family head, and naturally, they sided with the family head's decision. That arrogant brat finally got the ending he deserved. As for our heroine, she had been recognized by her grandmother and handsomely rewarded. Pier stepped forward, his large, warm hand patting Calypso's head, his eyes overflowing with pride. You did well, my daughter. Yes, father, we won. Calypso beamed, thinking to herself. The feeling of being the center of attention. It's actually pretty great. Ukila observed Calypso, a mysterious smile playing on her lips. This girl, even when introduced by the family head herself, a normal child would be terrified by the weight of such responsibility. But she's enjoying the spotlight. High-level strength enhancement, innate combat talent, yet she can't produce even a single drop of water. Her development sequence is completely upside down. I can tell. She is a rare genius. She called out, Bellos, come here. Bellos approached, his face cold as ice. You called, grandmother? What do you think of this situation? Ukila asked. Previously, you were the youngest to ever be recognized. Now, your little sister has shattered that record. Even Pier, a father who never cared for his children, stepped up to protect her. She even defeated your rival, Bayan. Tell me your thoughts, Bellos replied, his voice devoid of emotion. Your punishment was reasonable. Those who violate the rules cannot be forgiven. However, Calypso Aquadello must also bear responsibility. Even with a justifiable reason, she still inflicted injury upon a fellow student. In short, you believe both parties are at fault? Ukila thought to herself. A very diplomatic answer. You flatter me. Bellos bowed his head. Standing nearby, Calypso clenched her fists, a fire of rage igniting in her heart. I heard everything, you bastard brother. Your own sister was beaten black and blue, nearly to death, and yet you dare say both sides are at fault? Just you wait, Bellos. Before I leave this place, this little sister of yours is definitely going to teach you how to be a decent human being. Just then, Arsenro ran over, beaming with excitement. You've worked hard, little sis. Congratulations on getting recognized by the family head. I thought the meeting was already over? Calypso suddenly realized the jealous gazes around her were still glued to her. That's right, it's not over yet. It's best to stay silent for now. Suddenly, Ilya Bluga spoke up. Esteemed family head, before the meeting concludes, may I speak a word? Speak. Ilya turned toward Calypso and bowed solemnly. I wish to exercise the vassal's right of selection. The Bluga family, under my leadership, hereby pledges to follow and assist Princess Calypso Aquadello from this day forward. Upon my honor as the head of the house, this oath shall never change. Our family formally supports Princess Calypso Aquadello to become the next successor. Calypso was completely stunned. What? What on earth is happening? I'm only 3 years old. Besides, I never had any intention of becoming the family head. Not long after, the meeting concluded. As Pier and his children stepped outside, every eye turned toward them, filled with a mix of curiosity, admiration, and sheer jealousy. Do you have something to say? Pier asked. Everyone is staring at us, Calypso replied. Among those rushing over, no one is sincere. They're nothing but a bunch of opportunists. Then Pier spoke, his voice dropping low. I will get rid of these annoying flies. Why is father suddenly being so kind? Calypso remained wary. If he turns around and says, anyone who dares deceive me will die, I'll have to pay a very heavy price. Suddenly, Arsenro flinched when he saw someone approaching. He hurriedly said, Little sis, I'm taking off first. Catch you later, then bolted like he was avoiding a master. What was that about? Who is it? Calypso asked curiously. Pier glanced at the newcomer and replied succinctly, someone from the third branch family. Crossing her arms, Calypso silently watched the retreating figure of the collateral family member hurrying away. Why did he have to run the moment he saw me? She wondered. He could have just said something. Just then, another presence approached, cutting Calypso's train of thought short. Successor Calypso. Calypso clutched her head, a plea escaping almost instinctively. Please, don't call me that. Ilya, who had just arrived, simply smiled gently. Thank you for agreeing to speak with me. There were too many prying eyes around, so I wanted to find a quieter place. Calypso looked up at her, eyes full of scrutiny. I don't suppose you called me here just to ask about my health, did you? What do you want to say? If not, allow me to ask first, why did you nominate me? Ilya bowed slightly, her attitude both humble and resolute. Please forgive my abruptness, but now that I have exercised the vassal's right of selection, I will stand firmly by Princess Calypso, to the very end. The vassal's right of selection? Calypso was bewildered. This is the first time I've ever heard of such a concept. In my past lives, I seized the position of family head through absolute overwhelming power. What on earth is this woman plotting? There are countless other brilliant candidates besides me. She spoke up, trying to mask her confusion. To become the family head, doesn't the successor need to be appointed by the current head or build their own power base to take it? That is correct, Ilya replied. But above all of those rules, there exists the right of selection held by the powerful vassals. However, since the family head personally used his water magic to seal the curse, the information I can share with you, Princess, is strictly limited. Furthermore, this choice carries a heavy burden. Once the oath is sworn, I can never retract it, nor can I change who I have chosen. Wait, hold on. So that means Calypso shook her head, trying to organize the chaos in her mind. But Ilya cut her off, her voice heavy with absolute seriousness. It means that if you fall, Princess Calypso, we fall with you. But if you become the family head, you will have everything. This is nothing short of a life or death gamble. What if I fail? Calypso felt an invisible weight crushing her shoulders. She clutched her head, practically screaming, On what grounds are you betting everything on me? My children owe you their lives, Ilya said, her eyes shining with profound gratitude. Thanks to your timely intervention, Luca and Luba were spared from severe physical and mental trauma. I know there are many brilliant candidates, but until now, not a single one has ever deigned to look down at lives weaker than the killer whale clan. That is why I chose you, Calypso. And this is the crucial part. I have already publicly declared my support for you before the family head. She paused for a beat, then continued. 30 years ago, the family head summoned the leaders of the 8 vassal families. These 8 families were chosen for different reasons, but all were granted a special authority, the right to choose the next successor. Regardless of the candidate's power, whoever receives the most support from the 8 families will officially become the heir. But you know I am only 3 years old, right? Calypso tried to argue. You must realize that the younger the successor, the more disadvantages they face, don't you? Ilya laughed brightly. Of course I know. But the one who turned that disadvantage around today was none other than you, Princess. We believe you are a rare gem we were lucky enough to find. Betting on you was the right decision. Calypso was completely bewildered. As a mother, Ilya continued, her voice suddenly softening. I could not help but soften my heart when my children nearly lost their lives. That statement made Calypso startle. Excuse me? Are you saying both children were in critical danger? I apologize. My husband did not tell you the whole truth, Princess. When we brought Luca home from the hospital, he went into a seizure, and we nearly lost him. A cold rage erupted within Calypso, an invisible killing intent radiating from her tiny body. You should have told me sooner. If I had known, I wouldn't have let that bastard off with such a light punishment. It is all right. Ilya smiled gently. He has fully recovered. As a mother, when we are angry, we are ready to do anything. Any parent would feel the same. Even the Duke, who has lived in seclusion for so long, stepped forward for his daughter, did he not? Regardless, the next head of the killer whale family will be you, Princess. I am truly looking forward to it. Hearing this, Calypso fell into a state of utter panic. Oh my God, how dare I tell her I have absolutely zero intention of becoming the family head. In this life, I just want a peaceful existence. A while later, after Ilya had left, I am so exhausted. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out from behind her. Everything is settled. It seems you succeeded. I need to have a word with you. Calypso closed her eyes. The moment of reckoning had finally arrived. Her efforts to avoid this for so long had ultimately failed. The Duke continued, his tone serious. First, we must address how we address each other. You mean, the fact that I deceived you, father? Calypso whispered. You knew I was your father, didn't you? Yes, the little girl admitted. I knew from the very beginning. Then why pretend otherwise? Calypso gritted her teeth, a chaotic stream of thoughts churning in her mind. From today on, the relationship between her and this man would never be the same. So, who will be my guardian now? I am the center of attention now. I will face countless conspiracies and assassination attempts. Belos might even be the first to strike. Calm down. Everything was going so well. Why did it suddenly turn out like this? But, father went to the disciplinary committee and took my side. He even protected me during the meeting. He did all of that voluntarily. In all 3 of my past lives, I have never felt this desperate. I will ask you only one thing. The Duke interrupted her train of thought. Is the father you often speak of the ideal figure you have always longed for? That question pierced straight into her memories like a needle. The image of her father from the old world, before she transmigrated here, flashed before her eyes. Calypso bowed her head, her voice dejected. No, my father was actually someone like that. I see, the Duke replied curtly. What are you saying? How could you possibly understand? Calypso felt a wave of self-pity rising within her. I really want to go home, to my real home, where my family is waiting. Just punish me, father, she said, her voice accepting her fate. In that case, he interrupted, from now on, I will become the father you desire. Is that acceptable? Calypso's fists clenched tight. Damn it, I can't trust anything uncertain anymore. It was precisely because of that uncertainty that I had to watch this world burn. And what about the years you abandoned me? If I hadn't come looking for you myself, would you have gone your whole life without ever remembering me? Why did you do it? Why? Pier sighed heavily. Here we go again. It seems my words are wasted on you. Calypso flinched. Are you angry, father? No. I'm asking for your permission, until the 4 of us are reunited. I want you to acknowledge me as your father. In the meantime, you can keep calling me master if you wish. The girl hesitated. The truth was, she didn't hate him. I've spent so long resenting so many people. I just don't have the energy left to resent you too. Thank you for making me stronger. But deep down, I only have one father in my heart. That love is too great. Nothing can ever replace it. Finally, she spoke, her voice tinged with a childish pout. Honestly, you're always so bossy, doing whatever you want. That is the nature of a killer whale. Pier replied. A selfish creature that cares only for the prey it has chosen. We still have time. Until then, if you'll allow it, I will continue to be your guardian. But if you don't want that, I will walk away. Seeing the complicated look on her face, he wondered, is she going to reject me? Perhaps. If this 3-year-old doesn't take a step forward, our bond will be severed forever. Suddenly, Calypso reached out and grabbed Pier's hand. Swear it. If your feelings will truly never change, then swear it to the sea. That is a life-binding oath. There's no way he'll do it. But even if he refuses, I won't be disappointed. She continued aloud. It's too difficult, isn't it? If that's the case, then Pier squeezed her small hand tight. His voice cut through the air, steel-hard and solemn. I, Pier Uccello, vow to become the father of Calypso Uccello. This vow shall last until my death. I stake the name of the sea itself as witness to this oath. He finished, looking down at her with a gaze full of unspoken weight. Now, what should I do? The oath of the sea is a sacred pact among the merfolk. It can never be broken. If I break it, I lose everything. This crazy killer whale, Calypso screamed internally. He's asking me what to do in a situation like this. But then, a warm sense of safety washed over her. This is good. It means I finally have a solid guardian. I won't ask why he abandoned me in the past anymore. No, I don't want to know. She looked up, beaming with a radiant smile. I will trust in your sincerity, Master. So, may I continue to call you Master? Pier frowned slightly, his voice heavy with an indescribable sorrow. Why have you never called me by my name? Or anything else? A flash of frustration crossed his face. This cold decisiveness of yours, it's nothing like me. Calypso replied calmly, her gaze unwavering. Perhaps I take after Mother. Seeing his reaction, she smiled inwardly. This is my chance. She seized the moment, her voice laced with a carefully hidden desperation. Master, please grant me one wish. I want to attend the Dragon Festival. Calypso beamed. Pier stared at her intently, and after a moment of silence, he nodded. Very well, I agree. Really? Calypso couldn't hide her excitement. Yes. I will listen to your request. But don't you forget this promise. The day I truly earn your recognition, you must stop calling me Master. Calypso's eyes flickered away for a second, but she quickly replied, her voice firm. Of course. That afternoon, watching Calypso walk away, Pier sank into deep thought. He realized she was no ordinary child. She was a born warrior, skillful in every interaction. And yet, that was the first time she had ever looked at him with such longing. That's right. It means that, until now, she never expected anything from me. Can a 3-year-old really be this calculating? Yet, the reason he agreed so instantly was simple. He had sensed the soft, feather-light vulnerability hidden behind her tough exterior. When did she lower her guard and let me in? If she hadn't, I couldn't explain that unusual rage I felt that day. His thoughts were interrupted by Calypso's clear voice. Knock, knock. Master, may I come in? I just finished my training. She stepped inside, asking curiously. By the way, Master, the training intensity has been increasing lately. Is it because of your mood? It is, Pier admitted bluntly. Calypso was speechless at his honesty. She took a deep breath, then asked the question that had been weighing on her mind. Master, can I ask you something? Do you love me as your daughter? Pier remained silent for a long time, his eyes like a bottomless abyss. Did I ask something stupid? Calypso thought, her heart tightening. Finally, he spoke, his voice hoarse. I don't know what love is. I figured as much. Calypso replied, her voice void of disappointment. In fact, she sounded perfectly calm. Actually, even if you claim to know nothing of love, I still have the oath of the sea as proof. What did you just say? Pier flinches. I'm just kidding. Just a joke, Master, don't panic. Calypso quickly waves her hands, grinning mischievously. I don't expect much anyway. I don't expect you to love me like a normal father. So, I think we should build a mutually beneficial relationship, protecting each other when needed, worrying when the other gets hurt. That's enough for me. We'll make excellent partners, right, Master? Time flies, and the day of departure draws near. Oh my God. I can't believe I'm actually going to the Dragon Festival. Calypso cheers silently in her heart. 2 days ago, Pier delivered the news. Your trip to the Dragon Festival has been approved. Leaving is only a matter of time. The Dragon Festival. The Empire's grandest annual event, held in the City of Dragons to honor the dragon race and their great guardian deity, the Dragon Duke. According to the original plot, at the end of Volume 3, the Dragon Duke opens a spatial gate. But I have no idea how it actually works. That's why I need to find a way to approach him naturally at the festival and figure it out. If I get the chance, I'll try to get close to him, maybe even live with him if possible. In my past life, I was imprisoned and had to wait until I was 10 years old for an opportunity. But in this life, thanks to Pier, I've not only gained official recognition for my power and reputation, but I've also been approved for this crucial journey. As expected, this father of mine is actually quite useful. Lost in thought by the fountain, Calypso suddenly startles at a rustling sound from the nearby bushes. Two boys, Luca and Luba, burst out with leaves still stuck in their hair, shouting in unison, "Princess! Princess!" Nearby, Belos, her eldest brother, stands leaning against a tree with arms crossed. He watches with amused eyes, lips curling slightly. Calypso Acquiadello. Calypso looks up, surprised to see the White Whale brothers. Luca speaks first. "Princess, our parents asked us to send their regards to you." Luba chimes in immediately. "And they also want to invite you to come play at our house." Realizing what's going on, Calypso lets out a sigh of relief. "Scared me to death." She smiles, patting Luca's head. "You're too cute, so I'll let it slide." All right. Seeing this, Luba's eyes light up. "Princess, me too." Unlike Luba's innocence, Luca, who has faced life and death, seems to have a bit more depth. He bows his head, thinking silently. The princess is still hesitating. After a moment, he looks up with a smile. "Princess, you're not coming to our house, are you?" Your face says it all. How are these kids so sharp? Calypso flinches, then sighs involuntarily. As expected, the White Whale clan is incredibly smart and sensitive. Luca continues thoughtfully. "I'm worried I might fall for you. Because you are such a good person, princess." "That's right, the princess is the best," Luba immediately agrees. Calypso squints, smiling. "Don't say that. I'm not a good person. If I were truly kind," she thinks, "I would have shouldered the responsibility of your family's successor, instead of secretly planning to run away like this." Facing the crystal-clear eyes of the two brothers, Calypso suddenly feels a pang of guilt. She turns away, and a thought suddenly flashes through her mind. Wait a minute. If I publicly support Asenro as the successor, she imagines her foolish brother asking in shock, "Me?" Then the Beluga family will definitely side with him. Hey. The giggling of the brothers pulls Calypso back to reality. Luba points at her forehead. "Princess, your forehead is all wrinkled up." Hey. Luca laughs along. "My mom gets like that sometimes too." Calypso exhales sharply. "This is exactly why I don't want to catch feelings. It's too troublesome." She stands up. "Let's head back. Class is probably about to start." "Ah, I forgot." Luba gasps. "Luba, you really are a dummy," Luca teases. Luca reaches out his hand. "Princess, hold my hand." Luba extends his too. Me too. The boy's actions make Calypso break into a sweat. "Can't we just walk normally?" Belos, Calypso's eldest brother, steps out from behind the wall, his face clearly showing amusement. Just as she prepares to leave, a deep, familiar voice, one that sends shivers down her spine, rings out. "Calypso Acquiadello." Calypso freezes. She turns her head, scanning the area. Seeing this, Luca and Luba look around curiously as well. "Can you two go ahead?" Calypso turns to them. "I suddenly have something to take care of." After the brothers leave, Calypso walks to the corner where the voice came from. "Are you looking for me?" Belos glances over, replying indifferently. "That's right. Did you sense my presence?" Calypso clenches her fists, her face hardening. "I don't know why you're here, but keep it short. What do you want?" "I just want to talk to you." Belos looks hesitant. "Why are you so defensive? Talk?" Calypso maintains her stance, eyes full of wariness. "Your way of talking has never involved just words before. Not this time." Belos shakes his head, stepping toward her. "Calypso, think rationally. There is no way I would start a fight with you in a place like this." Others might believe him, but not Calypso. She knows this man too well. If he wanted to fight, he'd just change the location. "How can I trust why you're really here? It's not about that. I only make a move when victory is already in the palm of my hand." She gripped her skirt tightly, frantically calculating. Is my current power enough to take Belos down? Even if I win, escaping this place would be a nightmare. I can't push past my limits here at the primary education center. Sensing Calypso's tension, Belos's voice dropped, laced with cold scrutiny. "You speak as if you've known me inside out for a very long time." Without warning, a spiraling pillar of water erupted from the ground. The violent gale forced Calypso to squint against the pressure. Invisible pressure from the raging hydropower swirled around Belos, yet he stood with arms crossed, casual, immovable as a rock in the eye of the storm. "I don't make a habit of wasting energy on meaningless battles. Well, except for that last time," Belos continued, his tone terrifyingly flat. "Why do you think I'm some sort of warmonger?" Calypso ground her teeth, screaming internally. "This lunatic, is he planning to drown the whole place with that water?" Seeing her silence, Belos stroked his chin, feigning deep thought. "Strange. Of all the people I've crushed, I don't recall anyone as stubborn as you, beaten half to death yet still loud-mouthed. Was there anyone like that?" Meanwhile, Calypso silently analyzed the fact that Belos had never caused trouble within the academy. What does that imply? Belos is still pretending to search his memory. He's deliberately dodging this mental chess match. Calypso realized helplessly. The moment the thought crossed her mind, Belos instantly retracted all his hydropower, his attitude flipping 180 degrees. Even grandmother doesn't know I enjoy combat. There's no reason for me to make a stupid mistake right here. So, I really have no intention of fighting you. See? I've already withdrawn my power. But the walls around Calypso's heart didn't lower an inch. I don't believe a word you say. Get to the point and get out of my sight. Silence filled the air for a moment before Belos burst out laughing. The collapse of the Bayan family is a golden opportunity for me. You're weaker than me, so eliminating you now would be very beneficial. But Calypso, I truly care about you. His words dripped with concern, but the sinister smirk on his lips made Calypso feel nothing but ridicule. No matter how much I prove myself, in his eyes, I'm just a small fry who can't control her own power. Clearly, I'm not the one he cares about. His target is definitely father. Seeing through Belos's scheme, she retorted sharply, I don't need your concern. The person you're actually interested in isn't me, but father, right? Belos raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise. Why would you think that? It's not that I don't care about Pier Aquadello, but I don't have a father, do I? What an immoral jerk. Calypso mentally rolled her eyes. Her reaction seemed to test Belos's patience. He sighed. We're just going in circles. Fine, I'll give it to you straight. I want to observe you. And when the time is right, I will support you as my successor. Suddenly, Belos dropped to one knee, looking up at her with unbelievable sincerity. Your performance at the family meeting, it truly impressed me. That's why I sought you out, to see if you are worthy of my support. What you did commanded a bit of respect. Seizing the moment, Calypso reached out and gripped his wrist tight. Is that so? Listen closely, big brother. With a radiant smile, she squeezed his hand. By the way, I have a secret to whisper to you. Come a little closer? Sure, Belos replied, though he was inwardly surprised. What is this power? The moment he leaned in, the energy in Calypso's hand detonated. Her voice turned ice cold. Cut the crap, eldest brother. If you're innocent, swear it to the sea. Belos smirked, eyes gleaming with amusement. You really are sharp. He gently pried her hand away, his tone mocking. But, is that it? Too shallow. Instantly, a fist wrapped in hydropower tore through the air, aiming straight for her face. Thanks to combat experience from countless regressions, Calypso leaned back, dodging the punch by a hair's breadth. Ugh. Immediately, she threw up both hands, grabbing the hydrosphere and using her own power to shatter it. Belos's attack vanished, but Calypso's hands were red and stinging. She clicked her tongue. Damn it. I planned to snap his wrist, but this tiny body just can't handle it. Opposite her, Belos casually recalled the remaining energy. See? Useless. Calypso puffed out her cheeks in defiance. What an overgrown man-child. One little provocation and he throws a punch. Before she could finish the thought, Belos abruptly changed the subject. I heard you're going to the Dragon Festival this year. Calypso's heart skipped a beat. No way. Is he so close to grandmother that he knows everything she knows? This is a direct request from Pier Aquadello. He clenched his fist, muttering, How interesting. His words hammered into Calypso's mind. Please, let my prediction be wrong. I'll be going with you, Belos declares, his eyes gleaming with malicious curiosity. I want to know exactly why you're so interested in that place. Why the hell is he going there? Calypso's jaw drops. The look in Belos's eyes sends a chill straight down her spine. I'm dead. That gaze. It's the exact same look he had when he beat me until I bled. He's the type of sicko who gets off on sabotaging his opponents. This is big trouble. Before her anxiety can even settle, Belos drops another bomb. Oh, and one more thing, Calypso. Calypso clutches her head as a wave of panic crashes over her. She knows what's coming. Let me guess. Grandmother is summoning me. Inside Ukila's office, the family head is scribbling away with a quill pen. The matriarch's residence is nothing short of a massive, opulent fortress. Stepping inside, Calypso can't help but scan her surroundings. The interior is drowning in jet black, accented by cold, silver-white details. It screams authority just like a killer whale, the symbol of their clan. Calypso opens the office door and bows with perfect aristocratic etiquette. Greetings, grandmother. I was told you summoned me. Ukila looks up and clicks her tongue in disdain. Tsk. Still just a mediocre little brat. Summoned just to be insulted? Calypso suppresses her rising anger. Did she drag me here just to pick a fight? Ukila stands up, her tone dripping with sarcasm. I didn't realize how tiny you were during the family meeting. Or were you just cowering in fear like a little rice cake back then? Calypso keeps her smile plastered on, but internally, she's screaming. You wicked old hag. Ukila grabs a stack of documents and steps out from behind her desk. Sit down. I called you here because I found something quite interesting. As Calypso climbs into the chair opposite her, the killing intent in Ukila's eyes suddenly spikes. I want to discuss what happened at your residence. I hear you requested an investigation into the qualifications and treatment of the successors. To put it bluntly, you want to report the maids for abusing you, correct? Calypso is speechless. That happened ages ago. Why does she care now? Is it because I was finally recognized at the family meeting? Is that why everything is changing? With that thought, she answers clearly. Yes, that is correct. The children there were given meager rations and forced to live in squalor. There was no one else my age at the time. Ukila keeps her eyes glued to the documents. What is your point? They all died. Are you trying to say you're the only survivor? Calypso places a hand over her heart, correcting her firmly. No, grandmother. I am saying that I survived because it was me. She looks her grandmother dead in the eye, her voice turning to steel. You demanded fair competition to select the strongest individuals, yet that facility failed to provide equal starting conditions. If a child dies because their rights were stolen and they were tortured, that isn't competition. That is a massacre, grandmother. Ukila finally lifts her head to look at her, but Calypso isn't finished yet. In fact, she thinks, the records show most children sent there died before age 3. Isn't that just infanticide? But perhaps to you, that doesn't matter at all. Ukila lazily picks her ear, feigning indifference, but Calypso presses on. Her voice is sharp as a knife. If every report claims they died of weakness, how can we possibly distinguish the truth from the lies? No one knows what hidden talents those deceased children might have possessed. It is highly likely you missed out on valuable talent. In other words, that maid took it upon herself to damage the family's precious assets. Hearing the word assets, Ukila nods slightly, her eyes thoughtful. It worked. Calypso smiles inwardly. She reacted. I just need one more decisive blow. But her plan is brutally interrupted. The office door bursts open with a deafening crash. B suddenly appears, his massive shadow stretching across the floor. Sorry to intrude, mother. Calypso spins around, cold sweat breaking out. Father, why are you here right now? Ukila glares, her voice trembling with rage, barging into my office. This is the height of disrespect. Where did you learn such insolence? I learned it from you, mother, B retorts without hesitation. Ukila sneers. Has rotting in that house made you lose your mind? What can a little fish possibly learn? B remains unfazed. From its parents, obviously. Trapped between two crushing auras, Calypso wishes she had a bucket of popcorn and a pair of 3D glasses. Master, you're doing great. A show this good really deserves some popcorn. But the entertainment doesn't last long. When words fail, Ukila resorts to power. The air around her thickens. I asked nicely, yet you remain this stubborn. A blade of pressurized water shoots out, grazing Calypso and making her cough violently. Cough! Wait, she's using water magic inside the office? Before she can recover, the suspended stream of water accelerates, shooting straight at Calypso. Her eyes widen in horror as she falls backward instinctively. A desperate question screams in her mind. Why me? A loud boom echoes. Calypso slowly opens her eyes, but the agonizing pain she expected never comes. Standing like a titan before her, B has stopped Ukila's violent torrent of water with his bare hand. With a single crush of his hand, the hydraulic force shattered into a million glittering droplets, before vanishing into thin air. Father had completely absorbed and neutralized grandmother's power. If you need to vent your anger, take it out on me, Beer roared. His voice dripped with fury. Were you seriously planning to kill your own granddaughter? I knew you would step in to stop it, Ukila replied calmly, as if the entire scene had been part of her calculation all along. That is precisely why this child is so spoiled she knows no manners. She shifted her gaze toward Calypso. My. It's been ages since I found a whale that actually interests me. I've decided I shall cherish and nurture this one. Don't make me laugh, Calypso thought, gritting her teeth in rage at Ukila's shamelessness. Just seconds ago, you were trying to kill me. Enough. Everyone, sit down. Ukila waved her hand and slumped back into her chair. Now, what is the reason you came rushing here? Beer took a seat right next to Calypso. If you summon my daughter, then as her guardian, it is only natural that I be present. Who knows what might happen if I let her go alone? Unbelievable, Ukila sighed. Wipe that sweat off your face before you speak to me. My dear son, you rushed here so frantically, you can barely breathe. Ignoring the beads of sweat rolling down his neck, Beer replied curtly, I did not run. But Calypso knew the truth, and a warm feeling spread through her heart. Father ran all this way. Just for me? As if out of habit, Beer pulled her into his embrace, his voice full of concern. Are you hurt anywhere? I'm fine, father. She shook her head. Even you must think your daughter is adorable, don't you? Ukila asked idly. Beer remained silent. Fine then. Ukila's tone shifted. Back to the main issue. As her guardian, I will ask for your opinion as well. We are discussing the punishment for the maid who abused my granddaughter. What do you think I should do with her? Wait, what is grandmother talking about? Calypso's eyes widened. Shouldn't she investigate and verify the facts first? Why jump straight to discussing punishment? And why ask father about this? She unconsciously tightened her grip on Beer's shirt, assuming his reaction would just be a dismissive do whatever you want. But Calypso was wrong. Kill her, Beer said, his voice colder than polar ice. Father? Calypso looked up in confusion, but immediately bowed her head in panic when she saw the terrifying look on his face. Beer stared straight at Yukila, his gaze unwavering. Give me full authority to handle this. Aquel Roomie had always considered herself the most pitiful person in the world. She treated everyone well, yet they always shunned her simply because she was a pufferfish beastkin. Memories of a recent brawl flooded back to her. You just badmouthed pufferfish beastkin, didn't you? I heard everything, Roomie screamed, lunging to attack another maid. Screams and attempts to stop the fight filled the air. You're the one who shifted the blame to me. Because of you, I got fired, the other maid sobbed. After the incident, everyone gathered to comfort the victim, leaving Roomie standing all alone. Roomie really is a freak, someone whispered. Shh, keep it down. She can hear you. Roomie felt no remorse. Why am I the only one being criticized? She didn't catch the ceramic vase either. She never realized that the reason people shunned her wasn't her race, but her extreme, utter selfishness. Eventually, Roomie became a nanny at a childcare facility. As she looked at the innocent children, her gaze grew cold. My life is already a failure, yet their futures are so bright. A toxic, poisonous jealousy began to take root. At first, she hesitated. But soon, snuffing out the lives of these weak children became a habit. Until one day, a child appeared with the distinctive black and white hair of the killer whale lineage, Calypso Aquadello, direct lineage of the clan. Your future will shine brighter than anyone else's, won't it? That's right. Calypso's clear voice answered her internal thought. Roomie flinched, and suddenly, a horrific memory flooded her mind. A memory she absolutely should not have possessed. Someone pouring scalding water on me. My head is burning. Hot, it's so hot. Roomie screamed instinctively, then gasped for air, realizing her screams were meaningless. Calypso stood there holding a teacup, an innocent, puzzled look on her face. What is the matter? It is only warm water. You see? I am still very much alive. Lady, Calypso? Roomie stammered. Yes, it is me. Wait. Is this? No. What are you mumbling about? Calypso smiled, a smile that sent a chill down Roomie's spine. It does not matter if you don't remember. Because I remember the last 10 years perfectly, and if you still can't recall, there is someone very talented who will help you remember. What? Wait a minute. Calypso set the cup down and turned to walk away. The wretch, who fed me rotten food, poured scalding water on me, and deliberately pushed me down the stairs, deserves to taste every bit of the suffering I endured. What the hell is this? 10 years of memories? Is this brat mocking me, framing people over some petty grudge? As if reading Roomie's mind, Calypso paused at the doorway. Roomie, you are blaming others again, aren't you? Oh my. The perpetrator may forget, but the victim will remember until the very end. With those final words, she opened the door and stepped out, leaving Roomie collapsing in sheer panic behind her. In the vast hallway, Beer asked, Did you say everything you needed to say? Yes, father. That maid will be sentenced as a serial killer. For the next 10 years, she won't have a single day of peace. Calypso tugged at his coat, asking hesitantly, Master, don't you find it strange? Talking about 10 years of memories. Don't you think I seem unlike a normal child? Bayer stops, tilting his head to look at her. Sensing the depth in his gaze, Calypso quickly looks away. He doesn't press her. Instead, he quietly places a hand on her head, his voice unexpectedly warm and gentle. Even as a child, you still feel pain. That alone is reason enough to make those who hurt you pay the price. He uses his water magic to gently lift her into the air. I have no intention of forcing you to explain anything. Bayer pulls her into a hug, whispering, I told you. From now on, I am your father. The anxiety in Calypso's heart vanishes. She smiles, letting out a sigh of relief. If I'd known it would be like this, I should have found you and clung to you sooner, master. Hypotheticals don't matter now, Bayer replies, his hand still stroking her hair. Calypso bursts out laughing and starts teasing him. That sounds like something an irresponsible gambler would say. Next time I won't bet? I'll do better, that sort of thing? Bayer sighs, his voice dripping with unconcealed resignation. I don't even know how low your faith in me has dropped. Just like that, father and daughter walk slowly together, their shadows stretching long across the corridor. The investigation into Roomie wraps up in a mere 3 days, and Calypso knows perfectly well that her grandmother's power is the reason why. She recalls the conversation from that day. After hearing Bayer's explanation, Ukila was stunned. You want full authority? She eyed her son with a judgmental look. Isn't that obvious? Clean up this mess quickly. Consider it the price for daring to barge into my office. Then, Ukula suddenly points a finger at Calypso, making her jump. Hey, little rice cake, why do you want to go to the Dragon Festival? That was when Calypso gave an answer that thoroughly amused her grandmother. According to the servants, only land animals are invited to the Dragon Festival. Is that right? She began. It's a place to honor the Empire's guardian deity, yet strangely, there's no room for elite aquatic beastkin like us. So, I have to go there, and make them witness our greatness with their own eyes. Hearing this, Ukila burst into crisp, hearty laughter. Huh, very good. I won't take back my permission. When do you leave? In a week. Go earlier. Get there and crush the arrogance of those land dwellers for me. Ukila waves her hand dismissively. All right, everyone get out. Bayer picks up Calypso and leaves without hesitation, but just as they reach the door, Ukila's voice rings out again. Wait. One more thing, little pebble. Calypso turns her head curiously. Ukila leans back on the sofa, her sharp gaze locking onto the girl. Survive until the day I call your name with my own lips. Don't worry, mother. Bayer cuts in, his voice unusually dark. I will protect her at all costs. Ukila raises an eyebrow. Oh God, stop giving me goosebumps and get lost. She snaps, and the door slams shut. Afterward, we handed the investigation over to Professor Lila and decided on Roomie's punishment. I'm so sorry, Miss Lila, Calypso thinks to herself. When Bayer approached Lila, she was completely blindsided. You're telling me to finish this in 3 days? This brings back terrible memories of my time as a grad school research assistant. Bayer looks puzzled. Wasn't that a worthy job? Professor Lila just tilts her head. Lord Bayer, you really don't know anything, do you? Calypso sits by the window, gazing at the scenery outside. Sigh. Finally, the day has come. Tomorrow, I head to the Dragon City. Ikina, the first dragon to appear in the Empire. The city is named after her, the creature who became the guardian deity after marrying the first emperor. They had 2 children. The one with the lion's bloodline ascended the throne as emperor, while the one with the dragon's bloodline was titled Duke. Since then, the Dragon Duke, carrying the royal bloodline, was expected to live a life of luxury and fulfillment, but the reality is a nightmare. In a dilapidated mansion far from the palace, a maid stands with a face drained of all color. No, it wasn't supposed to be like this. She trembles as she carries the food tray, her steps heavy. This is awful. I was so happy when I was chosen to serve the Dragon Duke's family, but then he called me in and said there was a job only I could do. The butler's warnings echo in her ears, and she can't stop the tears from falling. Servants and maids in that place must act as if they don't exist. It is best not to breathe a word about what you see or hear, unless you want to be torn to shreds. Who would have thought the famous Dragon Duke wouldn't live in his castle, but instead hide away in a desolate place like this, like a true monster? The maid trembles as she pulls the bell cord, stuttering. The meal is ready? Immediately, the sound of furniture crashing violently echoes from inside. She bites her lip, her face pale. The moment the door bursts open, her heart stops. Clang! The tray slips from her hands, shattering on the floor. Ah! I'm sorry, she screams in terror. In a blind panic, the maid turns and flees, screaming, Help me! The door stands wide open. A massive shadow looms over the spilled food. But it is a small hand that reaches out to grab a chunk of meat. Ignoring the shards and sauce clinging to it, the blue-haired boy opens his mouth and takes a massive bite. In the silent room, the only sound left is his ravenous chewing. The next day. Today is the scheduled departure for the City of Dragons, yet the only reason I'm still lingering at school is, Princess! Princess! Calypso turns around. Because I have to say my final goodbyes. Luca asks anxiously, Princess, are you really planning to join the festival? Luba chimes in, You're going to the Dragon Festival? Calypso waves her hand dismissively. That's right, it's almost time to depart, so I have to jet. Honestly, in my current mood, I could even smile and wave at that jerk Karen. She thinks to herself. The boys continue. Princess, if that's the case, let's have lunch together, okay? Luba rests his head on her hand, begging for a head pat. Yeah, Luca agrees. Lunch? Calypso sighs. I have to say goodbye and leave immediately. I can't eat with you guys. Her hand lingers, regretfully brushing through Luba's soft hair. This might be the last time. It's a real shame, Princess. Luca senses her unusual silence. Luba grips her hand tighter. Oh, right. Princess, my mom said you absolutely have to visit our house sometime. Okay? Calypso remains silent. Princess? Luca calls out again. Finally, she responds. I'll think about it. If I return safely. Goodbye. With that, she turns to walk away. Luca suddenly grabs her hand, his voice trembling on the verge of tears. Princess, are you never coming back here again? Calypso smiles, but gives no answer. Smart kids are always painfully sharp. She gently pulls her hand away, flashes a bright, beaming smile, and waves one last time. Tears begin to roll down Luca and Luba's cheeks. Their crying gets louder and louder, but it isn't enough to halt Calypso's steps. Luca. Luba. The time we spent together was truly fun. The carriage wheels begin to roll. Just like that, I sit in the carriage, heading to the Dragon City, lost in serious thought. Inside the luxurious vehicle, Calypso tilts her head, staring out the window. Even me. If I jumped out of a carriage moving at this speed, I'd probably die, right? Why am I even thinking about this? The reason is simple. The atmosphere inside this carriage is so suffocating it's making me sweat bullets. She turns to Pier, testing the waters. Master, today is already the third day. Can I please move to the other carriage and sit with the maids and nanny? Absolutely not. He answers instantly. What? Talk about a dictator, Dad. Calypso mentally rolls her eyes, then clings to his arm, acting spoiled. But for a child like me, staying with a nanny is much better for emotional development, you know? Pier replies indifferently. Isn't it actually better for a child's emotions to have their parents by their side? Knowing she can't win, Calypso spins away and lets out a long, dramatic sigh. Respecting a child's freedom is also a crucial role of a parent. Master, you need to distinguish clearly between freedom and negligence, between being genuine and being abandoned, Pier retorts. Rich words coming from someone who abandoned his daughter for 3 years. Touché. Calypso couldn't resist the jab. The moment the words leave her mouth, the air in the carriage drops into dead silence. Calypso glances sideways at Bellows, who is sitting silently in the corner. All this suffocation is entirely because of his presence. Why on earth is he following me? Instead of cleaning up the remnants of the Bayan clan, he chose to stick to me like glue. Grandma gave permission, so I can't even do anything about it. Suddenly, a hand pinches her cheek. Didn't you personally ask me to become your father? From now on, I'm going to put in the effort, Pier says. Huh? When did I ever say that? If you keep doing this, even I might start stuttering. Pier continues to tease her. Naturally. Let go. Calypso angrily swats his hand away. I actually thought you would cry and call out, Master, the moment you were born, Pier says, making a cooing face like he's soothing a newborn. Who's a good baby? Ah, stop doing that, Calypso screams. This is the role of a father. Thud. The book in Bellos's hands suddenly slams shut. His voice comes out low and dangerous, every word like a needle aimed straight at Pier. Are you abusing that child? Sir Pier, a man powerful enough to rival a clan head. Laughing. Do you have some sort of sick hobby? Calypso freezes. What the hell is this guy doing? Is this brat trying to pick a fight? She glances at Pier, mentally reassuring herself. It's fine. Dad is a grown adult. He won't be provoked that easily. See? He's quietly pulling his hand back. But she was dead wrong. Pier slowly stands up, his face darkening like a thundercloud, killing intent flooding the entire carriage. You want to have a race with me to see who's faster, kid? Turns out, Dad isn't a proper adult at all. Calypso's eyes pop out of her head. What is this deadly atmosphere? My intuition is screaming that something bad is about to happen. If you two are going to fight, take it outside. Calypso quickly speaks up, switching her tone to one of deep sadness. If someone dies, remember to bury them in the dirt so they aren't found right away. She twirls a lock of hair, sighing heavily. But I really, really wanted to go to the Dragon Festival. If someone dies from fighting and causes a scene, I probably won't be able to go anymore, right? She lifts her head, eyes sharp as daggers, clenching her fist. And that would be incredibly boring. Listen, both of you, if I say this much and it still doesn't work, I'm moving to Misa's carriage. She makes a silent vow. Silence engulfs the carriage once more. This time, it carries a tension that has been barely smoothed over. Calypso sighs in relief. The journey continues in an incredibly awkward quiet. Bellos reopens his book, Pier stares thoughtfully out the window, and Calypso feels utterly miserable. Silence is golden, but this atmosphere is absolutely hateful. Every tiny sound is amplified enough to make my skin crawl. Suddenly, mocking voices from the past echo in her mind. That's the woman from the West Sea, right? Yeah, she smells fishy. Shh, she'll hear us. Maybe because we're nearing their territory, these nasty memories are resurfacing. She sighs. Gotta change the mood. Master, she calls out. What is the Dragon Festival like? Never been. Pia replies bluntly. Then surely you've been to other festivals? Pia hesitates. Went a lot as a kid, maybe twice as an adult. What were they like? No different from the Killer Whale Clan's festivals. Just fighting and lots of death. Calypso is stunned. Are we talking about the same thing? The festival father mentioned. Isn't that where he beat a polar bear, took down a 50-year-old great white shark, and handled a venomous fox? All fighting. What kind of festival is that? The important thing is I won, Pia declares proudly. Calypso looks away, teasingly. Of course you won. Master is the pride of the clan, after all. Silence again. Why did you stop talking, father? Sulking? Calypso turns back to his stoic face. Master, are you, perhaps? I embarrassed? I don't know. Never felt that before. Pia answers stiffly. Normal people call that being shy. You're embarrassed, aren't you? I don't know. Just then, Bellows chimes in like he's been waiting for this. Duels are officially allowed at the Dragon Festival. Tch, I wanted to tease father a bit more. Calypso glares at him. Bellows smiles and continues. So, powerful creatures enjoy the festival in a very different way. Want to hear more? Go ahead. Calypso feigns interest. I've only heard rumors about that place. Since I became the head, relations with the land dwellers have been terrible. Attending their festival is like walking into a trap, if you want to enjoy it fully. Bellows strokes his chin, his smile turning sly. Then mimic the prey. A stumbling octopus would suit you perfectly. He snaps his fingers. Snap. Her anger flares. Calypso is about to lunge when Pia holds her back. Master, let me go. My fist just wants to caress Big Brother a little. Calm down. You can't kill him with your water punch anyway. Sit still. Master is taking his side? Calypso tears up. Of course not. Pia replies. His fist clenches, killing intent rising. I'll kill him. One hit is enough. No, you can't. Now it's Calypso holding him back. Not good. Gotta defuse this situation. If we go to the Dragon Festival, will we meet the Dragon Duke? She quickly changes the subject. Pia startles. I'm not sure. What? Calypso asks urgently. Bellows explains. The current Dragon Duke hasn't shown his face in public since birth. A dragon festival without the dragon? Calypso collapses. What is this? That's like the killer whale mansion without a single killer whale. Meanwhile, at the Acquiadello mansion, in a dark room. I told you to eliminate dangerous sprouts early. Ryson smiles, eyes crinkling, but his words send chills down the spine. The order to kill Pia's daughter was given, correct? What's so hard about removing a little grandchild? Yet you failed, and only my son suffered humiliation. I expect no mistakes this time. A hesitant voice speaks up. Lord Ryson, but this time, Lord Pia is with her. No matter, the old man replies firmly. If everything goes to plan, I'm not sure about Pia, but that little lady will absolutely not return alive. On a deserted trail, the carriage speeds forward. Inside the luxurious carriage, disappointment floods Calypso's mind. So boring. She thinks, a grand dragon festival, without the main character, the Dragon Duke, things have gone off the rails. I was too confident, she sighs softly, tired eyes turning to Bellows. Big brother, you said the Dragon Duke has never appeared, right? The only info I have is that he craves a peaceful life. Given that personality, ignoring official events makes sense. Suddenly, Bellows flinches, sharp eyes scanning the side. Killing intent, he hisses internally. At the same time, Pia, silent until now, whispers in a deep, steady voice, they're here. The moment the words leave his lips, a terrifying force slams into the carriage. Despite being made of high-grade materials, the carriage shakes violently and tips over. Amidst the chaos, Pia moves just one step. His sturdy arms wrap around Calypso, leaning against the carriage wall as if lounging on a sofa. Crazy. Traffic accidents in this era? Or is this an attack on me? Calypso curses silently, but falls quiet when she sees Pia's strangely calm face. No, father, what are you doing? How are you as comfortable as if you're in your bedroom? Are you seriously enjoying this pose? As if reading her mind, Pier spoke softly, his voice steady and calm. Let them come to us. Calypso immediately peeked through the shattered window, her curiosity piqued. Oh, let's see here. What kind of lunatic would dare attack this carriage? The moment the thought crossed her mind, Pier barely moved a finger. Instantly, a massive column of water erupted from nowhere. A deafening boom echoed, followed immediately by blood-curdling screams. Pfft, hearing those pathetic wails. They really are fools digging their own graves, she thought coldly, as the water column dissipated. The two assassins, losing their support, fell limp to the ground with two heavy, sickening thuds. Pier rested one hand on the carriage door, while keeping a tight grip on Calypso with the other. He stepped out casually, walking right into the middle of the masked assassins, who were now hesitating in fear. Just then, the rest of the entourage caught up. Lord Pier, Princess, a servant called out in panic. The three Herring tribe maids also poked their heads out of their carriage, asking hurriedly, Princess, are you all right? He continued, breathless. I was terrified when I saw your carriage under attack. All right, as long as everyone is safe, Calypso thought to herself. She turned to Pier. Master, you can put me down now, can't you? You are safer by my side, Pier replied. But my maids and nanny can protect me just fine. Wouldn't that be safe enough? She argued cleverly. This time, Pier had no reason to refuse. He reluctantly handed her over to Misa, who was standing nearby. Misa hugged Calypso tightly, her eyes welling up with tears. Princess, aren't you scared? I'm fine. Father is here, after all. Calypso reassured her, but deep down, she felt a bit awkward. That look in Misa's eyes, it made her heart feel all fuzzy and strange. It wasn't that she hated it, she just didn't know how to react. She asked somewhat shyly, "Is anyone hurt?" "No, my lady. We are all safe," Misa replied. The three Herring sisters also waved their arms and legs, signaling that they were completely healthy. "Is that so?" Calypso flashed a mischievous smile. "Then let's enjoy the show." Understanding her intent, Misa and the other maids sprang into action. They spread out a carpet, arranged snacks and tea, creating a bizarrely peaceful picnic scene right in the middle of an enemy encirclement. Just as they finished, the battle between Pier, Belos, and the assassins officially began. Pier simply flicked his hand, and an assassin was sent flying, whizzing past Belos's head like a bullet. Another one, a masked man with brown hair, hurriedly summoned water magic to defend himself. Calypso leisurely nibbled on a cake while analyzing the situation. Some of them can use water magic. It looks like they've mobilized all the elites from the Branch family. Eldest uncle has a fiery temper, but he isn't the type to act so recklessly. Perhaps father protecting me has made Bayan's faction feel threatened. Or maybe they're just running out of time. While she was lost in thought, a dark shadow suddenly slipped past Pier's defenses and lunged straight for Misa. "Ah! Princess!" Misa panicked, instinctively trying to shield her with her own body. Calypso calmly pushed Misa aside, channeled her strength, and leaped up. With a single kick, she snapped the assassin's sword in two. Terrified and breaking out in a cold sweat, he gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it! This whole family is full of monsters." Before he could finish his sentence, another thunderous kick from Calypso slammed into his stomach, folding him in half like a boiled shrimp. Having dealt with the attacker, she turned to Pier and shouted angrily, "Master, you let him through on purpose, didn't you?" "That's right," he admitted calmly. He waved his hand, and a powerful vortex of water materialized, sweeping away every enemy in the vicinity. "Consider it combat training. I've been fighting for over 10 years, you know." Calypso clicked her tongue and grumbled to herself. She glanced over at Belos and caught the horrified look on her brother's face. Negligence can be the downfall of even the strongest warrior. "This is the most effective way to learn," Pier added. "Why are you making that face?" Calypso wondered in confusion, seeing Belos's expression. Suddenly, a hand burst out from the ground and grabbed her ankle tight. Calypso froze and looked down. "Huh? An ambush from underground?" Belos rushed forward, summoning a stream of water to attack. But it was too late. Calypso was violently dragged underground. "Damn it!" She gritted her teeth. "No! Princess!" The maid screamed in terror. "Princess!" Misa wailed, reaching out in desperation. Underground, Calypso squeezed her eyes shut. "Mud waves? Is there a catfish beastkin here too?" Another hand grabbed her other leg. Instantly, a numbing jolt of electricity shot up her spine, the pain making her break out in a cold sweat. "An electric eel too? No, this is disgusting. But I can't give up." With that thought, she used all her strength to stomp viciously on the arm holding her. Immediately after, Calypso's consciousness faded into darkness. Is this the end? When she opened her eyes again, loud voices filled her ears. "Damn it. Where did the princess go? Search over there thoroughly. She's not on this side." Ignoring the chaos, she pushed herself up, trying to assess the situation. "Where am I?" The voices continued to echo from a distance. "Find her, quickly. Once the princess is dead, the mission is complete." I sense an abnormal energy coming from Pier's direction. Hearing those words, Calypso's expression turned deadly serious. The trees and terrain look similar. Based on what they said, it seems I haven't been taken too far. Short-range teleportation. Her gaze locks onto a corpse lying not far away. Just as I thought. A jellyfish beastman. So, the attack on the carriage was nothing but bait. The underground ambush was the real strike. Realizing the catfish and jellyfish were here this late meant one thing: someone with a cloaking ability was masking their presence. It proves my eldest uncle and the conservative faction completely underestimated these lower-tier water-type beastmen. But this flexible strategy? That definitely didn't come from Uncle. She's dead certain. This has her aunt's fingerprints all over it. Suddenly, a heated argument erupts nearby. "One of my guys is dead. Damn it, it's just a lowly jellyfish. What's the big deal?" As if reading her mind, a leader barks an order to split up and search. The group scatters instantly. "They're gone? I have to move. Now." Calypso tries to force herself up, but the moment she puts weight on her leg, a sharp pain shoots up from her ankle. Cold sweat drips down her face. "I can limp, but I won't last long like this. I need a hiding spot." a small cave, anything. Calypso drags her exhausted body forward, but suddenly, her foot lands on something, squishy. She looks down to find a bizarre creature, a tiny snake with little horns on its head. What is this thing? A snake? She whispers, curious, before blurting out. Or an earthworm? The little snake looks visibly offended, hissing angrily at the insult. Okay. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have called you a worm. Shh. Please, keep it down, Calypso whispers frantically. There are bad people in these woods. They'll kill anything that moves. Just stay quiet, okay? The little snake seems to understand, immediately lowering its voice to a soft, tiny squeak. Then, total silence. Seeing the little creature actually listen, Calypso finally lets out a breath of relief. At least it's smart, she thinks. If it's not a beast man, it's definitely a creature with high intelligence. She gently sets the little snake on the ground, her voice urgent. We're out of time, so I'll make this quick. I know you can understand me, so listen closely. This place is about to become a war zone. You need to run and find somewhere safe. Without hesitating, she turns her back on the creature. Now go. Goodbye. Calypso forces herself low, weaving skillfully through the dense brush. Under the dim moonlight, she follows a familiar trail leading to a secret bunker. As she pulls back the camouflage vines, a wave of memories floods her mind. I remember running away to live in the woods. I never thought I'd be doing this again at only 3 years old. She glances to her side. The little snake is still stubbornly trailing her. Why are you still following me? I told you, it's dangerous here. Go away. From the distance, the voices of her pursuers echo through the trees. I definitely heard something over there, one shouts. Another speculates. Maybe the princess ran into a wild beast? But they're confused. How can a child move without leaving a single trace? It's like she's lived in this forest her whole life. Hearing that, Calypso smirks, pressing a finger against the wiggling snake's mouth. Oh, I have lived here for quite a while, she whispers. But I can't hide forever. Between their search and my travel time, it's been a while. Will father be able to find me? As if sensing her anxiety, the baby, snake looks up, staring at her with deep black eyes. Suddenly, a strange noise echoes from deep inside the cave. What was that? Calypso tenses up, alert. Suddenly, a wild rabbit darts out from the shadows, rushing past her and straight outside. She sighs in relief. Just a rabbit? But then, dread hits her. If they find me in here, I'm trapped with no exit. I have to leave. Now. Making a split-second decision, Calypso drags her aching body out of the cave. But at that exact moment, a sharp shout tears through the night. Found her. The princess is over there. Chaos erupts from all sides. This way. Move it. Damn it, that brat moves too fast. The leader roars. Shut up and chase her. Cut off that path. We have to catch her at all costs. The assassin's net tightens, and Calypso is quickly backed into a corner. She ducks low as an assassin's blade slices through the air, grazing her hair. 2 or 3 more blades are already coming at her from behind. Without a second of hesitation, she summons every ounce of strength to jump and dodge. Cold sweat streams down her face. Is someone there? Why hasn't anyone come yet? She grits her teeth, the agony in her ankle screaming louder with every second. Knowing she can't keep dodging, she stops, trying to buy time with words. You work for the Branch family faction, don't you? The catfish, jellyfish, and goby tribes. I remember every single one of you. Her words make the assassins freeze for a split second. What are you waiting for? Kill her. We don't have time for this. One snaps. Another hesitates. I know, but what if we mess up the approach? Seizing their hesitation, Calypso gently untangles the little snake from her hair and whispers, Run. The assassin's argument grew louder. Are you seriously afraid of a 3-year-old kid? Get a grip. Is this the time to bicker? Just finish her off. The other grumbled reluctantly. Fine. Watching him approach step by step, Calypso closed her eyes, a sudden wave of regret washing over her. So be it. If there is a next life, I hope I can meet you again, Dragon Duke. To reunite and heal the bond with the one I had forgotten. Our fates are bound to cross. She leaned back, ready to embrace death. Just as the cold blade was about to touch her, a streak of azure light tore through the air, knocking the dagger away. The hydroblast didn't stop there. It pierced straight through the assassin's chest. Huh? His accomplice gasped in shock. The struck assassin trembled violently. Could it be? Before he could finish, more deadly streams of water rained down. Agonized screams echoed for a moment, then were silenced. Arg! Gasp! Calypso's eyes flew open, her legs wobbling as she stood amidst the rain of blood. A figure emerged, majestic, within a swirling vortex of water. Bellows! Seeing his cold face, Calypso slumped to the ground, finally able to catch her breath. Oh my God, I really almost died there. She looked up and asked, Shouldn't you have left at least one alive? We need a witness. You don't need to worry about that, Belos replied, his voice devoid of emotion. He stepped closer, towering over her, his gaze dark and heavy. Sensing the hidden killing intent in his eyes, Calypso asked calmly, "Are you planning to kill me?" She analyzed the situation instantly. This is the perfect timing. If I die here, he can blame everything on these strangers. She smiled, a smile full of defiance. Belos, you will regret it if you strike now. Do you think father won't know you were the culprit? Her words were like a knife, stabbing straight into Belos's fear. The image of Pier's furious face and his words, "Then you should die too," flashed through his mind. He stood frozen, silence enveloping them. Suddenly, something slithered past Calypso's shoulder. The little snake she had told to run away had returned. It slithered in front of her, snorting angrily at Belos. "Umph." Belos furrowed his brows, looking skeptical. That reaction was exactly like Calypso's when she first met it. "Is this thing an earthworm?" Calypso bent down, gently stroking the snake, which was bristling with dissatisfaction. "Earthworm? Seriously? Apologize to him right now, he's offended." She scolded Belos while comforting the little creature. "I guess it's a snake." Belos let out a sigh. His next question made Calypso's heart skip a beat. "Are you planning to eat it as a delicacy? What are you talking about? Since when do whales eat snakes?" She retorted softly, her hand still petting the snake. "They do?" Belos argued. The two continued to bicker, completely ignoring the main course, the snake shivering in fear. Suddenly, Calypso looked up at Belos, wondering, the killing intent is gone. Did he give up on killing me? Just then, a wave of murderous aura, cold enough to freeze bone and thick enough to touch, crashed down from deep within the forest. Calypso immediately reached out to Belos. "Hey, hold my hand, quickly. What is going on?" Belos hesitated. "Father is coming. You feel it too, don't you? Hold my hand. This is your chance to score points." She urged him on. "I still don't understand why I need to score points with that person," Belos muttered. "It's better than doing nothing." "Whoa, look at Master's aura," Calypso exclaimed. In her palm, even the little snake was sweating with fear. Moments later, Pier appeared, wrapped in a violent, massive water vortex. Bloodstains still marred his clothes, making the atmosphere even heavier and more suffocating. The sight left both Calypso and Belos stunned. "Anyway, thank you for saving me," Calypso whispered. "You could have just let me die." Belos was taken aback once again. Calypso continued, her voice sincere. "Actually, I don't hate you. Maybe it's because of Grandma, I'm not sure. But from now on, let's try to get along. It might be a bit troublesome, but I'll explain later. Just know that I am not your enemy." As soon as she finished speaking, a gentle stream of water wrapped around her, lifting her into the air. Pier brought her face to face with him, his eyes sharp as knives. He ground out every syllable of her full name, Calypso Aquia Dello. Calypso flinched, trembling as she replied, "Yes. Sir? Describe every single place you were hurt," Pier ordered. He glanced coldly at the assassins groaning on the ground. "Because starting today, the body parts they used to hurt you will no longer exist. Father, if we leave them, they'll probably die soon anyway," Calypso said hurriedly. "Why give them such an easy death?" Pier growled. "There is no such thing." Calypso gave a stiff smile. Without another word, Pier waved his hand. His blood-soaked water surged forward, finishing off the remaining survivors. Agonized screams echoed through the forest before fading into silence. Please, spare me." The last plea drowned in the quiet. After the slaughter, the red-stained water returned to Pier's side. He turned, intending to head back to the carriage. "Master," Calypso whispered, "shouldn't we have left one alive?" "Why?" Pier asked indifferently. To be a witness," she explained. "Not needed." He answers briefly, then adds a follow-up dripping with murderous intent. "When we get back, I'll interrogate every single one of them. Someone in that family is going to talk." Calypso didn't expect that explanation. Oh my. She can only manage a soft reply. "If father takes revenge for me like that, I'd be very happy." That night, back with the convoy, Calypso chatters happily with Misa and the other servants around the campfire. Not far away, Pi stands silently by the carriage. His deep gaze pierces the darkness, seemingly ruminating on the horrific events that just took place. His eyes follow Calypso's small figure, and he notices something off her gait is uneven. She's limping. "Her leg," he mutters internally, as memories come flooding back. It takes him back to the moment he asked where she was hurt. He'd frantically spun her around to check, making Calypso dizzy until she yelled, "Master! Who checks for wounds by spinning someone like a pinwheel?" Back then, she had brushed off his concern with a cold remark. "They're all dead. Does anything else matter?" Even though Calypso said that, the rage in Pi's heart hasn't settled. She's right. They're all dead, he thinks. But my fury, it's still there. In stark contrast to his heavy heart, Calypso seems to have forgotten everything, sitting there innocently playing with Misa. She marvels at the flower crown in Misa's hands. Wow, Misa, you're so talented. Misa replies shyly. Oh, it's really nothing. Watching that peaceful scene, Pai's heart softens a little. Well, Key. Seeing you happy like this is good enough. Meanwhile, behind the carriage, Belos is also staring blankly into the void. Pai's thoughts drift again. A troublesome journey, a useless companion, and that attack. But luckily, everyone seems fine. He recalls the first time he met Calypso. When she asked him to guide her, he had coldly refused. I don't like retracing paths I've already walked. Their relationship had started on the wrong foot like that. But if he nurtures it, bit by bit, maybe one day his thoughts will lead him back to the promise he made to himself. When your anger fades, please, acknowledge me as your father. That is likely the bond they both crave. Sir Pai. Belos's voice suddenly cuts through his thoughts. What is it? I know exactly which weakness the assassins were targeting in Lady Calypso. At that very moment, Calypso gets buried under a pile of carrots, only managing a surprised squeak. Jin teases. Now the princess can enjoy all the carrots she wants, right? E chimes in. Our princess is amazing. Belos reaches into his coat and continues. I can provide proof of their identities. Among the attackers, one idiot brought his family crest. He pulls out an exquisite seal. This is something only a successor would possess. It will be very useful. Pai doesn't rush to agree. What do you want? Belos holds up 3 fingers. I just need you to answer 3 questions truthfully, whenever I ask them, and swear it upon the ocean itself. He extends his hand. What do you say? Pai looks deep into Belos's eyes for a moment, then solemnly takes the oath. His voice resonates with ancient syllables. The oath sealed, he takes the crest, turning it over in his hand. The deal is struck. When will you ask? The first question? Right now, Belos replies. And it's not a difficult one. Meanwhile, Calypso is still struggling with the mountain of carrots. Someone says, Princess, this is the last piece, I promise. Calypso pouts, grumbling. You said exactly the same thing a minute ago. Belos lowers his voice, cutting straight to the chase. Sir Pai, have you had any strange dreams lately? Pai tucks the seal away. I don't know what dreams you're talking about. I haven't dreamt in over 10 years. Belos simply nods at the answer. I see. I understand. That's it? Pai asks, surprised. I got the answer I needed. Belos replies calmly. Over by the fire, Calypso is staring intently at the little snake. It looks haggard and unusually weak. Why is he suddenly like this? She wonders. Is he hungry? He hasn't eaten anything since noon. Snakes love mice, right? Thinking this, she sneaks away. I have to find him something to eat. Everyone's busy. I'll just be gone for a second. Suddenly, a column of water shoots up, gently but firmly lifting her into the air. Ah! Calypso yelps. Where do you think you're going? Pai's steady voice rings out. Realizing it's her master, Calypso rushes to explain. Ah! Master. I was just going to find some food for this little guy. Look, he's exhausted. I think this is the first time I've actually seen it, Pai remarks. Are you two already that close? He tried to save me. I can't just ignore him. Calypso raises her voice, unconsciously squeezing the snake tight in her hand. Pai watches, secretly worrying for the little creature. Is it okay to squeeze him like that? If you're tired, master, I'll go by myself, she insists. Calypso is determined. With that leg? Pai cuts her off. Ah, you knew? Calypso asks, surprised. It would be strange if I didn't, Pai replies. Hearing that, Calypso freezes. Time seems to stand still. Seeing her reaction, Pai continues, his voice slightly hesitant. In a situation like this, didn't you tell me this is what I'm supposed to say? Calypso stood there blinking, a massive question mark practically floating above her head. He cleared his throat and choked out the words, awkward as hell. I was really worried about you, Calypso. She froze, completely stiff. Master Pai leaned in, whispering uncertainly. Was that right? Did I say it correctly? His clumsy delivery triggered a sudden memory of her father from her previous life, his warm, caring voice echoing in her mind. My dear daughter, Daddy was so worried about you. From now on, you come home before dark. You hear me? A wave of inexplicable irritation bubbled up in her chest. You're a real quick learner, master, she thought, practically grinding her teeth. He continued. So, you need food for that snake, right? How much does it need? Suddenly, a strange, unfamiliar voice cut through the air. No, it's not hunger. Silence slammed back down on them. Both Calypso and Master Pai stood frozen. She looked at Pai, then down at the snake in her hands, her mind reeling. Master, did you just say you weren't hungry? She stammered. What are you talking about? I didn't say a word, Pai replied, confused. She squinted suspiciously at the creature. Wait, was that you? The little snake gave a tiny tail wag. Yes. I'm not hungry. It paused, then continued, its voice trembling. My voice. It can only be heard by those who possess powers related to time. Seeing her strange expression, Pi stared at her. What is it? What's wrong? Calypso jumped. Nothing. Nothing at all. It seemed she was the only one who could hear it. She couldn't resist asking. If I could understand it, would that make it a demi-human? Perhaps. Pi shrugged. Suddenly, the snake started shivering violently again. Water. I need water. Lots of it. Please, save me. Wait. How much do you need? Calypso stammered, panicking. The snake nuzzled into her ear, whispering a desperate number. Calypso's eyes went wide and she screamed, An entire lake? As he began conjuring water, Master Pi explained, Due to various complex factors, I cannot simply generate a lake's worth of water instantly. We're nowhere near the ocean, and summoning that much volume would take far too long. Calypso watched the small water vortex slowly forming, deep in thought. Suddenly, a memory flashed through her mind like lightning. She bolted toward the carriage, screaming for Misa. She threw herself into the maid's arms, gasping, Misa, you need to find water. It's an emergency. What? My lady? Misa looked completely bewildered. What are you talking about? Because you're a minnow demi-human, Misa, Calypso declared firmly. Misa flinched violently. How? How did you? Calypso recalled a conversation she'd had with the female mercenary captain some time ago. When she asked how they managed to survive out in the wild, the captain had replied, It's all thanks to one of our members. She has a gift for finding water. That member is Misa. She may be an incomplete demi-human, but her ability to sense water is incredibly sharp. She explained that incomplete demi-humans are a type of mutation found in hybrids. They often end up with no powers at all, or in rare cases possess superior talent. Fortunately, Misa is the latter. Hydrokinesis is a trait found in demi-humans derived from freshwater creatures, like minnows. However, no matter how useful their abilities, mutated beastmen face severe discrimination. In other words, an incomplete demi-human has to spend their entire life hiding who they are. Calypso felt a heavy weight of guilt settle in her chest. I know I just cornered her by exposing her secret. If Misa doesn't want to do this, I can't force her. If I make her do this, I have to take responsibility for her for the rest of my life. Suddenly, Misa spoke up, her clear voice trembling with hesitation. My lady. She took a deep, shaky breath. I don't want to keep secrets from you, so please, let me say this first. My lady, I am an incomplete beastman. Can someone like me truly be of any use to you? Misa's hands were shaking uncontrollably, but Calypso quickly grabbed them, squeezing tight to share her warmth and strength. Why would that matter? Calypso looked straight into Misa's eyes, her gaze shining with sincerity. I care about you because you are warm, kind, and trustworthy, Misa. The fact that you're an incomplete beastman doesn't change any of that. She emphasized every word, her voice firm. That is the Misa I love. Hearing those words, Misa ducked her head, her shoulders trembling. When she looked up, her eyes were swimming with tears, but she wore the brightest smile Calypso had ever seen. The water. I will do my best to find it. Looking into Misa's determined eyes, Calypso felt a strange shift. The warning Belos gave her echoed in her memory. I guarantee you, wherever the family head goes, someone will always be watching. At the time, she had snapped at him, confused. What kind of nonsense is that? Did you lose your mind from being angry all night? Belos had just replied casually. Words are cheap, my lady. And I am living proof of that. In the end, thanks to Misa's unique talent, they discovered a vast, crystal-clear lake. Master Pi couldn't hide his surprise. Your maid possesses truly outstanding talent. She does, Calypso replied, beaming with pride. Misa is amazing. I didn't think it would be this fast. Pi gently set Calypso down, his voice turning serious. Save the praise for later. We have work to do. Ah, right. Remembering the mission, Calypso rushed to the water's edge and released the little snake into the lake. The moment it touched the cool water, the snake seemed to awaken. Its entire body began to glow, the tiny horns on its head shining with brilliant light. Huh? Its horn just started glowing. Calypso thought, stunned. Suddenly, a deafening rumble echoed across the lake. The water began to swirl violently, being sucked away at breakneck speed. The little snake was throwing its head back, downing massive gulps of water. Calypso couldn't help but stare in disbelief. Its mouth was moving. Was it seriously drinking the entire lake dry? The water surged endlessly into the creature's tiny mouth. After a moment of frozen silence, Misa finally stammered out, My lady. What on earth is that thing? Calypso was left speechless, thinking to herself, I'm just as curious as you are. A snake drinking like a whole fleet of battleships. But then, anxiety began to creep into her mind. It's drinking way too much. What about the other creatures in the lake? Did a disaster just fall on their heads from the sky? No, I have to step in. She struggled resolutely in Bai's arms. What are you doing, child? Be good now. Bai held her back. It's been down there for 30 minutes. We have to do something. The fish in the lake are suddenly… Before she could finish, large bubbles began boiling up on the surface. Immediately after, a black shadow shot out of the water. The little snake, now bursting with vitality, chirped happily. Thank you. All three of them froze like statues. Calypso stared blankly for a moment, then clenched her fists and roared in anger. If you're grateful, then stop drinking this instant. You gluttonous pig. Huh? My lady? Misa was completely shocked. That was when Calypso remembered. Ah, right. I'm the only one who can hear it speak. Whatever, I'll just play dumb, the snake replied, sounding wronged. I tried to stop already. Fine, get down here now. I don't want to destroy an entire lake just because of you. Yes. The snake sadly slithered into Calypso's palm and asked in a tiny voice, Is there something wrong with this body? Did I do something wrong? You didn't do anything wrong. Calypso softened her tone. Have you had enough water? Hearing that, the snake, or rather, the baby dragon, happily wagged its tail. Yup. Now I can survive for another 3 months without drinking anything. That's a relief. So, what exactly are you? When asked about its identity, the baby dragon's eyes suddenly flashed. It puffed out its chest and proudly declared, My name is Thus. I am the familiar of the great dragon Duke. 2 days later, the carriage finally arrived at the city. Calypso kept giggling the entire way. Are you really that happy, child? Bai asked. Yes, there are so many things to look forward to, Calypso replied cheerfully, though her inner thoughts were quite different. Of course I'm happy. This kid is the Dragon Duke's familiar. She recalled their conversation from that night. Explain it in more detail, she had demanded. You want more details? Thus looked pensive before explaining. The Dragon Duke used his own power to create me. I am his one and only familiar. We share a special bond. In other words, a familiar like me is absolutely loyal, and the Master the Duke has a duty to protect my life. Thus spoke with a voice full of pride. Even though Calypso knew nothing about this Dragon Duke, she could feel the creature's admiration for him. Then she circled back to the main question. So why were you alone in the forest? Thus immediately drooped. Calypso decided to change the subject. All right then. First, I'll take you to the Dragon Castle. Really? Really? Thus cheered in delight. Back in the present, Calypso was still lost in her scheming. I still don't know why Thus was left behind, but thanks to that, I have an excuse to meet the Dragon Duke privately. If I deliver this child personally, he'll definitely look upon me favorably. It's a golden opportunity to build a relationship, whether for information or friendship. It's all good. Thinking of this bright future, she unconsciously started humming a tune. Suddenly, Belos, who was sitting opposite her, flinched. His expression changed instantly. Where did you hear that song? Belos asked hurriedly. Calypso thought to herself, I can't exactly say it was a song my subordinate sang in my past life. She remembered when her captain used to tease her. Bored, are we? Master, don't lie. You're humming along too. Look at you. From someone I used to know, she replied casually. Belos flinched again. What is it? Does it bother you? Calypso asked. No, it's nothing. Receiving such a vague answer, Calypso was so annoyed, she squeezed Thus tight in her hand, nearly suffocating him. Nothing but you react like that? She scolded him in her head. Just then, Bai spoke up. Calypso, I forgot to mention this to you. This year's Dragon Festival is a bit special. Special? Yes. The royal family will only arrive on the final day of the festival. Isn't that how it usually is? Calypso asked, confused. Usually, they arrive in the middle of the festival and stay until the end. Because of this change, the one responsible for the opening speech this year will be the Piterian ducal family. The name Piterian struck Calypso like a bolt of lightning. The Black Panther ducal family, a power second only to the royal family, and the place where the main characters of the original novel appeared. Painful memories flooded back. She recalled the burning sting of a slap and the cold shout of that man. Get out. I absolutely loathe the fact that you are my fiancé. That was the very family that had bought her for an engagement in her past life. She gritted her teeth, a fire of rage igniting in her chest. No matter how many times I'm reborn, this hatred never fades. Bai notices the look on her face, but he just stares silently out the window. And I've got good news. Huh? Calypso turns back, barely holding it together. We finally arrived at the Dragon City. Just then, Thus suddenly vibrates in her hands. The Duke is getting close. He's calling out to Thus. Hang on, we'll be there soon, Calypso reassures him. Thus whispers back, his voice bursting with pride. The Duke is someone who can't even hold a fork without you by his side. So why did you leave a master like that? Calypso's question hits a sore spot. Tears start rolling down Thus's tiny face again. Calypso gently pulls Thus into a hug and sighs softly. Come on now, she whispers. We'll find out the truth soon enough. Whether the little guy wants it or not, the majestic gates of the dragon castle are slowly creaking open to welcome them. In that moment, Calypso steels her resolve. I promise, I'll get you back to the Dragon Duke. Inside the castle, an old butler is waiting for them, wearing a smile that's completely fake. You must have had such an exhausting journey, he says, his voice dripping with honey. However, so many distinguished guests have already arrived. I'm not entirely sure if we have any rooms left. He bows low, hiding a smug grin while delivering his polite rejection. Please, try to understand. Seriously? Trying to power trip us the second we walk in? Calypso thinks to herself, her mind racing to analyze the situation. The bad blood between land beastmen and aquatic beastmen has been simmering for ages. The tension hit its peak at a summit where rage and disgust were the only things on the agenda. That chaos only ended when Aquila, her grandmother, showed up. She became the family head by spilling the blood of her own siblings, a woman who lived for war. With nothing but brute force, she crushed the meeting and terrified the land beastmen into silence. In stark contrast, Bai has lived an incredibly quiet life despite his notorious power. Belos shoots a quick glance at Bai, skeptical. Can a guy like him really keep his cool in the face of such blatant discrimination? The butler repeats his little script, his tone getting even more condescending. So many guests arrived early. I really don't know if there's space. Please, understand our position. So you're saying we can't stay here? Bai asks coldly, his voice void of any emotion. Huh? What? We can't stay? Calypso cries out, playing her role to perfection. She'd been too busy comforting the trembling. Thus who kept begging, Calypso, I hate these people, hide me. To notice the shocking situation until now. Can't stay at the castle? No way in hell. Thinking fast, Calypso tugs on Bai's coat and whines. Papa? Bai bends down, his gaze softening instantly. What is it, sweetie? Calypso looks up, her eyes sparkling like a galaxy of stars. Why? Can we really not sleep in the dragon castle? Is it true? Yes, it seems so. Bai replies simply. Hick. Calypso lets out a fake sob, looking heartbroken. Even with his head bowed, the butler can't hide his triumphant smirk. Ha, I'll never let them stay here, he thinks with scorn. Filthy fish. What gives you the right to step foot in the noble dragon castle? There's no room for trash like you. If they complain, I'll just act conflicted and toss them into some rundown shack. The thought makes him smirk, wearing a face that's just begging to be punched. Without a word of warning, Bai lashes out with a kick. A black blur flashes by, and the butler is launched into the air like a puppet with cut strings, slamming into the staircase railing with a sickening crunch. Calypso freezes. Belos, standing nearby, just casually mocks him. Fighting isn't going to earn you any extra cash, you know? Move, Bai growls, his eyes cold as ice. If I keep hitting him, a room will eventually open up. The butler finally learns the meaning of fear, his whole body trembling. Water magic? I'm dead. I am actually dead. If you die now, who's gonna show us the way? Bai says, his voice steady but dripping with menace. Or maybe I should let you taste what it feels like to be on the brink of death? The moment the butler opens his mouth, a whip of clear water lashes out at terrifying speed. It grazes his ear, drawing a thin line of blood before embedding itself deep into the wooden pillar behind him. Every hair on the butler's body stands on end. That is a predator. He slams his head onto the floor, his voice shaking uncontrollably. I apologize. It seems there's been a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Bai raises an eyebrow. Countless streams of water begin to gather around him. And how exactly do you plan to apologize for that? The best one. I'll take you to the best room we have, he screams. Then take us to the room closest to the Dragon Duke. Calypso quickly seizes the moment. The Dragon Duke isn't in this castle, Belos interjects. Belos explains. He lives in a separate castle entirely. Ah, really? Calypso looks a bit disappointed. Please, I'm truly sorry. The butler keeps begging. Instantly, another column of water wraps around him and hoists him into the air. Still no compensation? Bai asks coldly. I'll ask you one more time. What are you paying for your apology with? Belos silently marvels. Wow. I've had to deal with his temper tantrums countless times. It's a miracle I'm not dead yet. Is this how the Dragon Duke's estate treats its guests? Bai spun around, a fist of water tightening around the old butler. Hick, I'm sorry. I don't want an apology. Bai cut him off cold. I want compensation. What? What do you want? The old man sniffled. Bai turned to his daughter. Calypso, tell him what you desire. Calypso froze. Did father cause this huge scene? Just for me? Her heart raced, a warm, tingling sensation spreading through her chest. She smiled radiantly. Father, I want to meet the Dragon Duke. The butler flinched at the request. That's impossible. One glare from Bai forced the old man to swallow his refusal instantly. Ah, no, I apologize. We have matters to discuss too. So, if you value your life, Bai interrupted, have a proper answer ready by tomorrow. Yes, sir, the butler shouted. Now, lead us to our room. Then, could you please put me down? Standing in the lavish suite, Calypso looked out in awe. It's beautiful. She stepped onto the balcony, the cool breeze caressing her hair. If I had come here alone as the Dragon's Bride, I would never have been given a room like this. Dragon's Bride is just a pretty title. In reality, it's nothing more than a sacrifice. None of the girls chosen in the past survived more than a few years. What exactly did they have to endure? Calypso wondered. The records were suspiciously vague, cutting off right after the bride met the Dragon Duke. In the original story, the Dragon Duke was someone the heroine deeply respected. So what did a man like that do to those brides? Arg, if I had known this would happen, I would have paid more attention. She thought of. Thus there was still too little information. I need to ask thus about the Duke's exact location later. But there's a problem. She clenched her fists, cursing silently in frustration. Bellows kept staring at me. This room is suffocating. Damn it. What is this feeling? Déjà vu? She glanced at Bellows. He was still watching her without blinking. What is wrong with this guy? Calypso felt her annoyance rising. Father, why aren't you here right now? Before he left, Bai had said, I'll be out for a bit. Stay here and be good, okay? He promised. I will make it so you can go anywhere without having to care about the eyes of others. Those land beastmen are just a bunch of weaklings. Calypso thought, can father really do that? Unable to stand it anymore, she turned to Bellows and snapped, if you have something to say, just say it. I'm listening. I was just thinking, Bellows replied, his voice low and raspy. What are you thinking? That if I hadn't been at death's door in the forest that day, would I have been strong enough to take you down? No. Calypso shot back instantly, without a shred of hesitation. I knew it, she thought. I knew that would be eating away at him. Calypso locked eyes with Bellows, her tone hardening. Unless you're stronger than father, don't even dream of a way out. But first, I have a question. She paused, her gaze searching his face. Why are you so hell-bent on tagging along with me? That question dragged Bellows back to the memory of the day he'd asked to join her. The old housekeeper had looked at him, a mix of surprise and suspicion on her face. Young master, arranging the trip isn't difficult, she'd said. But why do you want to go with the young miss? Looking back, the excuse he'd given was flimsy and hard to swallow. But Bellows had just smiled a smile he believed was his most sincere. Because I want to get closer to my little sister. Calypso's response was a sigh dripping with skepticism. Are you kidding me? If you don't want to answer, just say so. Why make up such a ridiculous lie? The air seemed to freeze. Bellows unconsciously reached up to rub the back of his neck. That was honestly the only thing he could come up with at the time. Out of options, huh? He smirked, a half-smile playing on his lips. Fine. I'll come up with another reason. One that you can actually accept. Is this guy obsessed with me? Calypso wondered, a sense of unease creeping into her heart. But why is it that for our kind, the most intense emotions are always forged in the heat of battle? Joy and happiness are born from the thrill of a match between equals. Rage and resentment stem from defeat. Despair and sorrow only surface when facing an invincible enemy. Loyalty and worship are reserved only for those who are absolutely stronger. But the problem is, in my past life, Bellows surrendered. My relationship with him doesn't fit any of those categories. Suddenly, memories from her previous regression came flooding back. Bellows, the man who was always so calm and rational, had spoken to her after his surrender. I know you doubt my loyalty. You think the idea of me becoming your subordinate is a joke, don't you? Back then, she had just snapped at him. Brother, if you know that, then start acting like it. To prove himself, Bellows had snatched the file right out of her hands. I'll take this mission. You're worried because it's dangerous, aren't you? They always get overly obsessed with the people they care about. The only thing Bellows should be focusing on in this life is the position of family head, not a member like me who's about to leave. This time, I am definitely leaving this world to return to my real family. Calypso looked up, her voice firm. Stop worrying about me. When the time is right, I'm going to disappear. What are you talking about? Bellows's voice went visibly cold. Like I said, she enunciated clearly. I will disappear. Seeing him still staring at her, she decided to lay out her plan to completely cut off his attention. Listen closely, Bellows. After the Dragon Festival ends, I won't be here anymore. Bellows froze. But what about the position of family head? You won't become the head of the house? Calypso replied casually. What? She ended the conversation with a line that made Bellows's eyebrows practically knit together. Just go do your own thing. But he was still being stubborn. What about you? Oh God, that look in his eyes. Calypso thought helplessly, but she chose to remain silent. The room sank into a tense silence. Just then, the door suddenly flew open. Recognizing the newcomer, Calypso cheered happily. Master, get over here, quick. Bellows didn't say a word. He just turned around coldly and walked away. The sound of the door slamming echoed through the room. Is he angry because things aren't going his way? Calypso wondered. After all, he is the brightest candidate for the family head position. Looks like it'll be hard to ask him to take care of Asenro, Luca, and Luba. While she was still thinking, Bai spoke up, his expression serious. I have bad news. What is it? Calypso asked immediately. I heard the Dragon Festival might not be held this year. The unexpected information made Calypso jump up. Say what? What happened while you were off teaching those land beastmen a lesson? Bai felt a bit guilty. I didn't say I was going to fight them. I just gave them a proper lesson and came back, he quickly corrected. Anyway, I said it's just a rumor. Nothing's been confirmed yet. But there's no smoke without fire, Calypso retorted. What's the reason? Why wouldn't they hold it? Bai slowly listed them out. There are all kinds of rumors. Some say the Dragon Duke is critically ill. Others say the royal family can't attend. Then there's the Peteran clan voicing objections. Basically, there's no clear reason, Calypso concluded in her mind. She tugged on her master's sleeve. Let's go to the dining hall. I need to hear for myself what they're gossiping about. On the way there, Calypso whispered into the cloth bag hanging at her waist. Thus, do you know anything about the festival? From inside, an innocent voice rang out. What is a festival? Calypso felt a bit helpless. Bai bent down to look at the bag. Clearly, it's still an immature creature. How would it know? She peeked into the bag and saw him curled up gloomily. That's true. This little one doesn't know anything. We have to get him back to the Duke quickly. Meanwhile, Thus was also lost in his own thoughts. I left the castle for the Duke, but I failed miserably and almost lost my life. Since I failed, I need to go back immediately, but I can't get to the Duke on my own. I want to ask Calypso for help, but she looks so weak. To reach the Dragon Duke's residence, you need to be really strong. 20 minutes later, at a ruined restaurant, the scene looked like a battlefield. Calypso stood in the middle of the room, dusting off her hands, to explain why things turned out like this. We have to go back a bit. On the way to the dining hall, she had asked Bai, Master, how can we eavesdrop there? They hate us so much. Bai replied confidently, Don't worry, I have a way. His way was to lead her straight to a famous restaurant where land beastmen gathered. As soon as they stepped in, a servant announced loudly, Lord Bai Aquasdo and the young lady of the killer whale clan, Aquasdello, have arrived. The atmosphere in the restaurant instantly dropped. An eerie silence took over before a fox beastman spoke up to light the fuse. What's this? Where is that fishy smell coming from? Immediately, contemptuous whispers erupted everywhere. The Dragon Festival is about to be polluted by seawater. We should ban these rude people who only know how to dig for clams in the sand from entering the mainland. Before the guy could finish his sentence, a water sphere clamped his mouth shut, and things quickly escalated into a brawl. Of course, we were just defending ourselves. Calypso muttered to herself. Walking over to the fox beastman lying sprawled on the floor, she flashed a sweet but deadly smile. Hey Fox, she said, then stomped directly on his hand. Arg. If you don't want to lose a finger, Calypso kept her friendly smile, then speak clearly. The fox gritted his teeth. Ugh, you damn fish. Calypso increased the pressure. Ah, okay. There's a rumor the Dragon Festival won't be held. Do you know anything else? Go ask the servants about that. He snapped. Calypso dug her heel in again. Uncle Fox, if you keep this up, your whole hand is going to be crushed. He sucked in a cold breath. I don't know the details. I just heard the Dragon Duke doesn't want to hold the festival anymore. Rumor has it he's seriously ill. From inside Calypso's cloth bag, thus his voice rang out, audible only to her. Lies. Calypso froze. Lies? The fox continued, his voice trembling. The Dragon Duke is just a dictator who wants to rule everything. That is also a lie. Thus was furious. Staring into the beastman's terrified eyes, Calypso realized something he wasn't lying. That left only one possibility. The rumors he knew were false. Someone was deliberately spreading lies. Just then, a cold, mocking laugh echoed from a shadowed corner of the room. Stepping out from the darkness, a beastman as massive as a black bear let out a hoarse, derisive cackle. Haha, looks like the sea creatures actually brought someone useful this year. Oh, it's just a black bear beastman. Calypso's gaze turned icy. He lost that miserably, and still has the nerve to act cocky? The black bear ignored her completely. His challenging glare locked straight onto Bai Aquasdo. I've heard the stories. They say you're as strong as Ukila Aquasdo. But against the Black Panthers of the Parian ducal family, you're destined to fail. Calypso stepped forward, her voice dripping with feigned innocence and mockery. Master, are you really going to let this loser keep yapping? We need to teach them their place, don't we? A faint smile touched Bai's lips. My daughter is right. With a gentle wave of his hand, an invisible blast of water pressure shot out, crushing the black bear in the blink of an eye. Watching his soul slowly dissipate, Calypso sank back into her own calculating thoughts. If this is the garbage I have to deal with daily as the dragon's bride, then my plan to kidnap the Duke and drag him back to my territory is looking better and better. Just as she was gloating internally, thus his desperate voice rang out in her mind. Calypso, help me, please, take me to the Duke. After the chaos at the restaurant, Calypso returned to her room. The moment he was released from the cloth bag, thus asked, "Can we go tonight?" Calypso rested her chin on her hand, looking pensive. "Sure. But can I ask you something first?" "Anything." Thus answered without hesitation. "Can I communicate via telepathy like you do?" she asked, poking his tiny head with her finger. "I don't want Father Hyos overhearing us," thus chirped happily. "Of course. Since Calypso can hear my voice, you can do it too." Calypso closed her eyes, focused her thoughts, and projected them toward thus. "Like this? Can you hear me?" Thus grinned, his eyes crinkling. "I hear you. Calypso is amazing. Naturally. I'm a genius after all," she replied smugly. "Wait a second. Back in the ocean, I used hydrokinesis to communicate with the beastmen. Can I really do anything besides just manipulating water?" While Calypso was lost in thought, thus suddenly flinched. His beady eyes darted to the window, filled with panic and urgency. "The Duke. He's calling." "Thus, Duke, I miss you. I want to see you." Calypso gently stroked him, trying to soothe his distress. All right, don't cry. Just tell me what's wrong. I'll help you." She wondered what on earth had happened to this dragon Duke, thus replied telepathically, his voice trembling with anxiety. "Thus needs a really strong beastman. The Duke's quarters are under heavy guard." "Guarded? Why do we need strength for that?" "The people watching the Duke are powerful. We have to get past them to see him." "The dragon Duke is under surveillance?" Calypso was stunned. "But why?" Thus continued. "At first, I thought Calypso was weak, but I was wrong. You're very strong." Calypso broke into a cold sweat. "You thought I was weak when we met? Is that why you rushed out to protect me back then?" "Yes." Thus admitted bluntly. Calypso grabbed Thus's tiny body and shook him back and forth. "Hey, you little brat. I was the one who saved you." Thus was shaken until he was dizzy. "Ugh." A moment later, Calypso stopped and began her interrogation. "All right, answer me. Why is the Dragon Duke under surveillance? If you love him so much, why were you wandering the forest alone? Why didn't he come find you himself? And why didn't you ask anyone in this castle for help in the first place?" Faced with the barrage of questions, Thus replied gloomily. "Thus can't say any more here." The room fell silent. Calypso leaned back on the bed, her mind racing with questions. "Just as I thought." Thus's story and the rumors outside are completely different. Even with Master here, I don't trust those hostile servants to tell the truth. I have to verify this myself. Decided, she sat up abruptly. "We're going tonight." Thus cheered in delight. "Really? That's great. Thank you. I like Calypso so much." "All right. Do you know the way?" "I do." "Good." Calypso hopped off the bed. "I have something important to tell Father. I'll be back in a bit." As she opened the door, Thus called out to her, "Calypso, be careful." Calypso smiled. "I will." The hallway was vast and silent. Calypso stopped in front of Bai's door. She raised her hand to knock, but a deep, warm voice spoke from inside. "It's unlocked." The door swung open automatically. Bai was sitting by the window, his silent silhouette facing the night. Hearing her footsteps, he turned around. The night breeze drifted in, gently fluttering her hair. Suddenly, a stream of water, soft as silk, reached out and gently lifted Calypso into the air. "When I attended the clan meeting, I realized something." Bai spoke, his gaze deep and unfathomable. "For a long time, among all those praised for their beauty, you have always been the most radiant." Calypso blushed involuntarily. I didn't expect to hear that from you, Master. They say fathers usually spoil their daughters. I guess this is just the new normal, huh?" Master is genuinely trying his best to fill the role of a dad, she thought to herself. Is he the type of person who keeps his promises? Bai replied, "I'm not sure. What do you mean by that? Be more specific." A rare smile twinkled in his eyes. "I mean, right now, I'm actually having fun." Calypso was stunned. "Is that why you always act so detached? Like someone ready to vanish at a moment's notice?" She probed cautiously. "Couldn't you find that same happiness with Asenro?" Bai stroked his chin, his expression dead serious. "If that third brat was as strong as you, and had a soul just like yours, then maybe." Calypso sighed. "Why do you have to be so roundabout? You could just say it has to be me. But what about Belos? In terms of raw power, he might even surpass me." Bai frowned immediately, his annoyance visible. "That brat won't do. He's too much like me. Let's not talk about him." Seeing this, Calypso lit up. "Master, you're frowning. Are you actually annoyed?" Color me surprised. She looked around. Dragon City was nothing like their territory in Aqua. Except for the main mansion, they didn't have tall buildings like this. Suddenly, she froze. "Wait, this is weird. Shouldn't I be getting straight to the point?" Why am I stalling? Taking a deep breath, she steeled herself. Master, I really like this city. You should go back home alone. Bai's expression froze. He frowned, feigning ignorance. You mean, you want us to live here together? Calypso flushed, flustered. No. That's not what I meant at all. Bai ignored her panic, continuing casually. I knew you liked high places, but I didn't realize you loved them this much. If we live here, we'll need guards. Hiring mercenaries or finding someone from the Guardian village wouldn't be a bad idea. Calypso waved her hands frantically. No, master, are you deaf? I said you should go back alone. Bai firmly brushed off her protest, his voice dropping an octave. If we both stay here, Belos will have to return all by himself. The mental image of a lonely Belos made Calypso groan internally. No, how did you jump to that conclusion? She scrambled to explain. That is not what I meant. Frustration burned in Bai's eyes as he pressed her. Are you seriously suggesting I leave you here, all by yourself? Amongst these mainlanders? Do you have any idea how dangerous they are? An invisible pressure radiated from him, forcing Calypso to frown. So this is father's true power, she thought. An authority that rivals even grandmother's. Stop spouting such nonsense, Bai growled. A strange feeling crept into Calypso's heart, making her question herself. What is this feeling? It feels like possessiveness, but without the toxic ambition that grandmother has. Instead, it felt like a silent vow that he would never let me go. It was incredibly safe. Suddenly, his temper flared. Bai swept his arm across the table, sending everything crashing to the floor. His voice cracked, thick with emotion. You asked me to be your father. Maybe those were just empty words to you, but they weren't to me. From now on, your only job is to let me protect and train you. Just grow up however you want. That is enough. He gently patted her head. Calypso's heart skipped a beat. What a domineering, complicated love, she thought. But ironically, I don't hate it at all. Seeing his daughter's expression, Bai asked tenderly, You look exhausted. Is it from the journey? Calypso gazed at him silently, memories from her past life surging up. Master, did you know? If you had been my father in my past life, if you had loved me like this from the start, I never would have let illness take you away. Pushing down the emotion, she looked up and smiled. Master, please take care of me from now on. Bai tilted his head. Very well. From now on, focus on making every day better than the last. I'm sorry, master, she thought. I wasted 60 years of my life chasing a foolish obsession. Memories of the old world flooded her mind again. That night, a tiny shadow darted out from the castle window. The figure grabbed a branch to slow down, executed a perfect acrobatic flip, and landed as lightly as a falling leaf. Calypso, dressed in a child-sized cloak and belt with a matching dagger, turned to ask, Thus, you said it was to the west, right? That's right, Thus replied. But we have to run really far. It's going to take a long time. Calypso gave a determined smile. Got it. Thus tilted his little head, confused. Huh? Hold on tight, Calypso warned. As soon as the words left her mouth, her tiny legs shot forward like an arrow. Caught off guard, Thus let out a strangled yelp. After a dizzying sprint, Calypso finally skidded to a halt. Before her stood a desolate cliff. It really is a wasteland. She stared in confusion. The Dragon Duke lives in a dump like this? It was nothing like Belos had described. She lowered her voice. How do we get inside? Thus, still trembling from the ride, whispered, Calypso. From now on, you have to be absolutely silent. Calypso's eyes widened. She immediately ducked into a thick bush, her gaze fixed on the cliff face. Suddenly, the surface of the rock wall began to twist and contort strangely. The stones seemed to melt, shifting from dull gray to the color of human skin. A green-haired man stepped right out of the stone. He had just materialized from the wall. Calypso watched in awe. That's definitely a chameleon beastman. According to mainland military standards, this species has weak combat power. They move in packs, and their teammates are always formidable carnivores. The chameleon taps the cliff face, muttering, Ha, it's dead quiet here. Suddenly, a shadow materializes next to him. It's a woman, rubbing her neck and grumbling. Border patrol? This isn't a job for someone of my status. Seriously. Hiding in the bushes, Calypso grits her teeth. A hyena? Why is such a prestigious beastman clan doing grunt work like this? That beige hair with black spots. And that pitch-black fur around the ears. Unmistakable. The hyenas are one of the 5 most influential clans on the continent. No way they'd be deployed just to guard a rundown shack. Meanwhile, Haura, the hyena girl, keeps whining. My clan, reduced to this. The chameleon chimes in. Right. I even saw people from the Patan clan supervising a few days ago. The Black Panthers came too? Haura looks bored. They got dragged into this mess as well? Calypso flinches. Bitarian. Thus's words echo in her mind. Thus needs a powerful beastman to reach the Duke's quarters. She suddenly understands. That must be why thus said that. The chameleon asks curiously, "By the way, Lady Haura, is the Dragon Festival really cancelled this year?" Haura throws up her hands helplessly. "Look at this situation. You think they'd hold a festival? The distinguished guests would just have to leave empty-handed. The royal family has imprisoned and monitored the Dragon Duke, while building a fake castle outside to fool the public. Just endure it for a little longer." "Oh, not much longer?" The chameleon looks impressed. "Exactly," Haura replies, her voice brimming with confidence. "The current Dragon Duke is on the verge of death. The successor we're about to meet will be a reincarnator. That's my mother's deduction, the clan leader, so it's absolutely reliable. Now, let's go check the other side." "Oh, thank you for that wonderful information, my lady." As the footsteps fade, Calypso gently pats. "Thus, calm down. Thus, we're here to save the Duke. You need to be strong now." Thus is still sniffling, then whispers after a moment, "Thank you, Calypso. All right, if you're okay, let's move." She leads Thus inside. Once they're safe, she can't help but wonder, "You said once we passed the outer perimeter, there wouldn't be any guards, right?" "That's right. Inside here, there's no one." Thus's answer only deepens Calypso's suspicion. "The security is too lax. I could have handled those two, but that wasn't a smart choice. Killing them would cause a huge mess. And if I just knocked them out, with this body, I'd be the prime suspect. Sneaking in quietly is best. But why are there no guards inside? Wouldn't the Dragon Duke be able to escape easily?" She lowers her voice. "What exactly happened to the Duke? You still can't tell me?" Thus replies sadly. "Thus was born not long ago, but from the moment I existed, the royal family's beasts were already there. So basically, you don't really know either." Calypso sighs. Suddenly, footsteps nearby make her jump. She scrambles for cover. She spots a maid walking past, her entire body trembling violently. Why is she so terrified? This way leads to the Duke's room. "Follow her, quick," she whispers. Calypso creeps after her. Under her watchful gaze, the maid suddenly stops, grabs a bell cord, and yanks it hard. Clang, clang. As the bell stops, a violent gale suddenly erupts from deep within the room. Calypso shields her face in horror. What is this? It feels just like the hydraulic pressure Cha uses. "Ah!" The maid lets out a blood-curdling scream and flees in panic. At the same time, a deafening rumble from inside freezes Calypso in her tracks. A terrifying theory flashes through her mind. The royal family's imprisonment order, the lax internal security, the maid's sheer terror, and now this violent storm. Could it be? Is the Dragon Duke imprisoned because he's lost control of his powers? Shaking off her hesitation, Calypso grips the door handle for support. She whips around to Thus, her voice hardening. "I'm going to ask you one thing, and you need to answer me honestly." Her eyes are razor sharp. The Dragon Duke is losing control, isn't he? Thus hesitates. No, he's completely normal. As the words leave his mouth, the door Calypso is leaning on creaks open. Her heart skips a beat. "I didn't open that." A massive shadow slowly engulfs her, and terror rises in Calypso's chest. This is terrifying. If the shadow is this huge, how massive is the actual monster? But when the owner of the shadow steps out, she's stunned. The figure isn't nearly as massive as she imagined. Calypso rubs her chin, analyzing. Is this rage just because of a spilled plate of food? Maybe he's reacting like this because he's just a child. The moment the Dragon Duke bends down to pick up the food, Calypso steps out from her hiding spot and firmly grabs his arm. Watching the juice drip from the tomatoes, a nasty, sour stench hits her nose. She confirms it instantly. "This food is spoiled. I know this smell. I tasted it back when I was sold to the Black Panther clan." Calypso grits her teeth. "Put that down. That food is rotten." As the words leave her mouth, she flinches at the Dragon Duke's dark, intense expression. "Damn it. I forgot to use honorifics." Suddenly, the boy looks up. His face is younger, softer. But those familiar features haven't changed a bit. A buried memory surges within Calypso. But this reality? It's nothing like I predicted. Scattered puzzle pieces suddenly click together in her mind. The squalid living conditions that contradict the rumors, the imperial family's surveillance, the confinement, and the food. Deliberately spoiled, Haura's words echo like a vicious prophecy. The current Dragon Duke will die soon. Calypso bites her lip hard. Is the Dragon Duke being slowly murdered right here? But why? She shakes her head, forcing herself to stay calm. "No, get a grip. I don't know anything for sure yet." Shoving aside her chaotic thoughts, she speaks as gently as possible to the boy staring blankly ahead. "You're the Dragon Duke, aren't you? I'm not your enemy. I just want to talk for a moment." Absolute silence greets her. "Hello?" Calypso tries again, then glares at the snake sobbing on her shoulder. "Hey, Thus, stop crying and do something." Ignored by the boy, she mentally curses the useless reptile. But then, to her shock, the Dragon Duke whispers a single word. Thus, Calypso seizes the chance. That's right, I brought your family member here. Let's chat for a bit, okay? The boy looks at her, bewildered. Chat? He asks. What is? Chat? Flustered, Calypso helps him up, adopting a big sister tone. Yes. Just talking. Come on, stand up straight. Good grief, I told you to throw that rotten tomato away. Sitting on the floor like this. You'll ruin your clothes. Stand still. Let me dust you off. She grabs his hand and pulls him toward the room. We don't know when someone might come. It's safer to talk inside. The door shuts behind them, revealing a ruined, desolate space. Thus his whimpering still hasn't stopped. Calypso starts to get a headache. How long are you going to keep crying? You damn snake. I told you to toughen up. Thus trembles, addressing his master. My Lord Duke, I'm so sorry. Calypso watches the boy closely. Nothing. Absolutely zero reaction. She clears her throat. Ahem. Lord Duke? Thus his persistent crying is driving her nuts. Forget it. I just want to have a casual chat. Why don't you wipe your family member's tears? He's been crying his eyes out because he missed you. The Dragon Duke stands there like a statue. This isn't right, Calypso thinks. In the original story, his character wasn't like this. Where is the polite Duke who elegantly sipped tea with the heroine? In this state, communication is impossible. Out of options, she turns to the snake she just scolded. Thus, explain. Now, after listening to Thus's explanation, Calypso gasps in shock. So you're telling me the Dragon Duke's mind is no different from a newborn baby? Thus stammers. Ah, yes. But our Duke is very good at using a spoon. Calypso delivers a cold reality check. Forgive me, but in the killer whale family, I was sitting in clan meetings at his age. She rubs her chin thoughtfully. So, basically, the Dragon Duke has a grown body, but his mind is a blank slate. Since dragons are born from nature without parents, they need to be taught everything from scratch. But his caretakers only taught him the bare minimum for survival. No emotions, no knowledge, nothing. Looking at the boy's emotionless face, Calypso realizes the truth. He wasn't ignoring her. He literally didn't know how to respond. Her voice drops, trembling with simmering rage. Why? Who pushed things this far? Thus tilts his head. He's heard whispers, but doesn't fully understand. It's okay. Just tell me what you know. I'll piece it together. And so, thus begins a story drenched in tragedy. The lion said we must never forget the fear. Centuries ago, a dragon's rage nearly annihilated the empire. That fear became their guiding principle. Every new dragonborn is placed under strict control. They aren't treated as royalty, but as emotionless weapons to be used. Weapons don't need education, and if a weapon breaks, just let it die. After all, a new Dragon Duke will just be born to replace them, raised in the exact same way. Hearing this, a bitter memory floods Calypso's mind. The mocking laughter of a certain someone echoes in her ears. My fiancé. Yeah, how ironic. The thing the Bentorian family is raising is just a puppet, so that's what he meant. Calypso thinks to herself, Dragon Duke, I thought it would be impossible to meet you in this life. But it turns out, your situation is just as wretched as mine. She suddenly turns to Thus. That time you were caught outside the castle. Thus droops his head. Yes. I went out to find help. I almost died. But I was lucky enough to meet you, Calypso. His words make her clench her fists. Hey, Thus, she probes carefully. Can the Dragon Duke use his power to cross space and time? Oh yes, he can go anywhere, at any. Calypso tightens her grip on his hand. Can he use that power right now? She has to know, even if it seems cruel. I can't let blind pity cloud my judgment, she tells herself. That will only lead to disaster. I need absolute certainty. Thus answers bluntly, no, he can't use it. He hasn't been taught a thing. But when he matures, he'll be able to, right? Yes, exactly. Thus nods. A wave of relief washes over Calypso, though the irony isn't lost on her. Then this can be a mutually beneficial relationship. She turns her face away, ready to leave. All right, the most important part is confirmed. Suddenly, a hand tugs at hers. The Dragon Duke is mimicking the way she just squeezed his hand. Calypso blinks in surprise. Is he copying me? Incredible. It's a survival instinct. A gentle smile touches her lips. She lowers her voice. What's your name? The Dragon Duke tilts his head, repeating the words innocently. What's your name? I'm Calypso. Calypso Aquadello. He repeats it patiently, his voice clumsy like a child learning his first words. Calypso. Aqua. Dilo. She smiles warmly and reaches out with her other hand. That's right, she confirms. My name is Calypso Aquadello. I see. The Duke murmurs, etching the name into his memory. Seeing him understand, a spark of joy lights up her chest. Yes, I am Calypso. The Duke's eyes lock onto her, as if trying to memorize every curve of her face, is Calypso. Suddenly, Calypso turns to the bird perched nearby. Thus, what do you think of me? Thus nuzzles his small head affectionately against her hand, chirping happily. Like Calypso. Calypso is a kind beastkin. Her smile widens. Is that so? Then please, entrust the Duke to me. She looks, thus straight in the eye, her gaze sincere. I'm sorry, but he can't learn anything in a place like this. If he comes to my home, I promise he'll be well-fed and well-rested. I will personally take care of him with everything I have. She extends her hand toward the Dragon Duke, a formal proposal. Come with me, Dragon Duke. Let's make a pact. I'll show you the vast world out there, and you can make your own choices. And when you're strong enough to do as you please take me back home. Meanwhile, in a lavish room, Master B sits in silence. His gaze pierces through the window, cutting through the dense forest as if he sees everything. Back in the forest, the Dragon Duke's hand gently squeezes Calypso's a silent agreement. Her face lights up. Good. We're going to Aquadello together. But the moment the deal is struck, reality hits. Calypso looks around anxiously. Doing this alone will be impossible. Even if I manage to smuggle him out, how do I explain this to father? And that jerk Bellos? An idea sparks. She turns back to the dragon. If I use telepathy near this building, can you hear me? Thus hops onto the Duke's shoulder, chirping instantly. Of course. This is dragon territory, thus can feel Calypso's presence very clearly. Hearing that, Calypso breathes a sigh of relief. Perfect. I'll be back tomorrow with everything prepared to get the Duke out. Thus his eyes go wide with anticipation. Okay. Thus we'll wait for Calypso. The next morning, sunlight streams into the dragon castle. Calypso sits across from her master at the breakfast table. Master, she declares clearly, I want to return to Aquadello, and I'm taking the Dragon Duke with me. Clang. The piece of meat halfway to Master B's mouth drops onto his plate, slicing the silence. He stares at her, a mix of shock and disbelief. Maybe I chose the wrong time, Calypso thinks, calmly chewing her food as if nothing happened. After a few seconds of stunned silence, Master B speaks in a low voice. I was wondering where you snuck off to last night. You went to see the Dragon Duke, didn't you? Calypso flinches. I'm busted? My intuition is never wrong, he states firmly. Yes, that's right. Calypso breaks into a cold sweat, screaming internally. Is this what it feels like to be caught red-handed? She points her fork at him, gathering her courage. Then listen closely, Master. About what I saw last night. With no way out, Calypso spills the whole story. She tells him everything, how the royal family locked the Duke in a ruined castle, treating him like a failed weapon, and how he's slowly being assassinated by neglect. Master B frowns. So, what you're saying is, you need a powerful ally. Exactly. Calypso flashes a mischievous grin. I just need your approval, Master. As for Bellos, I'll just have father use his authority to crush him. Master B swirls his wine glass, staring into the liquid, deep in thought. You want to take the Dragon Duke to Aquadello. If I didn't know you better, I'd say you've lost your mind. I know. Calypso admits the truth. The Dragon Duke is bound to the dragon city of Ikina by a solemn oath from the first Empress. He can do anything within these walls, but he can't leave without royal permission. She pouts, her shoulders slumping in defeat. I know. It's impossible. Master is actually the perfect candidate. But if he refuses, this whole plan falls apart. She braced herself for the worst. Fine. If Dad doesn't want to do it, I'll handle it myself. I've run away and survived on my own before. Worst case scenario, she'd just grit her teeth and turn back time again. As if reading her mind, Pier suddenly asked, You said you wanted to stay here, right? Yes. That's right. Calypso felt a pang of guilt. Is it because of this? Because you want to corner the Dragon Duke. She hesitated. That wasn't my intention at the start. But, yes. That's why. I see. Pier sighed, his voice laced with disappointment. So, you really plan to stay here all by yourself? Under his scrutinizing gaze, Calypso tried to explain, but Pier cut her off, his voice low. And leave me behind? She lowered her head, whispering, Yes, leave Master behind. Hearing her answer, Pier suddenly looked crestfallen. It's still not enough, is it? Calypso looked up, confused. Huh? What do you mean? My affection. He spoke slowly. Is it still not enough for you to call me father? The room fell silent, save for the wind rustling the curtains. After a long pause, Pier asked again, his voice softer now. Why are you so guarded? Have I ever scolded you? Calypso finally snapped out of it. Ah, right. Pier continued gently. Next time, tell me what you want to do first. If you want, I can even destroy that castle for you. He calmly wiped his mouth with a napkin. I mean, we should have acted together from the very beginning. Calypso stood there, stunned. You'll really help me bring the Dragon Duke back? Pier nodded. Yes, but why? Why help me? Is it because you pity him? I came here as your father, Pier replied, his gaze steady. I am simply respecting your wishes. If you want to do it, then do it. A soft gasp escaped her lips, and then she laughed. I'm happy. Aren't I? Do you have a rescue plan? Pier asked. Ah, yes. I've got one, Calypso replied quickly. He smiled. Is that so? I'm looking forward to it. My daughter always brings such surprises. Suddenly, Pier frowned slightly, sensing someone standing behind the door. We'll discuss the plan later. Just then, a knock echoed. The door opened, and a middle-aged man in glasses stepped in, bowing respectfully. Greetings, Lord Pier. I am the deputy butler of this castle. By order of Duke Peterian, all distinguished guests are invited to the Dragonfang Hall. Soon after, Pier and his daughter arrived at the hall. Seeing Haura standing there yawning, Calypso whispered to her father. Master, that's the hyena guy I saw earlier. When did you see him? A suspicious voice rang out right beside her. Calypso jumped and turned to see Bellos. She huffed coldly. None of your business. You scared me. She had almost answered him by mistake. She thought to herself, then turned to interrogate him. Why are you eavesdropping on other people's conversations? Before she could say more, whispers from the nobles filled the air. Isn't that Pier Aquato of the killer whale family? I heard he's just as difficult as the family head. Best not to provoke him. But how strong can a sea creature really be on land? Shh, keep it down. If they hear you, they'll make a rude scene. We can't have a commotion in such a formal setting. Calypso was speechless. Do these people still not grasp the situation? Seeing his daughter's sour expression, Pier spoke calmly. If they're an eyesore, I can silence them. Calypso looked up, waving her hands frantically. Huh? No need. I'm fine. If you want, I can tear down the ceiling, Pier declared, his tone deadly serious. Calypso giggled. Wow, Master knows how to joke? But seeing his face darken, she felt a wave of unease. It was a joke, right? Why are you staring at the ceiling like that? After a brief silence, Pier nodded honestly. Calypso was speechless. You're just like Grandma, always wanting to solve everything with brute force. Isn't Bellos the one who takes after my mother? Pier retorted, his voice unyielding. He was specially loved and cared for by her, so naturally, he's similar. He shot a razor-sharp glare at the curious crowd, sending them scrambling away in fear. Oh God, please stop, you maniac, Calypso screamed internally. Just then, steady footsteps caught her attention. A man about Pier's age, dressed in pitch-black robes, was ascending the high platform. Calypso's eyes flashed with hostility. This is the first time we've met in this life, isn't it? Painful memories of her past life flooded back, standing trembling before him, listening to his words, cold as ice. You are Calypso Aquato. You're to be engaged to my son, correct? Remember this well. If your existence harms even a single hair on anyone in my family, you will pay with your life. Live as if you are already dead. Back in the present, Calypso stared at the man, his name etched deep in her mind. The Black Panther, Duke Devana Peterian. I could never forget you. Why are you frowning? Pier asked curiously, interrupting her thoughts. I just don't like that old guy, Calypso replied curtly. Pier's eyes instantly went cold. Is that so? I'll keep that in mind. High atop the dais, Devana's voice booms, echoing through the grand hall. On behalf of the imperial family, I extend my deepest gratitude to all the beastkin who traveled so far to be here. However, I must share some unfortunate news. He pauses, letting the silence build for dramatic effect. This year's Dragon Festival is officially cancelled. We ask that all honored guests make arrangements to depart by the scheduled time. A fox-eared beastkin hurriedly raises a hand. Your Grace, why is the festival being cancelled so suddenly? An excellent question, Devana, leader of the White Fox clan, replies, his expression remaining perfectly calm. I'm sure you're all curious, so I shall explain. The current Dragon Duke is in poor health. After careful deliberation with the imperial family, we have reached this difficult decision. Deliberation? Calypso scoffs internally. It's a bald-faced lie a 3-year-old could see through. That heartless bastard. Devana continues. The status of the next festival is also undetermined. The schedule will be announced at a later date. It sounds like next year's Dragon Festival is going to be postponed too. In other words, tonight is my first and last chance. Things just got a lot simpler, there's no other choice now. Thinking this, she tugs gently on Pier's sleeve. He understands immediately, and gives a subtle nod. We have to kidnap the Dragon Duke and get the hell out of here. Back in the room, Bellos immediately confronts her. What exactly are you plotting? You were acting incredibly suspicious back in the hall. Ugh, this is why I hate people with sharp instincts. Calypso complains internally. I wasn't planning on telling him everything anyway. I have no idea what you're talking about. She replies casually. But first, sit down. I have something to tell you, too. Bellos glances at his little sister's stubby legs before taking a seat. What is it? Don't tell me. You can't keep one of the promises you made me? Calypso starts, slouching back in her chair. Sit up straight, Bellows scolds, annoyed. Your skirt is riding up. Even Master doesn't nag this much. Why do you have to be so fussy? I'm covered. She waves him off. Anyway, remember how I said I definitely wouldn't go back? Right, Bellows confirms. Well, it looks like I can't keep that promise. What do you mean? She sighs. I just changed my mind. I decided we should go back together. Why do you keep asking? Calypso snaps, a bit irritated. Suddenly, she freezes in surprise. Small water bubbles are floating around Bellows, dancing happily in the air. It's his water magic reacting to his emotions. When he's angry, the water turns sharp, sometimes it even explodes. When he's sad, they shatter. But this, she stares blankly. Is this guy actually happy? Noticing his sister staring into space, Bellows looks confused. Realizing his magic is leaking out, he flinches and quickly clears his throat to hide his embarrassment. What about the head of the house position? You said we'd go back together. You don't mean staying in this mediocre place, do you? Mediocre place? Calypso's face darkens. That hasn't changed. I'm still not becoming the head. Bellows is silent for a moment, then bursts into laughter. Fine, we'll deal with that later. I don't know what you're hiding, but if you tell me on the way back, I might just consider turning a blind eye this time. He'll let it go if I just tell him? This guy is so unpredictable. Calypso frowns, then breaks into a beaming smile. Thanks anyway. What a goofy face, Bellows mutters. Excuse me? Calypso bristles, but her brother just ignores her with a dismissive hum. That night, Master B stands by the window, holding Calypso in his arms. Could you jump down by yourself? But why struggle when you have a useful tool like me right here? With that, they vanish. Calypso hears the wind rushing past her ears, and in the blink of an eye, they're hovering in the sky, directly above the building where the Dragon Duke is being held. Looking down, she gasps. Talk about an express taxi service. They start to descend, going down. Suddenly, he accelerates. Wah, ah. Calypso barely manages to yelp. Too fast, Master. Just before they hit the ground, B uses his water magic to cushion the impact, landing them safely. Our master is truly amazing. Calypso whispers, you tore right through the night. Though he doesn't quite get her meaning, B replies, I don't know what you're talking about, but here they come. Ahead of them, Haura and that chameleon guy are on patrol. The father-daughter duo hides in the bushes, waiting. Once the guards are out of sight, Calypso points toward the building. Master, look, there's a hole over there. But then she freezes, eyes widening. B looks where she's pointing. It's blocked, isn't it? They sealed it up in just one day? My plan has too many flaws. While Calypso is lost in thought, B suddenly points to a different spot. If you just need to get inside. How about there? It's a second-floor window with a hole in the glass. Oh! Calypso exclaims. It looks like a small opening. I think I can fit through that, she declares. I'll get myself in there. Master, what are you doing? B takes off his cloak. You could get cut by the glass shards. If winning without getting hurt is too difficult, then I will protect you, as a father should. Wrapped tight in the cloak like a newborn baby, Calypso thinks to herself, isn't this a bit overkill? Before she can even protest, he uses his water magic to lift her into the air. Then I wish you a safe return. Yes. Immediately, she was hurled into the air. The wind screamed past her ears. The breach was getting closer. It'll be fine, she reassured herself. Whoosh! She shot through the gap, performed a skillful mid-air roll out of the cloak, and stuck a perfect landing on the floor. She looked at the torn cloak in her hands, her heart heavy. Master's cloak was shredded, yet she didn't have a single scratch. Now I have to admit it. Everything Master did. It was all out of his special affection for me. Calypso silently rolled up the cloak and hugged it tight against her chest. If I didn't have the goal of returning home, I might have truly seen Master as a father and lived a happy life. She shook her head violently, chasing away those weak thoughts. Now isn't the time for this. Her eyes flashed with determination. Calypso focused her mind and initiated telepathic contact. Thus, are you there? Hearing the call, Thus, who was curled up in the room, immediately lifted his head. Calypso spoke through the small communication link. I'm on my way. As soon as the words ended, the creature happily flapped its little wings, chirping back to Calypso. Calypso gently pushed the door open and tiptoed inside. At the same time, Thus scurried out to welcome her. Seeing the tiny creature, she smiled. Thus, I'm here. Awesome. It cheered happily. His eager demeanor made Calypso chuckle. He looked just like a puppy welcoming its owner home. Did he really run all this way just for me? After teasing him for a moment, she explained, I'm a bit early, huh? The taxi was faster than I thought. Taxi? Thus tilted his head, looking confused. He was genuinely happy to see Calypso again. She nodded in confirmation. Yeah, I'm happy too. But her smile froze when she saw the Dragon Duke struggling with his meal nearby. His clumsy appearance made her wonder, can he only eat when Thus is around? This is more tragic than I imagined. How can a snake possibly teach someone how to use a knife and fork? Just then, the spoon slipped from the Dragon Duke's hand, hitting the floor with a dry clang. The boy looked dazed, then suddenly ran toward Calypso, clutching her hand and stammering, Calypso? Not quite, she gently corrected, pronouncing it very slowly. It's Calypso. The Dragon Duke immediately repeated it obediently. Calypso. Only then did she nod in satisfaction. That's right. She gently withdrew her hand and said, Your Grace. Please wait a moment. Calypso took out the cloak and draped it over the boy. Here, this is a bit big for me. You wear it instead. While she was busy, thus dragged over a small backpack. Calypso, please take this for the Duke. Calypso was surprised, thus explained. First is this bag. You even know how to pack luggage? She asked in amazement. Of course. Because thus is a smart member of the family, he replied proudly, then carried a notebook over in his mouth. This is my logbook about the Duke. Calypso was getting more shocked by the second. Huh? She muttered internally. You're a snake that knows how to write? Her eyes scanned the cover. The handwriting was neat. Report on the Dragon Duke. Author. Thus. Calypso broke into a cold sweat. His handwriting is even better than mine. She looked up at Thus. Thank you, but why give this to me? You're coming with us anyway. Thus cannot go. His answer left Calypso stunned. What are you talking about? Without the Dragon Duke, you'll be crying your eyes out. Thus does not cry, he retorted sulkily. All right, you don't cry. Calypso waved her hand dismissively. Stop talking nonsense. We need to leave, now. We don't have much time. No, he shook his head firmly. Thus has an ability that can only be used here. Huh? Before Calypso could understand, Thus's entire body began to radiate a brilliant light. The glare was so blinding, she had to shield her eyes. When the light faded, Calypso was too astonished to speak. Standing before her was no longer the tiny creature, but a perfect replica of the Dragon Duke. This. Thus? What on earth are you? It is me, Calypso. The Dragon Duke's voice resonated from that form. Thus is an existence that originated from me. This is Thus's true form. I can maintain this appearance for a few years. Calypso stood there, bewildered. Thus, you think that if we both go out, we'll definitely be caught, don't you? Thus nodded, and stepped forward to take her hand. Calypso, please take care of the Dragon Duke for me. I'm counting on you. Calypso gritted her teeth, determination sparking in her eyes. Thus, I will become the dragon's bride. So when I turn 10, I will definitely return to this city. She told herself, this sad reality won't change, unless I become the head of the family. She squeezed Thus's hand tight. So, in 3 years, I'll come back for you. Another thought flashed through her mind. But if this can save a kind soul like you, then it's a chance worth taking. I'm not a good person, but I cherish beautiful souls. Thus smiled innocently. That's enough time for the Duke to learn many things. I'm asking if you are going to be okay. Calypso sighed internally. What a naive snake. She held his hand, her voice turning serious. Thus, from now on, do exactly as I say. Thus blushed. Okay, I'll do it. Repeat after me. The killer whale always keeps its promises. I swear in the name of the sea. Thus stammered, repeating the words clumsily. Killer whale. Keep promise. The sea? Louder, Calypso urged, or I'm not taking you anywhere. Flustered, Thus shouted. I swear in the name of the sea. Hearing that, Calypso took a deep breath and made her solemn vow. All right. I, Calypso Aquasdo, swear in the name of the sea. I will absolutely come back to save you. Leaving Thus with a radiant smile, Calypso grabbed the Dragon Duke and ran. Reaching the room with the broken window, she shoved the door open decisively. If Master is nearby, he'll recognize this signal. Just as she predicted, a stream of water instantly snaked through the window, gently lifting the Dragon Duke into the air. Seeing the boy cling tightly to her hand in panic, Calypso was surprised. Is he afraid of heights? No, it looks more like he just doesn't want to leave my side. The water current carried them both down into Master's arms. She grinned. Master, you brat, you took too long. They're coming, he grumbled. Really? Did they spot us? Calypso flinched. Maybe the sound of shattering glass when the Dragon Duke broke through caused a commotion. As he responded, Calypso thought fast. Escaping like this is fine, but the real question is, did they notice the Dragon Duke is missing? She quickly whispered, Master, let's wait here for a second. Please use your hydrokinesis to mask our presence. Master nodded slightly. An invisible sphere of water instantly enveloped the three of them. Right on cue, Haura and a subordinate appeared. After scanning the area, Haura snapped. What the hell? There's no one here. Are your senses even working? The chameleon-like subordinate quickly covered his mouth. Yes, I'm sure. The trap I set was triggered. There was definitely movement. Wasn't it just a wild animal? Actually, scent-hunting beasts wouldn't dare come near our scent. Calypso's heart felt like it was about to pound out of her chest. Luckily, the chameleon guy spoke up. As expected, there's no one around, Lord Haura. Maybe my trap was triggered by a strong gust of wind or something. What? Haura roared. Why are you only saying that now? You made me panic and haul my weapon all the way here for nothing. So, please don't yell at me. I was going to tell you. But you grabbed your gear and ran off before I could. The guy replied, trembling. Thank God they're idiots, Calypso thought. After a bit of noise, Haura turned away, still grumbling. Fine. Since we're already here, check the perimeter one more time just to be safe. I'm sorry. Once they were out of sight, Calypso whispered, Master, let's go. She concluded silently, they're sloppier than I thought. They probably assume a Dragon Duke would never even understand the concept of running away. It was risky. But I've confirmed something crucial. They don't know he's escaped. Master grabbed both of them and leaped into the sky. Calypso continued her train of thought. Now, the only thing left is to come back and get Thus as soon as possible. Looking down at the receding building from high above, the Dragon Duke unconsciously mumbled, Swear. Back at the Dragon Castle, Calypso and the Dragon Duke sat on the bed. Seeing Master about to leave through the window, she asked, We just got back. Where are you going? I have business to handle. He replied curtly and vanished. Just leaving us like that. Calypso pouted. Bored, she remembered Thus's notebook and started rummaging through her backpack. Finding the notebook, she flipped through the first few pages. The Dragon Duke has just been born and needs to learn everything, including basic human emotions. Dragons will mimic the emotions of the first person they bond with. Therefore, education is extremely important for him. Calypso looked up at the boy, sitting silently beside her. Lord Dragon Duke. So this is why you didn't know how to wipe away Thus's tears. She gently reached out and touched his cheek. Even so, I could still feel that you cherish Thus very much. The notebook even had the Dragon Duke's name written in it, Keond, Thus. Ikki, she called out softly. Hearing his name, Ikki unconsciously repeated it. Ikki? Mm-hmm. Calypso nodded. Your name is Ikki. It sounds just like the Dragon City. Suits you perfectly. She continued. Her voice tinged with sadness. If only this city was as good to you as its name implies. Then, she spoke gently. But it's okay. The fact that you're here, Ikki, proves that there's a presence even gentler and warmer than this city right by your side. Just never look at someone as your only salvation, because that is far worse than you can imagine. Her thoughts drifted back to the past, to the tear-stained letters she had sent in desperate loneliness. Grandma, this place is so cold and scary. If I could, I'd want to go back to Aquiadello. Save me, Grandma. Calypso continued speaking, her voice soft as a whisper. Right now, you probably can't understand everything I'm saying since we can't really talk yet. But I believe one day you will. Ikki's body trembled slightly. Seeing that, Calypso reached out and pulled up the soft blanket. For now, just remember one thing. Only you can save yourself. She draped the blanket over both of them, letting the warmth spread. Saying these words. Even I find it ironic, she thought. Because in the future, I'm the one who will have to depend on you. But I still hope you can live that way. She asks, what do you think? It's not cold anymore, is it? Ikki innocently echoed. Cold? Ah, right. Let's start with the absolute basics. Calypso sighed to herself. This is going to be a long road. Suddenly, Ikki whispered. Mine. You like this blanket? You can keep it. But the boy gripped her hand tightly, repeating with absolute determination. Mine. The next morning, the carriage bearing the Aquadel family crest rolled away from the Dragon Castle. Outside, the crowd's whispers drifted in, thick with curiosity and malice. Whose carriage is that? Looks strange. It's the Aqua clan, those killer whales. The scammers of the sea are finally leaving. Good riddance. Exactly. They don't belong here. Hey, watch your mouth. The shrill bickering grated on Calypso's nerves. But another voice kept booming. The way they caused a scene in the cafeteria. I couldn't stand listening to it. Suddenly, a deafening boom cut through the noise, silencing everything. The chatterboxes shut up instantly. Idiots. Calypso cursed silently as the carriage distanced itself from the Dragon City. Master, are you really not going to tell me? Calypso turned to ask. Master Pier replied coldly. I will answer in about 2 weeks. Why though? Calypso whined. I've been asking for days. What did you do back then? Just tell me a little bit. If I tell you, you'll know everything, won't you? At that moment, Bellos, who had been silent the entire ride, broke the conversation. His face was dark as a storm cloud, his eyes pinned on her. When exactly do you plan to explain? Waiting 2 days is already enough. Finally time, Calypso thought. She replied, Bellows, before we left, didn't you promise to turn a blind eye, just this once? I don't intend to break my word, but you need to explain. Right now. Hearing that, Calypso smiled mysteriously. She reached out and gently pulled down the cloth covering Iki. Say hello to my brother. The moment he saw the boy's face, Bellows froze, his eyes widening in shock. This is the Dragon Duke, Lord Iki, Calypso introduced. Are you crazy? Bellows stammered. I've always liked playing big, she laughed. So, Bellows, can you keep your promise? How can you say something so ridiculous in a situation like this? Bellows snapped, but his words cut off abruptly. He instinctively clutched his chest, where a sharp, invisible pain spiked a silent warning from the master sitting opposite him. Calypso glanced at Master Pier. Bellows thought in terror. Just a single thought threatening. Calypso brings pain like being torn apart? What on earth happened? Bellows. Calypso suddenly spoke up. If we cooperate, our relationship could be much better. If you pretend not to know about Iki's existence, I will make you the head of the house. She extended her hand. What do you say? If you agree, my master will be a solid pillar of support for you. Master Pier chimed in, his voice sounding a bit aggrieved. The way this girl talks, she really doesn't miss a beat. Master, just nod along, Calypso whispered, then turned back to Bellows. I'm a talent, after all. Whether you want it or not, I can help you achieve your goals. I know you crave power. Bellows remained silent for a long time before speaking. Sorry, but that's not what I want to hear. What I need right now is an explanation. Why is the Dragon Duke here? He pointed at Iki. I need to know what's going on before I can make a decision. Don't you need my cooperation too? Explain it. The smile on Calypso's lips vanished, replaced by a sharp coldness. Sorry, but I have no reason to tell you. If you don't cooperate, you'll pay the price. I swear to the sea, Bellows interrupted abruptly. Huh? Calypso was surprised. He continued, his voice firm. I swear I will not reveal this information to anyone else. Now what? Your turn. Saying that, Bellows held out his hand. Calypso let out a breath, looking resigned. Geez, seriously? My big brother is going this far? After Bellows completed the oath, Calypso told him the entire story about Iki. She tried to summarize it as briefly as possible. I can already guess his answer. Just as she predicted, Bellows said, wouldn't it be better if we told grandmother the truth and asked for her help? Knew it. Calypso pouted. She knew the loophole in Bellows's oath perfectly well. He couldn't reveal the imperial family's conspiracy, but he could absolutely reveal the Dragon Duke's existence. His status is too special. He's like a divine beast. If such a living legend falls into the imperial family's hands and becomes a weapon, imagine what the already discriminated underwater beastkin will suffer. This conspiracy is a fatal threat to the Aquadel family. Even though Bellows's conclusion was logical, Calypso replied coldly, I don't trust the head of the house. How much do you think she'd believe a child like me? Sorry, but the only people I trust here are Iki and Master. So that's how it is, Bellows replied. Fine, as you wish. I won't reveal the Dragon Duke's existence. His words took Calypso by surprise. Master Pier asked, is that settled then? Why did he agree so easily? Noticing the suspicion written all over her face, Bellows added, if you wish, I can even swear an oath to the sea on this. What are you plotting now? Calypso rolled her eyes. Sensing she was about to explode, Bellows let out a sigh. Hey, you should just seize the opportunity while you can. If you're going to do it, make it quick, Master Pier interjected. His gaze drifted out the window. Things were about to get busy. Spit it out, Calypso urged. Bellows smirked. Ah, and here I was hoping to tease you a little longer. Once the ritual was complete, Calypso pulled back the window curtain. Wow, our dear uncle is certainly working hard. The carriage came to a sudden halt. Master Pier and Bellows rose in unison. You, stay in the carriage, the master ordered. Huh? Me? He pointed at Iki. Just stay put. Any stray blade that flies in here would hit him. Unable to deny the logic, she nodded and obediently sat back down. Master Pier unlatched the door. I'll be right back. As the door swung open and Pier and Bellows stepped out, a torrent of hydropower instantly erupted. The assassins surrounding them immediately raised their weapons, their faces twisted in sheer terror. The moment Master Pier's heel touched the ground, a terrifying killing intent exploded. The water swirled into razor-sharp spears, tearing through the air as they launched toward the enemy. Agonized screams echoed through the mountains and forests. Arg, move out of the way. But his water currents showed no mercy, sweeping everything away. Meanwhile, an assassin had stealthily crept up to the side of the carriage. Just as his hand touched the door, another blast of water knocked him flying. Bellows clicked his tongue, clearly annoyed that Master Pier had beaten him to the punch. Damn it, a step too slow again. I let my guard down. Inside the carriage, Calypso calmly flipped open Thus's notebook. I suppose I should review this notebook while I wait for the trash outside to be taken out. A specific line caught her eye. The Dragon Duke possesses the power to manipulate space and time. Calypso froze, the words seeming to dance before her eyes. After a few seconds of stunned silence, she turned and whispered, "Iki." Calypso gently grasped Iki's small hand. Thus his words echoed in her mind. He had said Iki possessed an extraordinary ability, one that could transcend the very barriers of space and time. Although the boy's power was still immature and insufficient for a complete teleportation, there was one thing he could do right now. To achieve it, Calypso recalled, they needed to hold hands tightly and touch their foreheads together. She gazed deep into Iki's eyes, her voice pleading, "Could you let me see my parents? Just one more time?" Thus said, when space and time achieve resonance, you can show others the moments and places they yearn for. Please, let me see them one last time. Iki's eyes drooped with heavy sympathy. Immediately after, a brilliant golden aura erupted, enveloping his small frame. "I will help you." His voice was childish but resolute. In an instant, Iki's eyes returned to their original azure blue, and the scenery around Calypso dissolved. She found herself hovering in the air above a lavish, modern city. "This place," she gasped in astonishment. Looking down at her translucent hand, she realized that this wasn't a true return. Her transparent body still held the form of a 3-year-old whalekin. Yet these streets were heartbreakingly familiar. "My house is right nearby." Without a shred of hesitation, Calypso darted forward, flying toward the home of her memories. "I just need to cross this flower field, go through that gate, and I'll be home." As the cozy house came into view, her heart pounded violently in her chest, a surge of mingled joy and dread washing over her. She told herself to temper her expectations. On a normal weekday, her parents might not even be home. But then, a warm, familiar voice rang out, dispelling all her doubts. "Honey, I think we forgot to close the window. I can feel a draft coming in." Her mother's voice replied gently as she carried a tray of hot tea over. "That's impossible. I already closed all the kitchen windows. Here, drink some tea to warm yourself up." The image of the happy young couple filled Calypso's vision. Tears streamed down her face, the call choking in her throat. "Mom, Dad." Inside the house filled with beloved belongings, her parents were chatting happily. Even though she couldn't catch every word, a sense of happiness overwhelmed Calypso. Thank goodness. She reached out with her transparent hand, trying to touch her father's face. "It's such a relief. Mom and Dad are living well. They're healthy and love each other. If only I could return to them right now." Suddenly, the sound of a baby crying, "Wah, wah," echoed from the next room. Her father started, his voice dripping with affection. "Oh my, our little princess is awake. You stay here, honey. I'll go bring her out." Those words felt like knives slicing through Calypso's heart. No. That's impossible. This has to be some kind of trick. Sweet fragments of memory came rushing back, sharp as a blade. "Daddy's girl. From now on, you are the only daughter I will ever have." "What?" At that moment, her father walked out holding a baby girl, his voice tender. "Daddy's princess, come on now. Stop crying." The baby responded with innocent coos. "Goo. Goo." An explosion went off in Calypso's mind. This is truly a nightmare. Her father lovingly passed the baby to her mother. "She must be hungry, right? It is about that time." "Yes, dear," her mother replies. Meanwhile the baby coos, Calypso mutters in despair. "Even in that other world, I imagined the worst-case scenario." She steps closer, peering at the child's face. Just as I thought. The spitting image of mother. Painful memories come flooding back. "Why are you being so negative? I carried you for 9 months, so of course you're a carbon copy of me." Back to reality. The father who once said he loved only her is now gazing affectionately at another child. "I'm sure this nose looks just like yours," her mother smiles. "But the eyes and mouth? Those are definitely yours." The baby babbles, "Bibo, wah," and they talk about it with all their love as if Calypso never existed in their lives. Trembling, she calls out, "Mom, Dad, please look at me. I've missed you both so much. I endured 60 long years just to get here. Can't you see the hot tears rolling down my cheeks?" She screams in silence. "Have you two forgotten me? Is it just because I'm not your biological daughter?" Suddenly, her mother looks at the baby in her arms, her expression turning wistful. "Our firstborn would probably be just a little bigger than this little princess." That sentence makes Calypso freeze, a faint ray of hope flickering. That's right. How could they forget me? Mom still remembers I'm her firstborn. If I can just go back, the 4 of us will live happily together. But then her father speaks up, and his words extinguish everything. "Honey, don't bring that up again. That child doesn't exist anymore." A sentence like a cold knife, shattering the fragile connection between them and her. Calypso's heart turns to ice. "Father, the person I loved more than anyone. You used to love me more than anything, Yet now you're saying to forget me? Her mother looks up. But, you said not to mention this anymore. Why, Dad? Calypso sobs in her mind. Did I make a mistake? I'm sorry. Tell me where I went wrong. I'll change. I'll do anything. I promise I'll be good. She rushes forward, wanting to hug her mother, but her body simply passes through the woman's image. So please, don't forget me. And then, she hears her mother's voice, weak but determined. I will try to forget. Calypso lifts her head, screaming in hopelessness. Why, Mom? Dad? Why do you want to forget me? I'm still alive. I'm healthy. I'm right here. Just as the illusionary world begins to shatter, the last few strands of light from Calypso's silhouette accidentally brush against her father. He suddenly turns his head toward where she was just standing, surprising her mother. What's wrong? Nothing. I just felt like someone was here. He looks closely again, then shudders slightly. It didn't feel like a ghost. It felt like C was calling out to us. As soon as he finishes speaking, he lets out a soft groan of pain. She asks hurriedly, You say that, but your heart hurts too, doesn't it? C. How could we ever forget that little girl? Memories of their first daughter come rushing back to both of them. Daddy, C loves whales so much, they're amazing. Mommy. I'm thinking. Maybe I'll study marine biology when I grow up? He nods, his voice cracking. That's right. Every time I think of her, my heart feels like it's being cut open. How could we ever forget our C? Back in the real world, by the campfire, the atmosphere is strangely quiet. Bai senses something is wrong. He frowns at Calypso, who has just returned from her mental journey. If you're in pain, tell me, he says gently. I'm fine. Calypso replies, her voice hollow. Khan, look at yourself in the mirror. Bai says, It's been 2 days since then, and you're still pale. It's probably just a bad mood. She dodges the subject. I'm going for a walk in the forest. I'll be back. Saying that, she trudges away. Her small figure fades into the night. Bai stands up, intending to follow, but Iki suddenly grabs the hem of his shirt. The boy pats his own chest and babbles. Calypso. Here. Don't worry. Hearing his broken words, Bai understands. So, she's heartbroken right now? Can you sense Calypso's emotions? Iki replies with just one word. Wait. He nods, his eyes full of gratitude. I understand. Thank you, Dragon Duke. Later, Bai also enters the forest. In a desolate clearing, he finds Calypso. She's just standing there, head bowed, silently drowning in her own pain. Looking up at the poetic sky, countless constellations look like fireflies trapped in the heavens. At the same time, she hears a rustling sound, as if someone is approaching. After seeing her parents, she keeps thinking, it can't be like that. Here, the footsteps get closer. Of course not. Mom and Dad loved me so much. She continues. I also feel that what must come, will come. Memories start manifesting in the girl's mind. Calypso falls into deep thought. Mom and Dad treated me well. But even so, the fact that I'm adopted never changed. If they turn their backs on me, I'll become an orphan all over again. That insecurity never left my mind. I have nowhere to return to. No. Did I ever have a place to return to in the first place? Actually, did I just imagine it all? Then what have I been fighting for these past 60 years? Abandoned 3 times. 3 deaths. She had even witnessed the slaughter of her brothers and comrades. Rubbing her eyes, the little girl tries to steady her trembling heart. This isn't the time to sit here bawling like a baby. I need to figure out my next move, fast, because right now, I've got absolutely nothing left. So, I'll just let it all out today. Tomorrow is a new day. Calypso sat there, drowning in her endless loneliness. But suddenly, a voice cut through the silence, making her jump. Even the way you cry is just like you, isn't it? A man stepped out from behind the tree next to her. It was none other than P. He had been standing there the whole time, catching the girl completely off guard. Seeing him, Calypso stammered, trying to hide her face. Master, I just tripped and fell. That's why I'm crying a little. Master, she stuttered. But P didn't say a word. He just walked steadily toward her. Gentle ripples of energy suddenly lifted her small body into the air. This was the girl who wouldn't shed a tear even with a bruised and bloody face after a brawl. Floating in midair, she looked down at her master with watery eyes. Crying over a simple trip? That was hard to believe. She spoke up again, voice trembling. I guess. That was a pretty terrible excuse, wasn't it? P looked at the girl before him in silence, then sighed. Come to think of it, you're just like me. If you don't cry in front of others, you probably only let it out when you're truly alone. You're sharp in all the most useless ways. Hearing this, the girl shot back. If you knew that, you should have just let me cry in peace. You did this on purpose. Talking to me. Exposing me. Did you really have to point it out right when I'm at my weakest? Calypso shouted, her body trembling uncontrollably in his invisible grip. She slammed her fist against his wrist. "Master, just stay quiet and leave me be. Don't say anything. Just ignore me." But facing the girl hovering in his hands, P didn't resist or get angry in the slightest. He simply stood there, letting her do whatever she wanted in that moment. Only after she had vented all her frustration did he finally speak. "You're not upset because of the fall, are you? It's because it's unfair. No one, absolutely no one works harder than you. So why did your life turn out like this?" Hearing those words, she broke down completely, wailing even louder than before. "Why? I just want to live a good life too." Memories of her old family flooded back. She screamed through heart-wrenching sobs. "I just want to be happy. You probably won't tell me what's making me so bitter." Suddenly, P gave an unexpected answer. "I just need to create a world where you don't feel that bitterness anymore, right? If I do that, will your tears stop falling?" Hearing her master's words, Calypso suddenly stopped crying. Instead, she looked at him in shock, as if his words had triggered memories from the deep past. She remembered being a child, crying in her father's arms. "My daughter, what are you so sad about?" Even if it was a lie, she still remembered the face of the person who loved her so much. That face. It looked exactly like Master's face right now. P continued. Calypso, I won't know unless you tell me." She turned her glistening eyes toward her master, tears still pooling in the corners. "No. Master knows. He knows very well." Touching her chest, he thought, "Even though you only show me this ugly, messy side of yourself, Master will still hold on tight and embrace you. In the end, this is exactly what you wanted." Hearing this, Calypso felt an overwhelming wave of emotion. She thought, "Master, no." Then, the word slipped out. "Father." That single word made P freeze in silence. In his arms, Calypso reached out her small hands and pleaded, "I'm so tired. Please, just hold me." Answering her need, he immediately pulled the girl into a hug. Calypso must have felt incredibly warm. P spoke softly. "I was clearly waiting for this day. But this isn't exactly the expression I wanted to hear it with." His hand slowly, hesitantly touched her small back, and then he gently patted her, comforting her. Resting on that shoulder, she felt it. It was so warm. Yes, this warmth has always been by my side. In her memories, the image of her master appeared. He looked so affectionate, treating her so gently. "You did well," and without her even realizing it, countless times. "Because you're a child, don't you feel pain? Didn't you ask me to fulfill the duties of a father? Master, give me a little more time. Protecting you is starting to get troublesome. Just tell me what you want." "Calypso, fathers usually spoil their daughters, so this isn't strange at all, right? You look tired. Is it the trip? You always come up with new things, don't you?" "I'm not like that. I just need to protect you as a father would." "That is enough. He really is like a fool." Her mind was filled with a series of beautiful, unforgettable images of her and P. I had already received love without ever needing to beg for it. It was like a dream. He stood there without saying a word. As for Calypso, she was nestled safely in her father's arms. Back then, she would whine, making both Dad and her big brother feel helpless. "Father, that guy is glaring at me. Let me kick him out. Even if you tell me to stay, I'm leaving." While she was lost in that haze, suddenly, another hand reached out and gently wiped away her tears. Seeing the boy in front of her, she whispered, "Icky?" The boy looked incredibly worried and replied, "Your tears." Calypso slumped, looking dejected. "I don't know. I just wanted to talk freely. At the very least, wipe the tears for your subordinate. Will you?" He cried his eyes out, missing you, you know. Reaching out to grab Yi's hand, she says, "Thanks, Yi. You surprised me so much I actually stopped crying. If shock is all it takes to stop the tears, I should have just thrown him into a tree." Then she turns to Pi. "Father, you really need to relearn parenting from scratch." He just fakes a cough and replies, "I'm trying my best here." Under the flickering firelight, am I really relying on uncertainties again? But this feels like the one certainty I can actually trust. So, what's the first step? Right. I have to raise Icky properly. Raise him. I've given up on returning home, but I must keep my promise to Theus. Suddenly, a hand covers her eyes. Pi whispers, "Don't think about anything. Just relax your mind and rest, child." She wonders to herself, is it really okay? Can I trust Father and actually rest for a bit in this moment? Through the gaps in Pi's fingers, a light shimmers like the breaking dawn. She keeps one eye closed, peeking with the other, as if waiting for some kind of miracle. Pi continues softly, "Until you find what you're looking for, I will protect you." Pi frowns and asks, "Is there a problem with the carriage wheel?" The driver quickly responds, "Yes, Lord Pi. It seems there's a hairline crack in the axle we replaced after that ambush. We can't move immediately in this condition." In the corner, Calypso lets out a long sigh. She thinks with pure relief. Finally, I escaped that hellish attention. I thought their stares were going to drill a hole right through my face. She recalls her brother's face and grumbles internally. That damn eldest brother looked at me the exact same way. Ugh, just kill me now. Hearing a commotion behind her, she turns around to eavesdrop. The maids are gathered around Iki, showering the little boy with endless praise. Oh my gosh, blue looks so good on you. Should we try the jewelry we bought in the city? Oh no, the size won't fit. Big sis. Calypso quietly drifts away from the scene, but the maids' voices still ring in her ears. Duke, let me try putting this on you. It's perfect. Truly a duke. She remembers the past, when they had seriously asked her, a dragon duke? Is that a dragon? A real dragon? Calypso nods. That's right, he is the dragon duke. The girls gasp in surprise. Really? Misa bravely steps in front of the princess, speaking seriously. Princess, I'm not entirely sure, but shouldn't this be kept a secret? Princess Calypso? The little girl quickly replies, that's right. Misa purses her lips, reaches out her hand, and says, thank you for trusting us with this. We absolutely won't breathe a word, just as you ordered. She continues firmly. We want to prove that you can trust us, too. Everyone here will swear an oath to the sea. Calypso sits dazed on a nearby rock. She sighs, thinking, I was planning to ask them, but I never expected they'd offer first. She looks over at the noisy group nearby, pursing her lips. It's not a coincidence that I noticed them in this third life. She exhales slowly, lost in thought. I need talented people like that by my side if I want to live a peaceful life. Though she feels a twinge of guilt, Calypso shakes her head. No. She smiles with satisfaction. They're already my people now. She looks over at Pi and asks, how's the carriage wheel? He replies sluggishly, it's fixable, just need a little time. Pi stretches his stiff muscles, raising an eyebrow at her. Get some rest before we move on, all right? Calypso sprawls out comfortably on the green grass. She gazes blankly at the sky, drifting into thought. The weather is so nice. She sighs, then pouts. So, how long do you plan to keep staring at me like that? Bellis, standing by a nearby tree, replies calmly. I wasn't looking. Calypso clicks her tongue. Fine, let's pretend that's true. But stop it. You were staring at me the entire time we were in the carriage, too. She slowly sits up, glaring at him. She enunciates every word. Don't tell me you're trying to end this now. Bellis speaks casually. You can't defeat me as you are now, can you? Calypso shrugs. Sorry, but I won't hesitate to use any means necessary to win. Her voice turns serious. If I have to, I'll drag every ally I have to my side to ensure my victory. Don't forget, Father is always backing me up. Bellis frowns slightly. If you can talk so boldly now, why did you act like that yesterday? Calypso clicks her tongue. What's it to you? Are you worried about me or something? Bellis nods. I am. Hearing his blunt admission, she's left speechless, the sound of the wind rushing past her ears. Her hand tightens around the grass beneath her. She speaks with resolve. Bellis, let's make this clear. Are you going to be my enemy or my ally? Bellis replies calmly. Challenge me for the position of family head. Calypso freezes. Her eyes widen in shock as she cries out. What? Bellis continues indifferently. You're looking for a goal right now, aren't you? Are you trying to goad me into being your rival? He continued, facing someone who is not only older but also a perfect heir with power? Someone already proven? Like you? Calypso frowned and retorted sharply. You mean I should just challenge you and go die already? Bellis stood under the tree, answering her with calm composure. The perfection you speak of. There is no killer whale born perfect, he said, his voice dropping low. None of us are perfect. If someone appears perfect in grandmother's eyes, that person gets chosen to become the next head of the family. I am serious. I wouldn't make this offer without a reason. Bellis spoke with genuine sincerity. I want to see you when you reach my current age. If, at that time, you are stronger than I am now, I will follow you. Calypso furrowed her brows, confused and lost in thought. Did this eldest brother of mine take the wrong meds? Is he talking like this because it's time for his medication? Calypso let out a long sigh, muttering to herself. Fine. I'm tired of doubting everything anyway. She flashed a bright smile at her brother and said cheerfully, I'll just say one thing. The me of that time will definitely crush the you of now. Bellis responded with excitement. Even better. She watched his retreating back, frowning as she thought. Seriously, I have no idea what goes on inside that head of his. If that's the case, then suddenly, a voice cut through her train of thought. Have you finished thinking? She looked at her father, asking in surprise. Huh? Father, when did you get here? She slowly regained her senses, looking around blankly before asking, and when did the sun go down? B replied patiently. The carriage was fixed an hour ago. He spoke gently. It's been a while since I told you to rest. Judging by that face, you've found your answer, haven't you? Calypso was shaken and asked him back. That's amazing. How did you know that, father? B grinned. I can tell just by looking at your expression. Calypso smiled brightly. I will become the head of the family. B wasn't very surprised. He replied calmly, if you want it, you can do it. His casual attitude made the little girl slightly dissatisfied. Calypso shook her head. No, I mean I'm going to seize it. While grandmother is still in power, I will take that seat myself and become the head of the family. The little girl continued firmly. I will definitely snatch that throne right before grandmother's eyes and end her golden era. B was a bit shaken, looking at her with interest. Is that your revenge plan? Calypso nodded. Exactly. B stepped forward and gently picked her up. He whispered, then let me ask my child. What kind of revenge will I have to suffer from you? Hearing that, Calypso laughed brightly. I forgot all about that the moment I called you father, she thought to herself. Besides, how could I plot revenge against someone who is currently scared that I might be mad at him? Calypso hugged him tightly, murmuring softly, I will always be good to those who stand by my side. B patted the little girl gently to comfort her, speaking softly. Good. It's good that you have a clear goal, Calypso said seriously to her father. Once we return, there will be countless things to do. Father, the easy life ends now. B played along, pouting playfully. Oh, so scary. B asked her softly. So, what's the first thing you'll do when we get back? Calypso smiled and answered immediately. Become stronger, of course. Bellis sat opposite B, with Calypso sleeping soundly against her father. Bellis asked quietly, Father, can I ask the second question you promised now? He pursed his lips and asked hesitantly, Even now, do you still not have any strange dreams? He waited patiently for an answer, his eyes fixed intently on his father. B shook his head. Not yet. Not even once. Bellis nodded. I see. B continued. You are always like this. When someone keeps repeating a question, it's because they want to validate if others share their experience. What exactly did you dream of? Bellis hesitated slightly. Reluctantly, he said, I don't have to answer, right? You don't care anyway. B raised an eyebrow, speaking seriously. Since you lowered your voice to not wake the sleeping child, I am willing to help you, at least with that. B looked at him sternly and asked, Do you need help? Bellis bowed his head, falling into deep thought. Whenever I close my eyes, that sound always echoes in my mind. The girl in the dream asked him, What do you think of P. Aqua? The clear voice of a girl. She must be truly pitiful. That's all. Living isolated for a lifetime due to illness until death. There's no reason to truly hate someone like that. If that person were alive, maybe I should try fighting them at least once, Bellis thought in silence. I can feel the longing coming from her. The moment I met that little girl at the family gathering, I had a hunch that the woman from my dreams was appearing right before my eyes. The Calypso, in his dream, had greedily told him, Brother, I want a world where aquatic creatures aren't discriminated against. At that time, he had replied, Of course. I will definitely make that happen. Even if I can't achieve it in my time, I still hope to contribute something to that future. Bellis drifted through his dream, heavy with thought. The feelings he held for her were a mix of deep affection and gnawing anxiety. She was his family, after all. He couldn't shake Calypso's parting words. You'd better not die before me, big brother. That terrified plea snapped Bellis awake, pulling him out of the nightmare. He bolted upright, rubbing his face furiously to chase away the sleep. Bellis let out a long, shaky breath. Her weak, trembling voice and those clinging emotions, they refused to fade. He pursed his lips in thought. Calypso thinks I'm trying to kill her, but I was just testing the waters. A long silence passed before Bellis murmured to his father, I have no reason to lay a hand on Calypso. The Duke frowned, clearly displeased. Why would you suddenly bring up such a morbid topic? Bellis offered a gentle smile. Father, no need to worry. Honestly, fighting the urge to obey her every command. That's the real challenge. The Duke replied flatly. I have no idea what you're talking about, but it seems you've reached your own conclusion. Bellis glanced over at Calypso, his smile widening. Yes, it's only a matter of time, he thought to himself, amused. I'll wait patiently. I'll let her prove she's the same girl from my dreams, the one I'm physically incapable of disobeying. Night fell. The Duke emerged from the shadows, his voice dripping with ice. I intend to hunt down and slaughter every single rat involved in this assassination attempt. Calypso, currently in the middle of dinner, nearly choked. She thought, Are we really discussing murder while cutting steak? Seriously? She glanced timidly at her father and whispered, Father, your eyes. They look terrifying. Are you sure you're all right? The Duke stared at the steak on his plate as if he wanted to incinerate it. He gritted out, Of course. I am perfectly fine. Calypso popped a piece of meat into her mouth and sighed. All right then, I won't complain. Internally, she chuckled. Who am I to say no to a free revenge service? The very next day, a mansion belonging to the Orca clan exploded. 3 days later. Then, a few weeks after that, another villa was reduced to ash. Calypso watched the flames, clicking her tongue in appreciation. Now that is a sight to behold. At the time, I had no idea this revenge tour would drag on for 2 whole years. 2 years later, at the Intermediate Academy, a luxurious carriage rolled slowly up to the gates. A small, lovely girl stepped out. It was Calypso, now 5 years old. She let out a heavy sigh. I really don't want to go to school. A voice chimed in right beside her. So, you're just a normal human after all. The boy grinned. Hearing you say you hate school, that confirms it. It was Agenor Aqua, 11 years old. Calypso pouted, shooting back. What are you talking about? Of course I'm normal. Suddenly, voices called out from the distance. Princess. Princess. The twins, Ruka and Ruba, rushed over, beaming. Good morning. Hi. The 2 boys clamored around her. Did you hear? Another villa just blew up. This time, it was that guy's house. Calypso nodded nonchalantly. Yeah. Ruba looked worried. But, what if our house gets burned down too? Calypso clicked her tongue. You guys will be fine, the twins asked in unison. Why? Calypso paused, searching for words. Just, trust me. Nothing will happen. Trust me. Ruka immediately nodded. I believe the princess, because she's smart. Ruba quickly added. Me too. Calypso pictured her terrifyingly cool father. She thought helplessly. You're safe because my dad is the one blowing everything up. Standing before the alpha class, usually for 8-year-olds, Calypso waved goodbye to the twins. She smiled brightly. Study hard, you two. I'm sure you'll both graduate in no time. Remembering something, she added with a nod. Oh, and seriously, your house won't be destroyed. Don't worry about it. Ruka beamed. See you later, princess. Ruba waved goodbye, then quietly watched the siblings walk away, a look of longing in his eyes. Agenor looked down at his sister, grinning. See you later, little sister. See ya. Meanwhile, Ruba stood frozen, replaying Calypso's parting smile in his head. He stood there like a statue until his brother called out. Ruka tilted his head. Ruba? What's wrong? Let's get to class. Ruba snapped back to reality, flustered. Huh? Oh, right. Let's go. Then, he frowned. Why does she usually leave school alone these days? Ruka nodded. Yeah, I heard rumors about that a few months ago. Seems nothing has changed. Wonder what's going on. On the other side of the courtyard, Agenor was clinging to his sister, refusing to let go. He made a scene, whining and pulling at her. Sister, just stay with me a little longer, please. Calypso scowled. She snapped, losing her patience. Oh my god, let go. We're going to be late. Go to class already. Look at Ruka and Ruba. They don't act like this. She was at her limit. Calypso yelled, I'm in the 5th year intermediate class, and you're only in the 3rd year. The Aqua education system is strictly divided into elementary and intermediate levels. Elementary is for kids aged 3 to 8. I breezed through that when I was just 3. But intermediate? That's a different beast. Advancing a grade is brutal, and graduating is nearly impossible. Unlike elementary, where teachers can just bump you up if you're smart, the intermediate level plays by a completely different set of rules. Instead, graduating from this level grants immediate adult status, regardless of age. Though, the average graduate is usually around 17 or 18. Last year, I skipped a grade and jumped straight into the 5th year intermediate class. In Calypso's class, 2 cunning brats glared at her with scowls. Despite their age, they didn't hesitate to spout venom, sneering about how shameless she was. They complained that people were being forced out just because someone acted like their life was in danger, as if she were lying. Calypso heard every word. She let out a sharp sigh and called out to them. Hey! She turned her head, fixing the 2 gossipers with a razor-sharp glare. She enunciated every word clearly. If you're so upset, why don't you say it right to my face? Are you seriously angry that your families are paying the price for threatening me 2 years ago? Calypso didn't hold back. Everyone in the intermediate class knows exactly who was involved in that assassination attempt against me. My father was merciful, Calypso continued coldly. He only dealt with the specific family members who were directly involved and burned down their mansions. She radiated such intense killing intent that the kids trembled in fear, too terrified to speak. Calypso added furiously, you should count yourselves lucky that you still have your lives. Right then, the bell rang, signaling the start of class. The teacher quickly stepped into the room. She greeted them gently. Good morning, class. Suddenly, she paused, sensing the tension. Why is the atmosphere so strange in here? She frowned, asking casually. Did something happen? Calypso sat back down, flashing a radiant smile. No, ma'am, nothing at all. The teacher didn't press further and quickly began the day's lesson. Calypso watched the lecture, but her mind was elsewhere, troubled. The school was still in chaos over her father's revenge. She sighed inwardly. That isn't what I'm worried about. For the past 2 years, father has been stalling, slowly dealing with the families that tried to harm me. Because of this, I have no way of knowing the current state of his illness. Calypso knew that the power of water would endlessly regenerate as long as the body existed. She sighed. But father's condition is different. Once he depletes his source of power, he'll face death as if simply falling asleep. That's how father described it. He once admitted that he's like a weapon of mass destruction, but with a limited number of uses. Calypso bit her lip. A weapon with a use limit. But now, since I've decided to stay in this world, I'll make sure that fate becomes a thing of the past. I won't let father die, no matter the cost. Suddenly, 2 voices broke through her train of thought. Princess! Princess! Huh? Calypso blinked, startled to see 2 familiar faces standing right in front of her. She was shocked. I didn't even sense them approaching because they had 0 killing intent. She asked softly, Ruba, what are you 2 doing here? Ruka beamed. It's lunchtime. Let's eat together. Ruba chimed in. We brought tons of good stuff. In the schoolyard, children were eagerly finding spots to sit with friends, and Calypso joined them. Ruka picked up a piece of food and grinned. Princess, try this. It's delicious. Ruba shook his head, holding up a different piece, pouting. No, this one is better. Calypso pressed her lips together, staring at the food. I hate both of these. Despite that, she resolved to eat it all. I can't look like a picky eater in front of the kids, she thought gloomily. Ruka asked gently, Princess, you really can't walk home with us today? He whined. Come on, let's go together. You walk home alone every day lately. Then both brothers said in unison, We're really sad about it. Facing those big, round puppy dog eyes, Calypso found it hard to refuse. But she quickly put on a bright smile and gave a firm answer. No. Ruka slumped, asking quietly, Why not? Come with us. Ruba tugged at her hand. Come on. Misa, standing nearby, saw things getting out of hand and quickly stepped in. Lord Ruba, if you keep this up. Calypso turned to Misa and shook her head. I'm fine, Misa. Calypso raised an eyebrow at the 2 cheerful boys. And as for you 2, Dobie and Booba, no means no. Ruba yelled out immediately. It's not Dobie and Booba, it's Ruka and Ruba. Ruka sighed. You're doing that on purpose, aren't you? He looked at her tenderly and asked softly, Do you hate us? Calypso stared at the boy, then fell into thought. Come to think of it, 2 years ago when I left for Dragon City, Ruka must have realized I didn't intend to return. That explains why he's always hovering around me. She reached out to pat his head, smiling brightly. Of course not. Calypso continued gently. How could I ever hate our Ruka and Ruba? Then, she pulled her hand back. Ruka seemed to miss her touch immediately. Calypso quickly left with Misa, waving goodbye to the twins as she walked away. Ruka and Ruba stood there, watching her disappear into the distance. Ruka turned and whispered, Ruba. Ruba nodded. Huh? Luca asked bluntly. Luba, you also hate that the princess isn't walking home with us, right? Luba was decisive. Exactly. Luca leaned in close to Luba's ear, whispering softly. The devilish boy grinned brightly and continued. Tomorrow, let's trail her when she heads home. On the walk back, Calypso felt a gaze boring into her from behind. She sighed, thinking to herself, he's not even trying to hide his killing intent. Does he seriously think I haven't noticed? She kept walking, deep in thought. For weeks, he's trailed me after school every single day but hasn't made a move. Even so, it's incredibly annoying. Calypso came up with a plan. She hopped up onto a high ledge, thinking cheerfully, well, I warned him. She skipped away briskly, leaving the guy behind looking panicked. Unsure whether to chase her or not, she smiled brightly, thinking, follow if you want. I'm going home regardless. Arriving at her house, Calypso quickly threw open the door. I'm home. Suddenly, she saw Iki sitting on the sofa, his face crumpled in distress, his hands and cheeks strangely swollen. Calypso rushed over, calling out frantically. Iki! She asked breathlessly. What happened? B, standing beside him, answered calmly. Don't worry. He just got burned while eating soup. Calypso frowned. Soup? B recounted the story he had heard. The maid said his throat seemed unwell, so they brought him some soup. When he's alone, they always bring simple dishes. He sighed. Iki is better with a knife and fork now, but he sneezed and spilled it all over himself. Heartbroken, Calypso held Iki's hands gently. She asked softly, Iki, it hurts a lot, doesn't it? B looked serious. The boy didn't even notice when the soup poured down, even with the steam rising and his skin turning red. He dropped a bombshell. The boy had absolutely zero reaction. He exhaled sharply, his face stern. We have to reteach the Dragon Duke from the basics way earlier than we thought. B added, it's not just about crying out when he's hurt. We have to start with the very concept of what pain actually is. Since coming to Aqua, Ikki had learned many things. By now, Ikki could use utensils, dress himself properly, and his vocabulary had expanded. Calypso had taught him, when you mess up, say ouch like this. You have to be careful, okay? She thought sadly. But even so, in terms of sensation and mood, his ability to express personal emotions hasn't progressed at all. She longed for one thing. Will there ever be a day when he can express his feelings on his own? She fell into deep thought. Come to think of it, Tut has always been by Ikki's side, as if sensing some of his master's emotions. Calypso mused. Tut showed boundless love for him, yet despite all that affection, Calypso pursed her lips, thinking, when I first met Ikki, he was like a blank slate. Her heart ached. I wondered, was the Dragon Duke born without emotions? Once, seeing her cry, Ikki had reached out and wiped her tears. Calypso had cried out in surprise. Ikki spoke slowly. Tears. Calypso suddenly snapped out of her wandering thoughts. She thought, no way. Father said we started from the wrong starting line. Calypso softened, whispering gently to Ikki. It's okay, Ikki. I will keep teaching you. B watched the two of them with a hint of annoyance. He used his energy to levitate Ikki into the air, his voice low. Stop it. B declared sternly. The brat is completely healed. Calypso was bewildered and panicked. How could he recover that fast? Father, she fumed. I told you to control yourself and not use water energy. B replied indifferently. I'm still fine. Don't worry. Calypso was speechless. She clicked her tongue. Fine? It's extremely dangerous, B replied casually. You're just worrying too much. The next morning at school, Calypso was distracted by the situation with her father and Ikki, unable to focus on the lecture. She thought in frustration. What a headache, she mused. Father's illness has a plan, but educating Ikki is harder than I imagined. Suddenly, the bell rang, signaling the end of class and dragging her back to reality. Calypso grabbed her bag and walked out of school, her mind racing. What should I do? If I want him to understand the concept of pain, the only method I can think of is hurting myself so Ikki can feel my emotions through empathy. But isn't that a bit too violent? She fell into thought. Everyone around me is absurd, so I can't ask for advice at all. Father's training is gentle for a 3-year-old. Eldest brother fights a 3-year-old on sight. Third brother beats his siblings to a pulp. I really have no luck with people. Behind her, the twins, Luca and Luba, had found her. They quickly approached. Luba shouted, Princess! But Luca immediately clamped a hand over his mouth. Shh, Luca whispered softly. We decided to follow her in secret, remember? Calypso skipped home, completely unaware of anything unusual. The two boys behind her giggled, excited to finally see Calypso's house. Suddenly, Luca looked up and froze. He saw a man staring at Calypso with eyes full of murderous intent. The boy shuddered, fear creeping into his bones. The stranger gnawed on his fingernails, muttering through gritted teeth, That damn brat. Why my whole family? He glared ferociously at the girl. I'm going to kill her. Suddenly, hearing a rustle nearby, he snapped his head around but saw no one. Frowning, he thought. Not much time left, you little brat. Your days of prancing around freely are numbered. A twisted smile curled on his lips as he whispered, Because everything is finally ready. Luca and Ruba were hiding in a nearby bush. The princess, Luca thought, terrified. The two brothers couldn't stop trembling. Luca finally understood the gravity of the situation. The boy thought with dread. Is this why she told us not to follow her? The stalker kept his eyes glued to the girl. Seeing her walk away, he stood up, let out a heavy sigh, and quickly tailed her. Once sure he was gone, Luca released Ruba. Ruba panted heavily, looking at his brother with worry. Luca, did you see that scary guy? Luca nodded. Yeah, I saw him. Ruba asked, confused. Why is someone like that lurking around the princess? Is that why she didn't walk home with us? Ruba sighed, whispering anxiously. What do we do? Luca softly called out. Ruba? He looked at his brother and spoke decisively. Let's find out who that guy is. Ruba watched his brother dust himself off and stand up, asking blankly, Just you and me? Luca nodded. That's right, Luca said, with determination. We have to find out his identity and tell the princess. He tried to convince his brother. She fought for us before, remember? Right. Luca reached out his hand to his brother, his voice gentle. This time, we will be the ones to help her. Ruba hesitated, staring at the hand extended toward him. He stayed silent for a moment, thinking. After a long pause, he reached out and grasped his brother's hand, nodding. 1 week later, at the intermediate school. In Calypso's classroom, Luca and Ruba looked around anxiously but couldn't find her anywhere. Ruba whispered, What do we do now? The princess isn't here? We came right when the bell rang. Suddenly, air appeared out of nowhere and spoke up. Yep, exactly. Ayer's sudden appearance scared the living daylights out of the brothers. The boy asked, slightly hurt, "Did I approach too quietly? Why so jumpy? You guys looking for Calypso too?" Ayer turned to chat with a girl nearby. He quickly asked, "Hey, where'd Calypso go? Someone called her, so she went out just now." Ayer nodded and asked, "Who called her?" The girl replied politely, "Grayson Harrington." Hearing that name, the twins jumped, terrified. The brothers immediately started pushing Ayer to go find the princess with them. Luca urged, "We have to find the princess. Hurry." Ayer frowned. "What? Who's Grayson?" Ruba stammered. "Him? He's the stalker." That sentence sent a chill down Ayer's spine, the stalker targeting the princess. Meanwhile, Calypso was obediently following Grayson. She stared at his back, silently recalling their earlier conversation. Grayson had asked, "We've met before, haven't we? I have something to discuss with you. Can you come with me for a moment?" Calypso remained silent, thinking, "This face is familiar, but I still can't remember where I've seen it." She furrowed her brows in thought. More importantly, Calypso sensed the killing intent radiating from this boy. She raised an eyebrow, thinking, "This kid has no good intentions, whether he's looking ahead or looking at me." Grayson pointed to an empty classroom, speaking quickly, "This way. It's quiet enough for us to talk here." He looked at her. "Go on in." She walked in slowly. The moment she stepped inside, someone lunged at her with a club. Calypso was a step ahead. She leaped back, dodging effortlessly. Another attacker swung a stick at her. She saw it coming, weaved through the attack, and countered with a strike to his body. Two more attackers behind her charged simultaneously. Calypso lightly jumped into the air, causing the two to hit each other. Missing her, their weapons smashed into the ground. Calypso looked calmly at the terrified group of kids. She let out a soft sigh. Hearing the sound of chains locking the door from the outside, she raised an eyebrow and muttered, "I see." The kids quickly surrounded her, trapping her inside. Grayson stood outside looking in, a smug smile on his face. "Gotcha." He laughed loudly and continued, "Calypso, how stupid to follow me. People who like to show off their talent like you eventually reveal all their weaknesses." Calypso replied nonchalantly, "Yeah, that's exactly right." She looked up at Grayson, raised a brow, and asked, "But who are you again?" Grayson was shocked to the core, crying out, "What?" he shouted in frustration. "Don't play dumb. You don't recognize me?" Calypso shrugged, speaking calmly. "I usually don't remember insignificant people." Grayson ground his teeth. He screamed in rage, "You damn wretched brat." He clenched his fists, his voice trembling. "I should have fixed that nail-biting habit back then." She recalled his words from the past. "I wonder why you caught the master's eye when you have no mana flow. Turns out, that's it. You're just a useless nuisance." Finally, it clicked for Calypso. She stared blankly, thinking, "This brat." She fell into deep thought. He was the guy from 2 years ago. Calypso watched him grinding his teeth in frustration right in front of her. She found it amusing, thinking to herself, though she still couldn't recall his name. Calypso spoke up. "So, what business do you have with me?" He snapped back instantly. Do you have any idea what Lord P has done? He went on a rampage, destroying mansions, including my family's home. In the past, Grayson's father had clung to P, begging to know why he was doing this. Covered in blood, he still dared to ask, "Is my family's financial aid being cut off too?" P replied coldly, "And if it is, what are you going to do about it?" He glared at the man, articulating every word. "Did you really think you could touch my daughter and get away with it?" P continued in an icy tone, "You may only be from a branch family, but as a true killer whale, you should know this, shouldn't you? A killer whale never lets go of what belongs to them." Furious, he unleashed his water energy to crush Grayson's father. His eyes narrowed, voice chilling. "Yet you dared to touch my people?" The man felt his throat constrict, unable to breathe. Behind him, his wife and child cowered in fear. Grayson hid in his mother's arms, the sound of P's voice ringing in his ears. "I'll give you 1 month and a small settlement to vacate the premises." He emphasized every word coldly. "You are never to set foot in Aqua again until the day you die." Grayson's father wailed in agony. "Why do we have to leave? What did we even do?" Hearing Grayson recount the story, Calypso replied nonchalantly, "So what? My father spared your entire family's lives and even gave you money. If you want to keep living, you'd better get lost right now." The kids surrounding her were terrified by her cold, composed attitude. Grayson was no exception. He stammered, "But how are we supposed to survive outside Aqua with just that amount of money?" Calypso frowned, thinking in disbelief. What did I just hear? What on earth did they use the relocation money for? She sighed, clicked her tongue, and asked, "So, you wasted the moving funds on luxury items, didn't you?" He shouted back indignantly, "Just a few carriages. Obviously weren't enough to carry all our belongings. And we couldn't just buy some cheap, random ones." Calypso was speechless at his answer, silently judging him. "A bunch of idiots. You guys are basically carp, not killer whales." A boy behind him stepped up, patted Grayson's shoulder, and said seriously, "Enough." Everyone's homes were destroyed by Lord P. Another kid quickly chimed in, "That's right." Grayson regained his composure and gritted his teeth. "We gathered here." Another one quickly finished the sentence. Quote, "To teach this little brat a lesson she'll never forget." The blue-haired boy added excitedly, "We're the only witnesses here. You aren't even connected to the elementary academy, so when the council convenes, our testimony alone will be enough to bury you." Another kid happily piped up, "And there are rumors that you've become weak. We've been watching you for a long time," they continued. "And all you ever do is go back and forth between home and school." The boys were convinced. "We've never seen you use hydrokinesis. Who would have thought that after all these years, you'd still be stuck at intermediate level 5? Someone like you isn't even worth our time," Calypso thought silently. "It's true, I've been trying to keep a low profile like they said, but that's because I can't afford to attract any unnecessary attention while I'm still here." She sighed inwardly. "If they start investigating and tracking my movements because of this, Iki's existence might be exposed. I can't let things spiral out of control like last time." Grayson suddenly shouted the order, "Get her!" One of the boys obeyed, swinging a wooden stick at her. Calypso dodged it nimbly. She retreated backward, calculating silently. First, she targeted the sticks they were holding, kicking them with decisive force to snap them in half. "I need to destroy their weapons first," she thought. This move completely panicked the boys. They shivered, looking at her in fear. They couldn't help but be awestruck by her lightning-fast movements. "Huh?" they cried out. One by one, the wooden sticks she had shattered lay scattered across the floor. Calypso landed softly, hearing the boys whispering about her. Clutching the broken pieces of wood, they muttered in disbelief. "How can a 5-year-old brat be this strong? Did you check properly? I thought you said she couldn't use hydrokinesis." She glanced at the door, lost in thought. "That's enough dealing with them. Time to retreat. I'll have to break a window or a wall." Suddenly, she heard voices calling out to her. Behind the door, Luca and Luba were banging frantically, shouting, "Princess! Are you in there, princess?" The boys in the room began to tremble, hurriedly whispering among themselves. "Hey, what do we do now? This is going to ruin our plan to coordinate our testimonies." Another boy nodded anxiously. "If the elementary academy gets involved, it'll turn into a massive family dispute, and we'll be at a disadvantage." Grayson thought for a moment, then a twisted smile spread across his face. "No," he said, "this actually works in our favor." He dropped a bombshell, claiming he could hold them hostage. Grayson smirked at Calypso, barking out orders. "If you don't surrender quietly, we'll have no choice. We'll beat them to a pulp and dump their bodies in the back alleys of Aqua." He raised a brow, adding, "Baby white whales disappear in the blink of an eye. You know it well." He flashed a grotesque smile. "That's great white shark territory." Calypso clenched her fists, fuming. "What the hell is he spouting?" She let out a sharp breath, glaring at Grayson. Dark thoughts raced through her mind. "Should I just charge in and erase all the evidence right now?" Suddenly, another kid voiced his objection. "No, I'm not doing that." Grayson snapped back in surprise. "Excuse me?" The boy was being honest. "I only joined because I thought I'd get to land a punch on her." Calypso stared at him, lost in thought. "This kid looks familiar. Was he there 2 years ago?" He continued seriously, "I never signed up for dragging innocent bystanders into this." Grayson roared in frustration. "Isaac, just because your family moved away safely, you think this doesn't concern you?" Isaac shot back. "That's not what I meant." Calypso finally interjected. "The brunette is right." The gang turned to stare at her, completely stunned. She continued, her voice steady. "Those kids outside? They're in a different league from you lot." Little Calypso raised a brow, beaming with a bright smile. "They are the direct heirs of the White Whale clan." She spoke matter-of-factly. "They sit right next to the family head during clan gatherings. Unlike some people, if they return home even a minute late." Isaac finished her sentence, his face grim. "The entire territory gets turned upside down." Grayson lost it. He screamed, "Whose side are you on anyway?" Isaac shook his head. "No, I just..." Calypso exhaled, plotting. "Should I use this distraction to get Luca and Luba out of here?" Seeing her take a deep breath to brace herself, he stammered, "You, what are you doing?" She gathered her strength, her resolve hardening. "I won't let those two get hurt again." She screamed at the top of her lungs, "Luca, Luba, run!" Outside, the twins were shocked but overjoyed to have finally found their princess. Luca and Luba exchanged a look, instantly agreeing on a plan. They yelled in unison, "Princess, cover your ears!" Calypso blinked, confused. "What?" She covered her head in frustration, sighing internally. "Those idiots! I told them to stay away." Calypso stared at the glass pane above, quickly calculating the angle. Outside, the twins thought, did the princess cover her ears? Crash! The sound of shattering glass filled the air as Calypso somersaulted through the window. They cheered in pure excitement. "Princess! There's our princess!" With no time to lose, Calypso grabbed their hands. "Move it!" she urged, dragging them along. The gang kicked the door open, screaming, "Damn it!" Grayson barked, "Get them! Don't let them escape!" Luca glanced back in fear, then looked at Calypso. Seeing her so focused on saving them, his heart swelled with emotion. Princess. Remembering her determination, he smiled with satisfaction. It looks like she's not planning to leave us ever again. He held her hand tightly, beaming. "I'm so happy!" But suddenly, Luba tripped and couldn't get back up. Luba struggled to rise after taking a nasty spill. The bullies saw it and roared. One of them went down. "Now's our chance. Get them." He looked back to see Luca and Calypso rushing to help, but he shouted, "Just go, run, princess." She immediately comforted him. "Stop crying and get up." Luba hesitated, trembling as he rose to his feet, looking pitiful. "But I run too slow. It hurts so much." Calypso snapped. "Save your breath for running and move your legs." She glanced back, desperate. "This is bad. Even if I help him up, I can't carry him. We'll be caught in seconds. Damn it. When will this useless body finally grow up?" Looking at the pitiful brothers, Calypso's resolve hardened. "I won't let these twins suffer any more pain." She spotted the injury on his leg. Gritting her teeth, she crouched down, ready to do whatever it took. She turned around, preparing for a last stand. "Should I just burn it all down? Even if I beat these bastards to a pulp, I can clean up the mess later." Suddenly, the sound of rapid footsteps approached them. An appeared out of nowhere. Without a word, he scooped up all three kids and bolted. Grayson watched in total disbelief. "What the?" Calypso's face lit up when she saw her brother. Anne glanced back, flashing a grin at his little sister. He smirked, clearly showing off. "Talk about perfect timing, huh? Pretty cool, right?" But instead of praise, she snapped at him. "Put me down. I have legs. I can run." As they sped away, Anne asked, "So, what's the plan? Just keep running?" Calypso replied calmly, "Don't worry. Those idiots are too busy trying to cover up the crime scene to chase us." Hearing this, a scheme instantly formed in his mind. "We need to catch them red-handed. That way, they won't have a single excuse left." Meanwhile, back in the comfort of her peaceful office, Lila was leisurely sipping tea while looking over some paperwork. But mid-sip, she sensed something was off. Why is everything shaking? Before she could even process it, the tremors grew violent. Suddenly, boom, a massive crash tore through her room. Lila and her documents were sent flying by the impact. Squinting through the dust, she recognized the intruder immediately. "Princess?" The little girl in her group waved cheerfully. "Hi, Lila. Long time no see." Lila was completely baffled. "Princess, what on earth is?" But before she could finish, Grayson burst in, gasping for air. "Finally. I've caught you brats." Oblivious to his surroundings, he kept spewing insults. "You cunning little rats. I'm going to beat you twins until you're black and blue." He wasn't done. Grayson sneered. "And after that, I'll toss you somewhere no one will ever find you." He finally looked up and froze. The teacher was staring right at him, seething with rage. And this time, she wasn't going to let it slide. The truth was laid bare right before her eyes. They had delivered the evidence straight to Lila. With Luca and Ruba there to testify, the game was over. Lila repeated his threats back to him, confirming the victim's accounts. She gently picked up Ruba, comforting the child as she questioned him. Do the accused students have anything left to say? It was over. The matter was settled decisively by Lila's authority. Lila turned to the group. "Fortunately, we resolved it this time. But from now on..." Calypso fidgeted, stammering slightly. "Yes, I understand. I get it." After enduring an hour of nagging, the poor girl was absolutely exhausted. The moment she stepped out, Luca's face lit up. "Princess!" The group cheered, rushing over to welcome her back. But Calypso's smile faded when she noticed his leg. It was still injured, trembling under his weight. She stepped forward, confused and worried. "Why did you use your sonic powers? I told you to run." Luca scratched his head, explaining, "Well, you're experienced, but we're still total rookies." Ruba chimed in. "We thought it would be better for you if we helped out, even a little. Plus," Luca added, "we didn't want to draw the adults' attention." Their thoughtfulness touched her deeply. When Calypso didn't react immediately, the twins exchanged nervous glances, wondering if they'd said something wrong. Suddenly, she raised her hands. The boys flinched, then watched in delight as she reached out and gently patted both their heads. "Thank you both. So much." But then, her tone shifted instantly, sending a shiver down their spines. She was still smiling, but her voice carried a terrifying weight. "But from now on, promise me, you won't get involved in anything dangerous again. Got it? Do you understand?" Terrified, they nodded vigorously. "Yes, ma'am." Safety education was clearly mandatory, Dealing with them, she turned to see her older brother standing there. Ian stepped forward. Is it my turn now? Calypso laughed and beckoned him over. All right, come here. Ian approached gently and knelt down, waiting for his praise. He looked up, beaming at her. You know, little sister, fighting to protect others is actually really fun. Let me join in next time, okay? I'm your #1 subordinate after all. The very next day, as Luca helped Calypso down from the carriage, he spoke softly. Princess. Suddenly, he pulled her into a tight embrace. Confused, she whispered. Luca? He didn't let go, his voice warm and steady. Thank you for protecting Ruba and me. From now on, we'll always be watching over you. We'll protect you. He made a solemn vow right there. So please, just wait a little longer until we're strong enough. Moved by his sincerity, she smiled and hugged him back. Okay. But in the distance, Iki stood frozen, watching the whole scene. Calypso spotted him. Iki, come he. Before she could even finish his name, he sprinted over and tackled her into a hug. Me too, Calypso. Iki clung to her desperately, chanting like a broken record. Me too, me too. The poor girl was turning blue. I can't breathe. But amidst the suffocation, a thought struck Calypso. He's trying to mimic what he just saw. Iki squeezed tighter, still crying out, Me too, hug Calypso, Calypso. I want to hug you. She looked at him and realized what this was. He only wanted her to pay attention to him. He's jealous. Then, it hit her. Wait, jealous? Her eyes lit up. If that was true, it meant Iki was finally developing real emotions. She gently pulled back, smiling at him. That's great, Iki. I'm actually really relieved. Seeing her smile, Iki's face brightened. Calypso smile. I like. Just as she was about to praise him, the door slammed open. Iki. You're smiling now. A man walked in, taking slow steps, then paused, stunned by the scene. Iki was still clinging to her in a rather compromising position. The man froze. Calypso gasped. Dad? But the Duke, furious, started pulling on his gloves. You two, explain. Now, first things first, let's get you two apart. The little girl was totally confused. But, did I do something wrong? Why are you so mad, Papa? Once her feet touched the floor, she demanded answers. Okay, spill it. Tell me everything. Why the scary face? What happened? His expression was ice cold as he dropped the bomb. Mother called me. That news sent Calypso into a panic. Grandma called? What did she say, Papa? P recounted the old woman's words. You useless son. Did you really think I wouldn't find out? She actually sounded pleased with your little stunts. She asked why I've been silent all this time, and if I'd finally consider becoming the true heir. Then he dropped the line that made Calypso clench her fists in rage. Of course, I refused. That did it. She lunged at P, pummeling him with her tiny fists. I told you this ages ago. Stop ignoring me. You always pretend you can't hear what I'm saying. What is wrong with you? I said I want to be the head of the family. Are you trying to become my rival now, Papa? That's dangerous. Ignoring her tantrum, he picked her up to settle her down. Sit first, then you can hit me. Let me put you on the sofa. But in her anger, Calypso let something slip. Do you have any idea what happened to me at school today? Those people you destroyed. Hearing this, P's face went pitch black, his aura turning deadly. What? He leaned in close, voice low. What did they do to you? Tell me everything. Every single detail. But Calypso just puffed out her cheeks, refusing to speak. I need to throw that trash out of my territory immediately. She stomped her foot, yelling back, I don't know. And I'm not telling you anything. The next morning, servants were busy serving breakfast at the mansion. Calypso skipped down happily. Good morning, Misa. The maid smiled and bowed. Did you sleep well, my lady? Calypso stretched lazily. I slept great. Then, through a yawn, she asked a chilling question. So, how many people died last night? 3 years later, Calypso Aqua, age 8. Misa pulled out a chair for her. 5 people, princess. Calypso paused, surprised. 2 more than 3 days ago? Is Papa feeling stressed? She couldn't help but worry a little. Yes, he must be anxious, though those assassins wouldn't have lived long anyway. It turns out, this all stems from that day. I managed to strike a dramatic deal with Papa. She had pounded on P's chest in frustration. Even if it's revenge, there has to be a limit. He tried to soothe her. Calm down, sweetie. But she ignored him, her face serious. More importantly, why do you push yourself so hard when you're sick? He just shrugged, completely unbothered. They started it. Calypso suddenly asked a heavy question. What happens if you suddenly go to the other world? And I'm left all alone? P didn't answer immediately, just staring at her. What? Why are you looking at me like that? He asked softly. Are you actually worried I might get hurt? In that sparkling mansion, Calypso turned away, blushing. Isn't it obvious? You're my papa. He looked at her with such awkward affection. He leaned down and gently patted her head. As a father, I suppose I should listen to my daughter. So, he promised to quietly eliminate only one family per year. Thanks to that mercy, the Bayan and Sot families survived, and have been trying to assassinate me for the last 3 years. But Papa is sick. One day, he's going to leave me too soon. They think if they just kill me, this whole game ends. Even though they know what I'm capable of, they're acting reckless. It's all because of a rumor spreading around the mansion. You mean Princess Calypso? Is she actually not a genius? I heard she's been stuck in the 5th year of the Intermediate Academy for 4 years now. I thought she was a prodigy, since she skipped grades so young. Maybe it was just a fluke. Looks like her talent dried up. Don't you think? I feel sorry for Lord P, putting so much faith in a failure. The two brothers smiled at her. Seems you don't like attracting adult attention, Princess. Well, except for Father and A. So far, only Ruba and Ruga understand what I'm actually doing. Calypso set her teacup down. The future of the Water Clan doesn't look very bright. Wai looked confused by the sudden statement. Did I do something wrong? Calypso quickly apologized. Oh, I'm sorry. But the woman just smiled warmly. It's fine. I'm just happy that after 5 years of me begging, you finally agreed to see me this morning. Calypso shifted awkwardly. I'm sorry I haven't kept in touch. I didn't want to stand out unnecessarily. Wai waved it off. It's okay. I guessed your plan through the children. Hearing that, Calypso gave a proud, knowing smile. That is right. Speaking of which, I am truly delighted that Ruga and Ruba worked so hard to capture everyone's attention. Skipping straight to the 5th year of intermediate school after just 3 years, and topping the class for 3 years in a row. What adorable little darlings. She sipped her tea happily. As a mother, I am so proud. Right then, Ilya asked a question, but the truth was that the girl had come to find her. She did not expect the girl to confirm it so quickly. That is correct. Calypso then confidently replied, Milia Blua, I have come here to give you my answer. Then, the girl timidly asked for a favor to become the head of the family. Isn't the only way to inherit the position from the current head? Or to become strong enough to take it yourself? She confirmed, correct. But there is an even more powerful method, the selection of the vassals. However, she added a warning. This choice carries a heavy weight. Once the successor is chosen, the declaration cannot be withdrawn, nor can the candidate be changed. Hearing this, the girl cried out, Wait, that means if Princess Calypso fails, we are all done for. Calypso panicked and shouted, Why do you trust and choose me? Remembering that moment, she smiled at the girl. Suddenly, Calypso reached out to Melia and asked for a clue. You cannot reveal the 7 ruling families who choose the head due to the golden rule, but surely you can give me a hint, right? Ilya quickly confirmed. That is correct. The girl looked forward with joy. Then please, give me a hint now. On the surface, Calypso smiled confidently. Let me become the head of the family. Apologies to those who want me dead, but my time of hiding is over. Now, it is time to take action. Meanwhile, a man was thrown across the room with a curse. You useless piece of trash! He grabbed a leg in fear, begging, Bayan, please, just one more chance, just one more time. But Bayan didn't care, delivering another cracking blow. He cursed. You failed to kill that wretched girl, and now you dare talk back to me? More blows and curses followed. How dare you? You weakling! All talk and no action. You think I'm pathetic too, don't you? Just as he was about to strike again, he stopped. His hand froze as he looked up. The people he had tied up had been watching him the whole time. A small child, terrified by the brutality, cried and trembled, calling out, Mommy! Another, though not crying aloud, whimpered with tears in their eyes, Mom! Seeing this, Bayan didn't stop. Instead, he asked with murderous intent, Who shall I pick next? Suddenly, a dark shadow loomed behind the window, accompanied by sobbing outside. The tall silhouette belonged to Rodison, who was silently observing. He clicked his tongue in anger, frowning in stress. Damn it, I can't believe the boy has broken down this badly. He recalled that after 4 months of a suspended sentence, Bayan had gradually collapsed, and now he was completely beyond saving. A voice suddenly rang out. Father! Bayan's eyes were filled with bloodlust. What were you doing while I was being judged by the family council? Rodison was so tense he couldn't speak. Bayan grew impatient. Huh? Answer me. The boy beat a grown male servant to death. Clearly, his strength is increasing day by day, if that is true. Rodison quickly found a way to adapt. He smiled awkwardly, flattering Bayan. I am your father, after all. I will bring you some new toys. You can beat or stab them to death without facing any consequences. Rodison stood there in fear as he witnessed the scene before him. If he can vent his murderous desires on children from weak beast tribes, perhaps one day he will return to his senses. Suddenly, a voice broke the tension. Honey, look who is here. Hyla spoke cheerfully. You are with Bayan again? The beautiful but cold girl beside her was Li Ben. Seeing them, Rodison felt awkward and conflicted. What else could he do? As a father, of course I have to worry, he continued. We need 10. No. 15 more children from the minor clans. Hearing this, Hyla replied, You are bringing back too many children again. Her tone carried a hint of gentle reproach. Didn't you say he would be fine if all his needs were met? Who could have guessed he would use his power like this? At that moment, Li Ben seemed to notice something else, and spoke up. Father, she asked with a sharp, cold voice, how long do you intend to ignore my brother's condition? Hearing this, Rodison was taken aback. He sweated nervously, stammering, Li Ben, you grew up sheltered, so you wouldn't understand. But this is exactly how you raise a killer whale. Li Ben's face remained expressionless, staring coldly at Rodison as he explained. My brother is just being ruled by his instincts for a while. He will return to normal soon, she retorted bluntly. But you have been saying that for the entire year. Li Ben spoke again. If he cannot pull himself together after all this time and all the opportunities given, doesn't that just make him a piece of trash? Hearing Li Ben's remark, even he was taken aback. She silently gazed at the man covered in crimson syrup, the one Bayan had just disposed of. Tisk. Li Ben looked straight at him, her voice dripping with amusement. Does this one need to be handled too? At a different time, several days later at the Calypso estate, the young girl was enjoying her cake when the news hit her like a truck. That bastard Bayan is dead? The man sitting opposite, Agantur, replied instantly. Yeah. Heard he kicked the bucket. Died real neat and tidy too. He leaned toward Calypso, his face full of twisted amusement. Aren't you happy? The family's disgrace is finally gone. Rumor has it they're already organizing the funeral. Unlike Agantur's excitement, she remained calm, taking another bite of cake while her mind raced. Dying at a time like this? That makes zero sense. Originally, Bayan was destined to die years later. Calypso recalled the timeline, Bayan, Agantur, and even Iki. But because things had changed, the future wasn't guaranteed anymore. She asked sharply, what was the cause of death? Agantur answered immediately. They say it was a suicide. Hearing that, Calypso trembled with rage. Bullshit. Since when does a killer whale start eating grass? Seeing her reaction, he pouted dramatically. Oh, my little sister, I thought you'd be scared if you got angry. But look at you, you're terrifyingly cute. His eyes lit up, heart pounding. My heart might just stop. Spar with me, just one round. Pretty please? Calypso raised her cake knife, killing intent radiating from her face. You want to get thrown out? Terrified. Agantur froze stiff. No, I'll be good. Do you want to know more? Thinking back, since the family meeting 5 years ago, there's been no news of Bayan. But it's not hard to guess what he was up to. He targeted those weaker than him. Bullying the weak, impulsive outbursts. Calypso nodded firmly. But the main reason she didn't buy the suicide story. She thought of the two heavyweights, Okla and Rodson. Calypso frowned in deep thought. Just recently, Uncle tried so hard to salvage Bayan's honor, and now he suddenly drops dead? She came to a solid conclusion. It has to be Liban. Liban, Rodson's second daughter, the reclusive cousin who didn't reveal her monstrous talent until her third life. She recalled their first meeting with that mysterious, strange woman. A voice had called out, Hello, you must be Calypso Aqua, returning to the family, right? The one who initiated the handshake back then was none other than Liban. She had greeted Calypso with a cheerful face. Nice to meet you. But the scene around them was apocalyptic smoke rising, buildings crumbling. If only I'd met you a bit sooner. Liban was covered in crimson syrup from her wounds, screaming in frustration. If this damn defect didn't hold my body back, I would have won this battle. Liban gritted her teeth bitterly, staring at the person before her. Calypso wondered, is it because her development is slow? Calypso was injured too, but she stood tall. Grand ambitions don't suit someone like you. Calypso remembered the final battle. Liban had proven herself a terrifying adversary. Alongside H. Russell, she was a master of cunning schemes and political intrigue. Her combat skills were far beyond the rumors. Those two were a match made in hell. But now, she's revealed herself earlier than in the previous life. Liban was not someone to be underestimated. Calypso made her decision. Snapping back to reality, she asked, when is the funeral? Agantur replied, starts today. Burial is in 3 days. Hearing that, she hopped off her chair. Perfect. That's plenty of time. Confused, he asked, where are you going? I'm going to the Rodson family's grand palace, and you're coming with me. Meanwhile, inside the palace, Hela and Liban sat opposite each other. The older woman asked calmly, why did you kill him? Liban answered without hesitation. I thought this was the best opportunity to eliminate him. She dropped a cold, hard truth, implying her motive. Late-blooming geniuses attract more attention, don't they? Isn't that right? Liban pressed on. I believe you had the same thought when you looked at brother. Even now, it seems your opinion hasn't changed. She began to explain her next move. If they hold me accountable for slaughtering their favored heir, I will prove my value at the funeral. Then you can make your decision. Silence filled the room. Neither spoke. Finally, Hella placed her teacup down and broke the silence. Very well. Lieben sat there, tension radiating from her clenched fists. She decided to stand up. Lifting her dress, she bowed gracefully. I will see you at the ceremony, mother. Inside, she was rejoicing. Finally. The moment is coming. If I can show my ability at the funeral, maybe then, I can be loved too. Moments later, Lieben left the room. Walking alone down the palace corridor, she suddenly heard a loud commotion up ahead. They spotted Lieben and called out, "There she is." It was the siblings, Anne and Calypso. The girl greeted her with a beaming smile. "Hello, Lieben." Calypso maintained her cheerful facade, speaking first. "This is the first time we've met in private, isn't it? I've always wondered when the right time to talk to you would be." Hearing this, Lieben looked confused and asked back, "You want to talk to me?" The girl responded quickly, "Mm-hmm." While secretly observing her, Calypso thought, "I never expected you to actually kill him." Lieben remained wary, her face full of confusion. "I don't know what you're talking about." The girl stayed silent but kept her playful demeanor. Unable to wait any longer, Calypso took the initiative to drop the act. Both their expressions shifted instantly. "Stop playing dumb, you know exactly what I mean," the girl asked sharply. "You killed Bayan, didn't you?" After hearing Calypso's direct question, Liben's expression showed a hint of genuine surprise. The girl offered a compliment. "Liben, you look so pretty, your voice is cute, and you're a great actress too." Internally, she thought, "Not done yet?" Calypso continued evaluating Liben's power. "You are very strong," Calypso smirked internally. "I am very familiar with situations like this." She turned to face Liben, with absolute confidence. "You are suffering from the same disease as our father." Mentioning that, Calypso wondered internally, "I thought about this in my past life too. If Liben had revealed her true power when she was small, how would our war have ended?" Levi, arms piled high with books and papers, grumbled in frustration. "Stop talking about such terrible things. Why do you keep talking about dead people, huh? You act like a lovesick ex-girlfriend." "An ex?" Calypso, lying below, simply replied, "I'm only wondering because I won." She tapped her forehead, tilting her head to speak. Liben revealed her power at 16, changing everyone's view of her. She forced herself into countless battles. The girl had probably agonized over this quite a bit. If she had secured her position as heir earlier, perhaps she could have fought me in better condition. Simply put, by the third battle, Liben was already running on fumes. With the current timeline, Calypso realized that this time, Liben had started her performance much sooner. So perhaps she has become stronger than the version I remember. Yet the girl remained cheerful and optimistic. Even so, she is still no match for me. Calypso smiled warmly. "Today, I just wanted to come say hello." Then both she and Anne turned to leave, leaving Liben standing there alone. "Someone as smart as you must be curious about the purpose of this visit." Calypso silently analyzed the typical symptoms of the disease. Father and Liben shared. Even with extraordinary power, the number of times they can use it is strictly limited. And once that limit is reached, the patient could die instantly or fall into a vegetative state. She seemed to drown in her own thoughts. However, this terminal illness can be cured. It's just that they haven't found the method yet. Perhaps finding the treatment is quite difficult. Meanwhile, outside the palace, the two of them were walking. An followed, his curiosity overflowing. "Did Liben really kill Bayan? Huh? Why are you so quiet?" Seeing Calypso ignore him, he kept yammering on by her side. "Come on, answer me. Is Liben really that strong? I thought I'd get to fight her, so why did you turn back without doing anything?" After a barrage of questions from An, the girl decided to confirm it. Liben killed him." An rejoiced. "Finally, you answered." Afraid she'd get annoyed, he honestly explained. "I mean, it's good that Bayan is dead, but I never thought he'd be killed by Liben." Calypso replied, "She is very strong. You must have felt it, too." The girl stated with certainty, "If Liben uses her entire life force to fight, almost no one can stop her." Hearing this, An was shocked and shouted, "What?" Calypso helplessly reminded him, "You're too loud." She looked at him awkwardly. "Why are you so shocked?" An stammered an explanation. "How was I supposed to know she was that strong? I've never fought her." Then he put a hand on his chin, pondering. "So the rumor about her having a terminal illness is a lie?" Calypso calmly replied, "It's true. She is sick." Recalling their past duel, Liben had once mentioned it. "Why? Do you think sick people should just give up and die? Ridiculous." Calypso realized that if they possess a strong ideal and a fierce will to live, they can defeat death. Suddenly, An turned to the girl and asked, "What about you? Can you defeat her?" But hearing something so absurd, Calypso's brow furrowed before she smirked with confidence. "What do you think?" Seeing her reaction, he was filled with admiration, his eyes lighting up. An still hadn't given up on his idea. He happily suggested, "So, you mean you can win? Then fight me." Calypso seemed to lose patience. "Let's go meet ye quickly." Anne's pleading voice echoed through the palace. "Fight me, come on. I'm begging you." Calypso walked on, annoyed and helpless, yelling back at him. "Cut it out, I'm serious. If you don't." Before he could even finish his sentence, the little girl swung the door open, finding him standing right there. "Iki, I told you not to wait right in front of the door." Calypso worried internally. He almost got hurt. Iki just softly called out, "Calypso." Seeing her, Iki beamed, spreading his arms wide for a hug. "Calypso." She nodded. Mm-hmm. Let's go inside." Stepping inside, Calypso looked around and asked, "Where's father?" Iki answered innocently. "He went out." She smiled brightly, adjusting Iki's scarf. "I wonder where he went? Want to wait for him by the window?" Ajin stood in the corner, silently observing them. "Oh, little sister, that kid would agree to anything just to be near you. Master is away? He doesn't care." That was the conclusion Ajin had drawn after watching them for the past year. A moment later, Iki lay obediently on Calypso's lap, while she gently stroked his hair. Compared to 3 years ago, Iki's language skills had improved immensely. Considering he lived with such a silent father, this was a massive step forward. Seeing him so happy made Calypso happy too. Ever since that day, I've focused on teaching Iki about emotions. Iki spoke up, making Calypso giggle. Teaching him about feelings was going quite smoothly. Iki loved following her around, just like a duckling imprinting on the first thing it sees. Maybe he sees me as his mother, but there's still one thing bothering me. It's something terrible. Horrifying, actually. Iki cannot leave this mansion. Calypso recalled father's words. He was imprisoned in a place designed to kill him. A death trap versus a safe haven with trusted people. Obviously, they're completely different. She thought to herself. Father has been trying to help me solve this deadlock. Iki had trusted her too. "Calypso, you need to help the Dragon Duke. I'm counting on you." She kept repeating what Tut had said. Lost in thought, Calypso's hand gently rested on Iki's soft hair. Iki looked up at her, wide-eyed and confused. Calypso promised, "Iki, don't worry. I will definitely reunite you with Tut. I'll make sure both you and Tut can live freely." Suddenly, the door creaked open. Someone was entering. A deep voice resonated. "There you are." Seeing him, Calypso beamed. "Father, where have you been?" Pei replied gently. "I just went down to the mansion's basement. We caught another spy who saw the Dragon Duke." Calypso sighed. "Well then, we must take good care of him." Meanwhile, in the basement, a hideous merman was busy hypnotizing the spy. Back upstairs, Pei quickly walked over and hugged Calypso. Iki sat there, staring blankly at her. "If I go back, I'll have to leave Calypso." A sharp pain hit his chest. "Why?" Watching Calypso, Iki's heart waged a war. "I want to see my kind again, but why must I leave Calypso to do it?" He wondered, a deep longing rising within him. "If I destroy every barrier between us, can I stay with Calypso? Forever." Ajin quickly noticed the look in his eyes and whispered, "You've really lost your mind." Seeing Iki's sulky face, completely ignoring him, Ajin felt helpless. "You're not even looking at me while I'm talking, are you?" Ajin teased. "Let me tell you, girls don't like crazy stalkers." That hit the mark. Iki looked flustered. "Is that bad?" Ajin replied awkwardly. "Of course. What if my little sister gets a boyfriend someday?" Seeing Iki's dark, displeased expression, Ajin panicked. "Whoa, why are you looking at me like that?" Ajin gave up, thinking, "Good luck, sis. I can't win against someone who refuses to listen." Meanwhile, Calypso turned to Pei. "Father, have you heard the news about Bayan?" He replied, "I have. In 3 days, we'll be attending the funeral." Hearing that, Calypso hugged him tightly, delighted. "Good. That's very good. We have plenty of time then." Embracing father, she couldn't hide the smug look on her face as she sent a silent message. "Liban, I'm truly sorry, but I'm going to snap your wings in half." 3 days later, at Bayan's funeral, everyone arrived dressed in black to pay their respects. Inside the church, the crowd gasped, shocked by what appeared before their eyes. It was none other than Calypso's family. Not far behind them, someone was silently watching. A man who looked almost identical to Bayan, except for his strange red eyes. The three of them walked in together. Suddenly, Ajin leaned down toward Calypso and whispered, "Hey sis, you feel that stare too, right?" "It's second brother," she cut him off. "I know, but I don't understand why he's suddenly looking at us like that. That is Atlan Akir, my second brother. He's known for his temper and violence." Suddenly, Pei spoke up. "I'll go offer the flowers." He stroked Calypso's cheek and instructed carefully, "If anyone tries to cause trouble, tell me immediately, okay?" She nodded blankly. He smiled warmly at Calypso. I am more than happy to handle things exactly as you wish." With that, he turned on his heel, leaving the two of them standing there alone. Ayan broke the silence, utterly baffled. He just couldn't wrap his head around why his master had turned out this way. The little girl simply replied, "Everyone changes eventually." Suddenly, hushed whispers filled the air, a few words drifting into Calypso's ears. "She's got some nerve, walking in here like she owns the place." Everyone around stared at the two of them with eyes full of judgment. It's laughable. Just because she has Lord P backing her, she acts like she's so high and mighty. If it weren't for her, Lord Bayan, I bet that verdict was just the result of some sinister scheme. Hasn't she been unusually quiet lately? Suddenly, the thudding sound of footsteps running toward the girl echoed from the distance. In a flash, there was a loud crash as someone took a nasty spill onto the floor. Someone cried out in pain. Asian flusteredly reached out to help, but the boy flinched in surprise. Oh no. Calypso felt the awkwardness too. "Looks like Asian startled you. Are you okay?" The boy spoke up. "That's why I told you not to stand so close behind the ladies, Luba." Standing before them were two blonde boys who looked incredibly bright and cheerful. It was Luca and Luba, 12 years old. Luca threw his arm around the princess's shoulder, teasing, "Luba is such an idiot. He always forgets." Luba retorted, annoyed, "Did you just call your own brother an idiot? Look, the Dubas Reserve is here too." Seeing this, the girl joined in on the teasing. "The Dubas Reserve has arrived. Come on," the two of them shouted in unison. "It's Luca and Luba." Calypso spoke up happily. "I'm so glad to see you two studying hard. Keep up the good work." Luca immediately poked fun at the princess. "You talk just like a grandma." They were chatting happily, when suddenly, they felt a chilling aura radiating from nearby. The girl glanced over and saw Atlan standing right in front of Calypso, his glowing red eyes glaring at her with pure hostility. "Move." The three of them looked at each other in silence. The girl secretly sensed she could hear his inner voice. It was Asian's inner voice, wishing desperately. "Take him down. Take him down." Calypso thought to herself. If Atlan had acted like this in the past, I would have personally introduced him to my fist. However, I'm much more benevolent now than I used to be. She assessed the situation. Besides, to be honest, when I think about it, Atlan doesn't exist in the future I'm aiming for. Then, her expression shifted. Calypso smirked provocatively. "Move. Why should I?" she thought. "But that doesn't mean I'm going to let him get away with everything." Calypso boldly confronted Atlan directly. "There's plenty of space to walk, isn't there? What's wrong with you?" Hearing this, he felt a surge of agitation inside, his fists clenching tight. Seeing this, the girl taunted him. "Are you going to hit me?" Calypso looked at Atlan with shining eyes and provoked him further. "Come on, if you've got the guts, go ahead and hit me." Atlan's face looked like it was about to explode, overflowing with heavy, murderous intent. Calypso was slightly surprised. Why did his magic power suddenly vanish? Atlan didn't say another word. He silently spun around and stormed off. Just listening to his footsteps was enough to feel the suppressed rage boiling inside Atlan. Watching his retreating figure, Asian grew curious and whispered to the girl, "What just happened? Why didn't he attack?" Even Calypso was confused. Who knows? Outside the somewhat ancient-looking palace, Okula stood on the podium to speak. "I solemnly declare, the reason we are gathered here today is for Bayan." Everyone listened attentively. She continued, "The Sea Beast clan does not worship any specific god. To them, what is more sacred is the very source of life itself, the ocean. Only those who pass away naturally or sacrifice themselves in an honorable duel may return to the sea after death. So today, we bid farewell to a warrior who returns forever to the embrace of the ocean." The hall was decorated with sprigs of lavender. Bayan, the killer whale. This funeral is an acknowledgement that Bayan sacrificed himself like a true warrior. Suddenly, a small hand shot up in the air. "Grandmother, I have something to say." Okula immediately agreed. "Very well, little one. I am willing to listen to you today, but if what you say turns out to be nonsense, you will be held responsible." The girl quickly replied, "Of course, grandmother." Calypso kept her hand raised, her face bright as she spoke. "Even though this is a solemn ceremony, I still have to say this." Seeing the girl like that reminded her of the past. "You look exactly like you did on the first day you debuted before the clan council years ago." Seeing Okula's attitude, Calypso felt satisfied, thinking to herself, "That's right, grandmother, you will only come to love me more and more, because by the time I overcome this, I will become the perfect heir, just as you expect." Then the girl continued, "Grandmother, we are present at this funeral to honor a warrior who made a noble sacrifice." Calypso didn't beat around the bush, but went straight to the point. "But if Bayan's death wasn't honorable, wouldn't that destroy the very meaning of this funeral?" The entire room erupted into chaos. Radisson jumped up in anger. "You! What are you saying?" It was easy to see that this funeral was originally meant to be the debut stage for Liban, the winner of the duel with Squile. Calypso noted that in her past life, the opponent was Squile, but she was the type of person who, she didn't hesitate to trample all over her brother's grave just to prove a point. Calypso's voice cut through the air, cold and direct. Bayan was murdered. There was absolutely no honor in his death. Therefore, there is zero reason to hold such a solemn ceremony for him. Okula's expression didn't shift an inch. She calmly asked the girl, "Do you have proof?" Calypso answered instantly. "Of course I do." She held up a small vial for all to see. "This is blue coral poison." Calypso had done her homework. "I found this in the refuse pile the servants threw out. Upon questioning, I confirmed that this trash came directly from Bayan's room. And it seems you were the one who ordered it thrown away, Auntie." Suddenly Ain leaned in, whispering something urgently into Calypso's ear. "Since when did you figure all that out?" The little girl replied with unwavering confidence. "Nothing is impossible." Suddenly, a loud voice boomed out. "I object." This time, the speaker was none other than Lyrie Ben. "I object as well. Please, forgive me for interrupting this solemn ceremony, but grandmother, I cannot simply sit by in silence while someone slanders my brother's honor like this." Hella sat in the corner, silently watching the drama unfold. "Bayan Kier, my brother truly took his own life after losing the duel, and I know this, because I am the one who defeated him." Lyrie Ben placed a hand over her heart, declaring boldly. However, Okula was not yet convinced. "That boy may have been a bit slow, but I still do not believe for a second that you could have defeated him. You will need to prove your strength, right now." Instantly, a blinding aura of light erupted from her body. Before anyone realized, Calypso was already nestled in P's arms. She remarked casually, "Father, isn't she just a little too impressive?" He simply replied, "Not really." Calypso tilted her head, puzzled. "Why not?" He looked down at his daughter with a warm smile. "The #1 genius I know is standing right here, so what else could possibly surprise me?" The little girl giggled awkwardly at his blatant favoritism. "You're too biased," but Calypso happily accepted it. "Well then, I don't mind carrying that bias with me forever." After witnessing Lyrie Ben's power, Okula conceded. "Interesting. I won't ask why you chose to hide your true strength until now, but you have clearly proven that you are stronger than Bayan." The girl bowed politely. "Thank you for believing in me, grandmother." Lyrie Ben quickly returned to the main point. "What I mean to say is, with power like this, there is absolutely no reason for me to resort to using poison." Whispers rippled through the crowd. "That's true. If she could win with sheer strength, why would she use something underhanded like that?" She turned her gaze sharply toward Calypso. "More importantly, if Calypso wants to accuse me, she needs to prove one more thing, that the vial really came from my brother's room. Or, produce a witness." A mysterious figure in the background was watching the servant. Hearing this, Calypso thought to herself, "A witness? Even if I had one, I wouldn't bring them out just yet." She had her own plan from the start. The poison was merely bait. Suddenly, a voice questioned Lyrie Ben. "Perfect." The voice continued. "Then we just need to perform an autopsy on Bayan's body, correct?" Hearing this, Lyrie froze. Lyrie Ben didn't answer, her eyes darkening with worry. She thought frantically, if it's grandmother, just one look, and she'll know everything immediately. Looking at Okula's impassive face, one had to wonder, was the duel between Bayan and Lyrie Ben truly a fair fight? She raised doubts about Bayan's death. Was it honorable, or just a senseless murder? Did she continue attacking even after her opponent surrendered? Lyrie Ben shot a resentful, hostile glare at Calypso. The little girl, on the other hand, beamed with confidence. "I recall you couldn't reveal the 7 families who choose the clan head because of the golden rule. But, you can at least give me a hint, right?" Ilya asked back, amused. "All right then. Tell me what you're thinking. Which family has the most eyes and ears within the mansion? Is it the one that everyone ignores? The herring tribe. They don't just bond easily with other species. They also possess a superior reproduction rate. Furthermore, their absolute loyalty makes them the most popular choice for servants." Digging deeper into their traits, while the herring tribe may look weak, they possess the power of telepathy. If both parties agree, they can exchange any information instantly, Calypso asked as she picked out clothes. "That's amazing. So, what is the extent of your influence?" Someone chimed in. "Din is actually extremely famous, you know." She quickly demurred. "Oh no, not really." Din smiled shyly. "I am only in contact with my older brother, and he happens to be the heir to the herring tribe." Calypso recounted. "I met Din thanks to an unexpected connection." The little girl listened intently as the blonde man explained. "I heard about you from my sister. She said that if I follow you, even a weak beastkin tribe like ours can live without fear or worry." Calypso smiled inwardly. She had successfully pulled the herring tribe to her side, faster than she had ever expected. Their eyes and ears were now weapons in her war for the succession. She understood that losing one's life in the battle for succession was commonplace. After all, infighting and schemes were not just allowed, they were expected. In reality, even that guy Rodison wasn't happy about her. No one acknowledged their existence, even though they played such a pivotal role. Even Gila maintains that air of elegant nobility, to think she's the one whose special beastkin abilities were so ruthlessly exploited. Calypso smiled with satisfaction. Thanks to that, every scrap of intel gathered by the Herring clan had reached my ears without me lifting a finger. Calypso whispered to the mysterious figure, "Did you witness Bayan's death?" The woman answered immediately, Yes. Ia could barely stand, her voice trembling with fear. Around midnight, a scream echoed through the hallway. It was Bayan. He was clutching his injured arm, covered in blood, stumbling so badly he could barely stay on his feet. "Don't kill me, I surrender," Bayan cried out, limping as he tried to flee. According to her, that's when Leary Ben stabbed him from behind. Calypso smirked confidently. The information she'd secured had become a lethal weapon, just as she planned. She explained with a cheerful glint in her eyes. If it was truly an honorable duel like Leary Ben claimed, there wouldn't be poison in his system or stab wounds on his back. After a heated exchange, Okula remained perfectly calm, listening to every word. Suddenly, a chilling smile curled her lips. "It's been 20 years since I last inspected a corpse myself." Rodison, shocked, tried to intervene. "Mother, please, silence." She cut him off cold, turning her back on him. "Quiet. You have no right to speak here." Rodison froze. Immediately, Okula approached Bayan's coffin to verify the truth herself. She stood there for a moment, observing. She flipped the body over and discovered 3 distinct wounds on his back. Okula's voice rang out. "Leary Ben, come here." Hearing her name, the girl flinched. The matriarch glared at Leary Ben with murderous intent, her voice a low growl. "How dare you humiliate me with such filthy tactics?" Instantly, the air around them turned freezing cold. A violent wind whipped through the room, the sheer pressure of her power. He quickly cast a protective shield. Calypso spoke up, feigning innocence. "Grandmother is just pretending to be angry, isn't she?" He replied gently. "That's right." B continued. "If she were truly enraged, that girl wouldn't still be breathing. It seems she values Leary Ben's power too much to discard her." Leary Ben collapsed to the floor, shaking in terror. Okula lunged forward, roaring for her. Sensing the danger, Hyla cried out, "I'm sorry. It's all my fault. We never intended to deceive you, Mother. This was supposed to be where the truth came to light." Okula's face darkened with rage. "Are you telling me you've been deceiving me all this time?" Hyla desperately tried to defend Leary Ben. "No, Mother. The truth is, my daughter's duel was actually a punishment. She was executing my son for bringing shame upon the Killer Whale clan." She recounted that, for the past year, that boy had been secretly kidnapping children from the Beastkin clans and brutally torturing them to death. "Still alive? Do you take me for a fool?" Calypso watched, surprised by the audacity of their lie. Calypso thought, "Are they really twisting the facts like this?" Hyla quickly added, "I have a witness." She immediately shouted, "Aquin Nevera." The man flinched, startled by the sudden call. Hyla exposed him. "He is the one who kidnapped the children for my son." Nevera looked completely shocked. "Nevera, you swore on your honor to speak the truth. Now, reveal everything as you promised." Nevera hesitated. "Hurry up," Hyla screamed impatiently. Finally, the man admitted that Hyla's claims were true. I kidnapped children, 3 or 4 years old, and delivered them to Bayan." The crowd erupted in whispers. Hyla seized the moment to continue. "When Leary Ben won, you were afraid your collusion with Bayan would be exposed. So you stabbed him in the back to silence him. And you promised to cooperate and confess everything to us, didn't you?" Nevera struggled to get the words out. "Yes, that is correct. It was all a lie. A classic case of cutting loose the pawn to save the queen." Calypso watched with dissatisfaction. He was going to meet the same fate. Hyla pleaded with Okula. "Mother, my daughter only wanted to stop this tragedy. She was just too young and inexperienced to handle it properly. Once again, I apologize on her behalf." Calypso hugged B tightly, grumbling, "She's just going to give them a slap on the wrist and end it here. Unless she has a concrete reason, grandmother won't kill off such a talented asset. Beside, you understand her too well for your age." Looking back, the matriarch had always lived by the law of the jungle. Her standards for selecting the 8 great clans were vague at best. 7 of those clans were promised generous rewards if they could produce a worthy successor. Calypso wondered why a small, insignificant clan like the Herring was even included on that list. A moment later, whispers broke out among the crowd below. "My God, to think they'd toss a dead man's coffin around like that. The matriarch is furious. There's nothing we can do." True. Leary Ben didn't suffer any real consequences. Isn't that a good outcome for them? Calypso looked disappointed. Just as she predicted, Grandmother didn't impose a heavy punishment on Leary Ben. Leary Ben stood before Calypso, eyes glaring with hatred, but her debut had been completely ruined. For Calypso, that was satisfaction enough. Father Argan, let's move. Argan silently observes Calypso for a moment before his expression turns serious. I can always sense your location. If you encounter any danger, any at all, call for me immediately. Understood? The little girl looks a bit awkward at his overprotectiveness. Dad, come on. I'm 8 years old now. I can handle my own problems, don't worry. Now, it's just Liraben and Calypso left alone. Liraben turns around, taking the initiative. You're the one who orchestrated all of this, aren't you? Calypso Aqua. She responds nonchalantly, though her tone drips with mockery. I honestly thought you'd put up more of a fight. What a surprise. Calypso presses on. I suppose I should thank you. I never liked that bastard Bayan anyway. Liraben listens, a bitter taste rising in her throat. I wonder, is Bayan grateful to me? After all, I'm the one who revealed the truth behind his death. Liraben shoots back. How do you know about that? Just how deep does your scheming go? Calypso lets out an amused chuckle. Liraben, if you keep talking like that, your true intentions are going to slip out, she taunts. In a situation like this, shouldn't you be putting on a brave face? You know, act like you still have a trump card hidden up your sleeve? Calypso silently assesses the girl. Liraben is still young, but a talent this precious. She can't be allowed to die so easily. I learned that lesson the hard way in my past life. Her mind drifts back to that fateful battle. If she hadn't lost her powers during the Succession War, we could have easily crushed the Beastmen in the Surface War. That's why, in this life, I have to preserve her talent at all costs. Calypso snaps back to the present. You must have a mountain of questions for me right now. The little girl stands tall, completely dominating Liraben with her presence. How did I know about your debut plans? When did I start plotting this? And most importantly, how did I discover your illness? Calypso cuts straight to the heart of the matter. You want to become the head of the family, don't you? She giggles with pure delight. But, you can't defeat me. Liraben snaps, her temper flaring. Stop joking around. You may be stronger than me, but that doesn't mean I'm completely helpless. You know that, right? Seeing her defiance, Calypso sneers. That's it. That's the Liraben I know. Even back then, you would have chosen death over submitting to me. Calypso realizes this girl will only bow when faced with overwhelming, absolute power, just like before. She flashes a bright, cheerful smile and drops the command. Liraben, submit to me. Liraben clenches her fists, resisting with every fiber of her being. You might be stronger than me, but strength alone doesn't mean I'll ever follow you. Suddenly, Liraben's eyes widen, unable to believe the sight before her. With just a casual wave of her hand, Calypso obliterates a massive section of the ground. Liraben is genuinely terrified. Calypso's playful tone vanishes, replaced by suffocating, killing intent. Fine. Let me rephrase my offer so there's no misunderstanding. She stares at Liraben with ice-cold eyes, a twisted smile curling her lips. Serve me, or die. Liraben's legs give out and she collapses to the ground, jaw dropping in sheer horror. Silence hangs heavy between them as their eyes lock. Seeing the girl trembling in fear, Calypso chuckles internally. It's not like I'm actually going to kill her, you know, but I do need to break her. Looking at the girl before her, memories of the past come flooding back. My biggest regret from my past life was not having Liraben by my side. Some might wonder, out of everyone, why her? True, Anne was furious about it. He constantly whined, why Liraben? Why not choose me? I have my reasons. In that past life, a hand reached out to welcome me back. In the third round, when I returned from the brink of death, Liraben was the only one there to welcome me. We shared a brief moment in time together. Liraben was the one who spoke first. Considering everything we've been through, shouldn't we call each other friends? Calypso felt that, thanks to Liraben, she could remember what normal days on Earth felt like. Even if it was just for a fleeting moment, she wondered. Sometimes I ask myself, if I had a normal friend, would they be like her? But reality is cruel. Liraben's attitude back then, it twisted into something else entirely. Did you really believe that? With a mouthful of blood, she smirked. Calypso, I was just using you. You idiot. Time passed, but the weight in her heart only grew. The image of those shoes, stained with crimson blood, burned itself deep into her memory. Calypso truly felt regret. Even though Liraben had mocked her in the end, she still mourned her death. Back in the present, Liraben refuses to give in. She shakes her head violently. I'm not crazy. Why should I ever side with you? Calypso strikes at her weakest point. Don't you want to cure your illness? She presses on, her voice smooth and persuasive. Come on, Liraben. Use that brilliant mind of yours and do the math. Come with me. You might not become the head of the house, but you will survive. Calypso flashes a bright smile. painting a picture of the future. You could finally enjoy your life without constantly worrying about your illness. The little girl thought back to that day, the very first time she witnessed such a fierce will to live burning in that sister's eyes. Do you think I don't want to live? But living a life where everyone forgets you. That is a fate far more terrifying than death. Back then, I just wanted to see her wish come true. Lyrian, completely baffled, shot back. If that's the case, why go through the trouble of recruiting someone as broken as me? There are plenty of people out there healthier and stronger than I am. Calypso let out a relaxed chuckle. No need to dwell on how you feel, because trust me, you are going to love my plan. The older girl frowned in confusion. Plan? Seeing her reaction, Calypso explained, Lyrian, if we fight amongst ourselves, the only one who benefits is grandmother. Living up to your parents' expectations and becoming the successor is fine and all, but what comes after that? Lyrian felt a surge of irritation, her hands clenching her dress tightly. You talk too much. What exactly is this plan of yours? As if waiting for exactly this moment, Calypso flashed a confident, gentle smile. The little girl boldly declared, I am going to take grandmother down. Lyrian was thunderstruck. She stammered, Excuse me? Do you actually think that is possible? In contrast to Lyrian's shock, the little girl just cheerfully replied, Why wouldn't it be? Leaving her completely speechless. Meanwhile, the rhythmic clatter of a carriage echoed along the road. Inside sat Lyrian and Hyla. The girl sat in silence as Hyla spoke up. You said you would prove your worth during the funeral. She didn't even glance at Lyrian as she continued. I believe the fact that I protected you is the clearest answer of all. Your father saw your power and accepted it. Then Hyla delivered a verdict so cold it sent shivers down the spine. He may not share your defects, but he is of no use to anyone either. Hearing her grandmother's callous remarks, Lyrian immediately recalled Calypso's earlier offer. Join my side, Lyrian. Let's cure your illness and bring grandmother down. Think carefully about my offer. Lyrian didn't respond to Hyla. They just sat there in silence. 1 week later, in the magnificent palace, B remarked, You seem to be in a good mood. Calypso happily read the newspaper in her hands and replied, Of course. Today is one of those rare, wonderful days. Curious, he asked, Did something happen? The little girl didn't hesitate to share. One of my wishes has come true. Calypso recounted that this morning, Lyrian's probation had ended, and she had finally received a response to her offer. She couldn't hide her excitement after reading the letter. I am so happy with her answer, because I have just gained a new subordinate. Suddenly, Calypso reached out her arms toward B and asked, Daddy, hold me. But inside, she felt a twinge of anxiety. Now, I need to get an answer from Father too. Calypso tried to persuade him. I have something very important to discuss, and I need your answer today. B groaned miserably. Why must you pinch my cheek while you say that? Settling into his arms, Calypso asked, Daddy, have you ever thought about wanting to live longer? Sunlight flooded every corner of the room, yet a heavy silence descended. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, and he spoke softly. Of course I do. Every single day. B gently held the small hand resting on his face and continued, Ever since I met you. Seeing his reaction, Calypso beamed with satisfaction. That is a relief. Now I can save you with peace of mind. A while later, darkness had fallen outside. Moonlight streamed through the window panes. Calypso was grabbing her bag to leave when B suddenly spoke up. I know what you are worried about, but don't overthink it. He gently reassured the little girl. The power used to wipe out the branch families won't affect you. Calypso retorted with a bit of sass. You really are sharp, aren't you? Anyway, since I am not hiding anymore, you need to conserve your strength too, okay? Father B reminded her. Didn't you prove that clearly enough when you shattered the ground last week? The little girl looked awkward. Daddy, you didn't have to say it out loud like that. Returning to the main topic, B cleared his throat and asked, So, if you are not hiding anymore, what do you plan to do now? Hearing this, the little girl smiled. A way to cure Father, Calypso thought to herself. To be precise, the person who can save him hasn't appeared yet, probably some mysterious boy. But that story ends now. Calypso gripped her bag straps, struck a pose, and cheerfully replied, I am waiting for someone. Gentle sunlight illuminated the palace. Inside the ancient corridor, a hand reached for a teacup. Do we really have to meet like this? Lyrian lifted the cup to take a sip. Calypso was confident Lyrian was already her subordinate now. Dropping a sugar cube into her tea, she asked, You weren't followed, were you? The older girl replied, No, I wasn't. The two of them continued to chat. We checked our side too. It is clear. Are you doubting my skills now? The little girl retorted. It is not doubt. I just don't think you fully understand how many special skills the masters of the Water Clan actually possess. Lyrian scoffed sarcastically. You are really something, aren't you? The little girl ignored the jab, lost in thought. So, what exactly is the endgame of this meeting? You want me to keep pretending I'm a candidate for the succession? Wide-eyed. The girl asked, clearly confused. You mean, I have to act like I haven't given up on the throne yet? The answer came fast. Bingo. Setting her teacup down, Leary Ben realized the play. To fool my grandmother and mother, right? You really are sharp. Calypso didn't mince words. I like that about you. But internally, she knew Helia's ambition was a bottomless pit. She's a veteran, deeply versed in the myriad powers of the merfolk, and a member of the branch family. She wields hydrokinesis. If she'd been born into the main line, she would have been a terrifying opponent. Of course, I have no intention of clashing head-on with her right now. That's why Leary Ben needs to keep her attention occupied. Sensing the difficulty, Leary Ben was skeptical. Do you honestly think you can take down grandmother while she's in her prime? Hearing that, Calypso shot back. You're so suspicious. That's why I like you. Annoyed, Leary Ben snapped back. Why do you act like you know me so well? The little girl's hand paused. Because I want us to get along. Confused, she asked, what's that supposed to mean? Calypso hit the bullseye. You don't have any friends your own age, do you? Embarrassed, Leary Ben feigned indifference. Who needs friends anyway? Having the upper hand, the little girl teased. Let's see. Even your brother has friends, but you? You're a total loner. That made her shriek. Who are you calling a loner? Deciding to stop teasing, Calypso grinned. Fine, fine. You can be friends with me. She burst into laughter. Speechless, Leary Ben pouted, then firmly refused. I don't make friends with stalkers. If you're done, I'm leaving. She stood up abruptly. She only got a few steps before being stopped. Wait. Calypso tapped the table. Before you go, you need to swear the oath of the sea. With a dangerous glint in her eyes, she added, Didn't you say you'd be loyal to me? Leary Ben sighed and complied. The little girl smirked. Did you really think I'd trust you that easily? And just like that, I planted a professional spy in the Roderson faction. I thought all I had to do was bide my time, but an unexpected problem arose, making Calypso frown in frustration. Ever since the funeral, Atlan has been clinging to me like a burr. He practically threw himself at her. Ain, overhearing this, was baffled. What? That Atlan? What's that stupid whale planning now? While Calypso crossed her arms in thought, he clasped his hands and suggested, So, little sister, perfect time to grant my wish. Let's take him out. The girl froze. You still haven't given up on that? Ignore him, Calypso pointed. Whatever, let's go to school. Ain pouted in disappointment. You're breaking my heart here. The scene shifts to the classroom. Luca and Luba, classmates from last semester, were buzzing about something. Princess, he's here again. Ain sighed wearily at the familiar sight. Atlan again? Calypso sat in her chair, rubbing her temples. Little sister, it's been over a week. Don't you think it's time to do something? She replied vaguely. What exactly do you want me to do? All Atlan does is stare at me. So, the teachers can't just kick him out. And since the other kids aren't directly affected, we can't even file a report. Leaning back in her chair, Calypso sighed. The worst part is, I can't just quietly handle this. Ayan asked about Atlan. He's getting closer and showing up more often. And you're still just ignoring him? Why? Receiving no answer, the girl silently reflected, recalling a memory. What do you plan to do after this war is over? Second of all, do you have any idea what you just said? Calypso snapped. You just planted a massive death flag. Atlan looked confused. What are you talking about? I just asked what you're doing after the war. Still clueless, so she smacked some sense into him. That is the literal definition of a death flag. Atlan smiled gently. You'll stay with us, won't you? You won't go off on your own anymore, and you won't throw away the sword you picked up for me, right? He beamed with a reassuring smile, calling out, Princess. Fearing the past would repeat itself, Calypso warned him, Atlan, do you know the saying? To save a life is to take on a responsibility. He held her hand tight as Calypso continued. I'm not ready to take on any more responsibilities. Maybe with others, but I know Atlan's personality too well. Princess. Calypso pushed him away. Stay away from me. Once he's hooked, he'll stick to you like glue. Above all, unlike Leary Ben, Atlan has zero patience. His personality is a perfect match for the brutal world of a killer whale. Even without me there when danger strikes, he can take care of himself. Anne looked up and asked, I'm not sure what your goal is, but whatever it is, won't you need a lot of power? The more capable people you have, the better, right? The girl affirmed, You're right. We need an abundant source of power, but I'm satisfied with my own strength for now. However, thinking back to my prime as the supreme leader of the third timeline, something is still missing. I close my eyes, calculating the odds, but let's be real, restoring that level of power in such a short time? Impossible. As Ikki stared intently, he suddenly grabbed Calypso's hand and asked, Do you need power? Before she could react, Ikki didn't hesitate. He activated his ability. I can give you power. A surge of ocean waves crashed into Calypso. Is this Hydrokinesis? The energy swirled into her palm, crashing like waves inside her body. She was stunned. How did he do that just now? Even though it lasted only a split second, that was definitely water manipulation. Looking at Ike's innocent blank face, Calypso worried. Was the concept too complex for him to explain? He definitely used it on instinct. I shouldn't expect a clear explanation. Suddenly, Ike asked, Calypso, do you need me now? Gently stroking his cheek, she reassured him. Ike, I don't help you because I need to use you. I help you because I saw you in that place. So, you don't need to prove your worth just to feel useful. Just eat well, play happily, and grow up strong. That is enough. Calypso patted his head gently. That's right, just like now. If you're sleepy, just sleep as much as you want. Her eyes filled with concern as the boy suddenly drifted off. Was it because he used his power on me? But Calypso suddenly paused. Wait a second. He was already asleep before I got here. Isn't this way too much sleeping? Calypso pinched Air's cheek and demanded, Air, let's go outside. He started, confused. Huh? What? Is the kid sleeping again? She hurriedly pushed him out, leaving Air completely baffled. What's wrong? Why are you rushing out like this? She glanced back at the sleeping Iki, thinking to herself, I'm certain of it. Iki's sleeping time is increasing exponentially. I think it's time to check Tu's notebook. That book is titled Report on the Dragon Duke, written by Tu himself. Calypso reflected that 3 days had passed since then, but no real action had been taken. The only thing that changed was Atlan clinging to her more aggressively than ever. I already have a mountain of work to handle, and now this annoying guy is causing trouble too. She slammed the table in frustration. Should I just eliminate him and get it over with? I thought if I ignored him, he'd give up. But no, he kept following and teasing her relentlessly. Princess, are you crying? Lubaba mimicked his tone. Princess, you're doing it again. Luca joined in. Deep breaths. Princess, please breathe. Calypso snapped. You guys are saying it too? Don't pick up Atlan's weird habits. Lubaba spoke up. That's right, Princess. There's someone standing at the front door asking to see you. She asked. The front door? Not the back? As Calypso frowned, calculating the possibilities, a friendly voice rang out. Hello, Princess. She crossed her arms. Who the hell are you? The newcomer exclaimed. You really are as unapproachable as the rumors say. He introduced himself. I am Levin Monoceros, of the Narwhal tribe, and a friend of Atlan. She fell silent after the introduction. The man before her reminded her of someone. Someone who once said that no matter how he looked, he could always smile. You must find me annoying, right, Princess? That person had said his younger brother told him to always keep smiling right before he passed away. Snapping out of her flashback, the first thing she saw was Levin's smiling face. Calypso asked, So, your brother is Le, right? He was startled. Huh? You know my youngest brother? She ignored his question and set her terms. You have 1 minute to state your business. He flinched, unable to speak immediately. Finally, he blurted out, Please help Atlan. She was taken aback. I didn't expect him to ask for this. Throughout the third timeline, Atlan's actions were quite simple. Fight, and rest again. She remembered asking him back then, Second son, don't you have anyone else to talk to besides me? He had answered instantly. Why would I need anyone else? She mused. The guy who insisted on being alone now has a friend. That's actually admirable, Calypso asked. Exactly what do you want me to help with? He stammered. Well, Atlan. Levin clenched his fists and shouted. He refuses to cooperate on our group project. She was stunned. What? You're seriously complaining to an 8-year-old about your school group project problems? He explained awkwardly. Look, I'm the team leader, and this affects my career path. But Atlan keeps skipping group meetings just to follow you everywhere, she groaned. Oh no. That is a disaster, Levin said. Sorry. But could you sound a bit more emotional? She retorted. Oh no. Levin sighed. Adding an exclamation mark doesn't make it any different. Levin once said, Our killer whale doesn't bite. But now, he slumped in defeat. At least Atlan pretends to listen to other missions. She asked, If he's pretending, doesn't that mean he's not actually doing it? Then she proposed a solution. If he doesn't show up, just kick him out and continue the project without him. He replies, That's impossible. The girl is confused. Why? Did he threaten the others or something? Did he force you guys to work just so he could score points? Levine hurriedly denies it. No. It's not like that at all. It's actually the opposite. Meanwhile, Atlan is lurking in the distance. Levin confesses, he actually helped me. The girl is stunned. He helped you? Listening from afar, Atlan wonders, why does she sound so surprised? Levin chuckles. Well, it was just a coincidence. The guy Atlan wanted to fight happened to be the one bullying me. So, in the end, he saved me from them. She thinks to herself, that is a surprise. The second son actually helping someone? Compared to before, he's starting to drop that killer whale facade. Even if just a little. Levin continues. Anyway, I have to get promoted this time. It's the only way the family will ever accept me. So please, help me out here. Just this once. She muses internally. Accept him, huh? The narwhal family isn't exactly the type to act like killer whales. Calypso calculates. Even setting aside personal feelings. If I help Levin now, I can call in a favor later. Strangely enough, his strength lies in invention. She asks, so, what exactly do you want me to do? Levin lays out his request. Atlan is following you because he wants to fight you. Right? Just this once. Please, fight him seriously. She smiles. Perfect timing. I was planning to settle things with him soon anyway. Just as Calypso finishes speaking, Atlan stomps over, fuming. Levin leans in close, suspicious. Hey, Junior, seems like you and Atlan get along pretty well, huh? You're even close enough with the Billis brothers to travel to Dragon City together. So why won't you talk to Atlan? She falls silent, lost in thought. I told myself he would be fine without me. She admits it to herself. Honestly, I just don't want to think about Atlan. Every time I do, I remember his death. Calypso tells herself, I can't keep looking back at the past without feeling the pain. She recalls what Atlan once told her. Princess, if we get to live again, I hope we won't have to fight or wage war anymore. Back then, Calypso had replied, what are you supposed to be? A lion with noble dreams? Did you hit your head right before a major battle? Just bring the documents properly and keep up with me. Atlan tried to explain. No, it's just... He spoke up softly. I've fought too much in this life. I just hope my next life will be peaceful. She had scoffed, laughing. Right. As if you could ever live a quiet life. Fine. If there is a next life, I won't recruit you to my side, he shouted. What? She walked away, leaving him to chase after her. Why? Why would you say that? Don't do that, princess. She regrets it deeply now. If I had known that was our last conversation, I wouldn't have treated it so lightly. I had hoped to survive this loop. Thinking of everyone, her mind drifts back to that day, the day she held a blood-soaked Atlan in her arms. Gasping for air, he whispered, Princess, you're still alive. She cried out his name in panic. Atlan, he murmured. If you're alive, then I have to be by your side. She screamed in terror. Atlan, can't you hear me? He struggled to get the words out. I can't see or hear you anymore. Yet somehow, he insisted, I have to protect you. Calypso thinks, of all my brothers, Atlan's death was the most painful. For the first time, Calypso realized something profound. Some goodbyes leave wounds so deep, they can never be healed. When she lost him, she drowned in tears and agony. Calypso made a vow. That is why, if we are ever reborn, I will never recruit you to my side again. Back in reality, she looks at the Atlan standing before her. So, this is a mutual agreement. Atlan is gritting his teeth in anger. Calypso speaks up. Second son, I can hear your breathing. Please, step back a bit. He freezes instantly. She covers her mouth, gasping internally. Shoot, I slipped up and called him second son. But what shocks her more is that he actually steps back. In her past life, she had told him, second son, this is the perfect distance. Do you understand? She had scolded him. Do you have any idea how huge you are? You can't just barge in like that. See? You almost hurt someone again just now. Atlan had replied dejectedly. I'm sorry, princess. I didn't realize. Calypso had replied, fine. Just make sure that from now on, you stay behind this line. In the present, she is stunned to realize he is standing exactly behind the invisible line she had drawn in the past. Her mind races. Atlan, don't tell me. Calypso looks at his pained expression and realizes the truth. Atlan, don't tell me you. Her fists clench tight. Could he still have his memories from the past life? Is that why he's acting so strange? I really hope that's not the case. Calypso demands an answer. Atlan Aqua, why do you keep following me? Atlan frowned slightly in defense, claiming he was just doing what he wanted. She sternly warns him. I don't know why you're acting all high and mighty, but I'm not the one causing a scene here. You are. Calypso looks furious. If you hadn't started stalking me, then neither I, nor anyone else, including your friends, would be feeling this uncomfortable right now. In the distance, Levin hides, watching the drama unfold with burning curiosity. Meanwhile, Atlan stands frozen. After hearing Calypso's words, he falls into a long, heavy silence. He stares at her intently. Calypso Aqua, the little sister who appeared out of nowhere one day and threw the entire family into chaos. She's the one who has consumed my every thought for 5 long years. At first, I didn't even realize they were just memories resurfacing. Vague images would flash through my mind. Atlan? You made it? The scenery here is breathtaking, isn't it? It felt like a dream. In those visions, she was always smiling so brightly. But for the second son, everything changed from that moment on. Then one day, the dream returned. And the moment it did, I felt a sharp, undeniable pain clawing its way up from inside me. An overwhelming longing for someone I didn't even know surged through my chest. The memories came flooding back. More and more of them. They hit me at random moments, bringing alien emotions that made even living a normal life impossible. I remember being scolded. Atlan, how can you sleep through a sacred family gathering like this? As I was on the verge of being kicked out of those gatherings, I started to resent her. I told myself that the next time we met, I'd punch her. But my instincts were at war, screaming at me that I must never, ever hurt her. He was so frustrated back then. This is ridiculous. I don't even have a little sister. So, for a while, I just ignored her. But even an idiot like me knew that wasn't the answer. In the memories flooding my mind, you possessed incredible power and a genius intellect. You were someone who grieved deeply for the loss of the weak. No, more than that, you were always longing for some distant place. I felt like if I looked away for even a second, you would vanish into thin air. That's why I chose to become your sword, because I knew that you, as a true hero, would never abandon your weapon. It took me a long time to realize all of this. And when I finally accepted my feelings, this lingering devotion I have for you, I believed with all my heart that you would come find me. But you never came. Not once in all these years. And I started to panic. What if you never came back to me? All I know how to do is serve you. After the long silence, Atlan finally speaks up, his voice trembling. Why should I care about anyone else? Why should I care what they think? There is only one person worthy of my attention and my loyalty. Hearing this, Calypso is startled. She thinks, even if he turned his back on me first, I shouldn't have done the same to him. Atlan thinks, heartbroken. I've been watching over you with everything I have. Tears stream down his face, his voice thick with grievance. Lady Calypso, I have always given you my very best. He asks, helpless and hurt. How could you treat me like this? Calypso freezes, staring at him in shock before stammering awkwardly. Hey, second son. She steps closer, reaching up to him gently. Are you actually crying? She wraps her arms around him, patting his back soothingly. You're not a child anymore. Why are you crying like this? But Atlan just hugs her tighter, sobbing uncontrollably. Don't be so cold to me. My little sister. I've been waiting for you. Only you. After a long while, his sobs finally begin to quiet down. Calypso is still in shock. She never thought she'd live long enough to see Atlan cry. The sight pulls her mind back to their past life. Hey, you idiot, how can you laugh at a time like this? As long as we're alive, everything is fine, isn't it? He didn't shed a single tear even when his arm was nearly severed. Atlan sniffles. You really shouldn't treat me like that. Hearing this, she rubs his back to comfort him. Calypso begins to understand. He must have suffered so much, she thinks. I've mostly forgotten the feeling now, but when I first regressed, I was a mess too. For someone experiencing it for the first time like Atlan, it must be overwhelming. She understands now. But this isn't the place for a breakdown. Thinking quickly, Calypso suddenly yanks Atlan's hair. Come on, stop crying. Lift your head up. He resists weakly. No. She's losing patience now. I said, look up, I'm trying to save your dignity here. But Atlan is stubborn and sulky. I said no. She scolds him furiously. A guy as big as a whale, crying his eyes out in the lobby of the intermediate training center? Are you serious right now? He sniffles, hesitating. I don't want you to see me looking this pathetic. Calypso sighs, completely helpless. What are you talking about? Your great plan has already failed. You know that? As soon as the words leave her mouth, her expression softens into sadness. She speaks gently to reassure him. I do care about you. I care enough that even when you act weird, it doesn't bother me at all, second brother. She encourages him softly. So stop being embarrassed and let me see your face. Hearing that, Atlan immediately stands up. Seeing his flushed face, Calypso couldn't help but marvel. That face really is something else. Thinking this, she flashed a bright smile. Damn it. Then Calypso stepped forward and patted Atlan's head. I really can't turn my back on him anymore. He looked at her with tears streaming down his face. Calypso was completely defeated by Atlan. After seeing those eyes, how could she possibly do that? She laughed aloud and pinched his cheek. Are you done crying? Your face looks absolutely ridiculous right now. Atlan sulked and replied, Don't tease me. Is this all your fault? Calypso nodded and accepted the blame. It is my fault. Wait, he got angry. So why did she admit it? Atlan shyly covered his face with his hands, then immediately convinced himself. No, princess, how could you ever be wrong? Abandoning a killer whale like me is what's wrong. Definitely, but you must have had your reasons. Hearing these words, Calypso felt a bit bashful. You really don't need to defend me like that. Unlike Aaron or Billis, Perhaps because the more I talk to Atlan, the more I feel he's just like he was in his past life. It feels like I've returned to the time when I was the head of the family. Suddenly, he asked, "You'll take me with you, right?" She stared at Atlan, smiled brightly, and answered firmly, "No." A loud, frustrated voice echoed through the room. "What are you talking about? Why won't you accept me? I'm the one who said I wanted to live a normal life first, remember?" The response was incredibly clear. "At least from now until you come of age, think it over carefully." "I will also think about it." But Atlan, kneeling there, shouted even louder at Calypso, standing beside him. "No!" She turned to him with wide, innocent eyes. "Or maybe I just won't think about you anymore." Atlan snapped, sulking and grumpy. "Who said you could stop thinking? If you do, I'll bother you until this is carved deep into your mind." Calypso put on an absent-minded expression and replied, "I don't even know how I'm supposed to behave anymore." This made Atlan freeze in stunned silence. A second later, he laughed in a creepy way, then patted his chest and stammered to Calypso, "Princess, I know everything. Even though you're saying that now, in the end, you'll still accept me, right?" Hearing this, the little girl laughed it off, held up her five-fingered hand, and replied, "Brother, sorry, but in this life, the requirements for talent scouting have become much stricter." Atlan's tone became soft and tinged with sadness as he poked his two index fingers together. "Is there really someone stronger than me?" Calypso pointed a finger toward the sky and continued, "The selection criteria this time are different." Confused and blank-faced, he blurted out, "What are they?" Calypso's next answer left Atlan standing there, dazed and soulless. Someone with intelligence and wisdom. From his defeated posture, he bowed down as if worshipping the little girl, speaking with deep resentment. "I don't have that." Calypso clasped her hands behind her back, leaned down slightly, and spoke to the brother in front of her. "You really are an expert at this. Making yourself an object for others to judge." She fell silent for a moment, then strode forward, her voice turning serious. "More importantly, Atlan, I want to ask you something." Calypso leaned close to his ear and whispered softly, "Do you remember the day you died?" The two of them just stared at each other blankly for a while. Atlan finally spoke after the silence. "No." He looked incredibly clueless as he added, "I still don't remember that." Calypso gently replied, "Okay, I understand." Then, she spoke sternly to the person who had been hiding behind the wall quite far away this whole time. "Senior, you can take Atlan away now. He will cooperate seriously this time." Atlan froze, pointing at the person as his aggrieved voice rang out again. "You're abandoning me again." The little girl didn't let him finish, cutting him off directly. "Just go back for now." Hands on her hips, Calypso beamed like a little grandmother, instructing her older brother. "I'll call for you later. From now until then, focus on your lessons, okay?" Atlan, bewildered, could only reply, "Okay." Watching the backs of the two people leaving, Calypso thought to herself, "Thank heavens." The memory flashed in her mind again. "It's a good thing I'm the only one in this world who remembers your death. I am truly glad." Outside the mansion, a stream of thought echoed. The short, peaceful time we've had since that day has vanished into thin air. Suddenly, Atlan slammed the door open, beaming like a flower, and cheered, "Calypso Aqua." Inside the room, B looked up from his book. Ikki looked out in confusion, and Calypso jumped in panic when she saw who opened the door. She stared in shock at the brother who was glowing as bright as sunshine, her heart in a total panic. Why did he barge into Father's private area like that? Calypso's eyes went wide with fear as she asked, "Father, did you let him in?" B showed no emotion, simply replying indifferently, "Didn't you say you recently recruited that brat?" Yet, the little girl closed her eyes and continued speaking. "Yes, but if this giant blue whale rushes in all excited like that, our little Yong will get hurt." B looked a bit confused. "Yong? Then he replied calmly, "What a pointless worry." Seeing this, Calypso sighs, shaking off her boredom. She thinks, "I had planned to summon Arlen to the mansion sooner rather than later, but not right this second." Just then, Atlan's voice rang out, breaking the silence. "Who is that?" He had someone locked in a chokehold, the poor guy unable to do anything but let out muffled groans. Calypso immediately stepped in front of Pier, guarding him. "Don't mind him. He's family." Atlan stood there, blinking blankly, then stammered, "Wait, are you two dating?" Hearing that, her face instantly darkened, teeth grinding together. "If you came here just to spout nonsense, then shut your mouth and get out." Atlan didn't pay much attention to Pier. "Why are you looking at me like that?" He waved it off dismissively. "Forget it. I didn't come here for that kid anyway. The reason I'm here is..." He paused for dramatic effect, then hoisted the person in his arms up high, showing him off like a prize. It was Levin. His feet dangled helplessly in the air, eyes wide with panic and trembling like a leaf. "Hello, Lord Pier and Princess." Calypso frowned in confusion. "What on earth is with those titles? Is it because we're outside the academy grounds?" Atlan beamed with excitement. You said you'd only accept me if I was smart, right? Calypso shot back immediately. Did you forget I said I would contact you later? Meanwhile, Pier was staring intently at Levin, making the poor guy sweat bullets. So scary. As if he didn't hear a word, Calypso said. Atlan pressed on. So, I brought this along. A genius brain. Saying that, he wrapped an arm around Levin's neck and pointed a thumb at himself, looking incredibly smug. So, if he joins your side too, that meets your recruitment requirements, right? Calypso looked utterly defeated. She raised her voice. Just listen to me. She ruffled her hair, a look of mild panic crossing her face. She opened her mouth to argue, but no words came out. Atlan's voice just didn't stop. What are you hesitating for, little sis? He kept his arm around the resigned Levin, striking what he thought was a charming pose. You're going to accept us, aren't you, right? He continued to pester her like a whiny child. He's the genius of the Narwhal clan. If you miss out on him, you're definitely going to regret it. Levin looked completely flustered. Atlan, what are you talking about? Calypso stood there, an aura of gloom surrounding her. Can someone please explain this properly? Eyes sparkling, Atlan explained. In the Narwhal clan, the eldest child always inherits the position of head of the house. But this guy, he's so talented he could completely overturn that tradition. Even though the relatives support him as the successor, he still needs to graduate from the academy next year. Calypso recalled his words from before. I have to get promoted this time. It's the only way the clan will acknowledge me. Please, help me. Just this once. Calypso pondered for a moment. So, that's what he meant back then. I thought he was being bullied or isolated. She spoke up. So, what exactly did Levin invent to earn the title of genius? Atlan grinned enthusiastically. What was it called again? An improved ballista or something? Suddenly, a solemn voice cut in. Tugumba. That word made Calypso freeze. A memory flashed back a hand, slamming onto a table, accompanied by a resounding voice. This is a weapon my clan developed not long ago. At the time, everyone asked why we needed such a destructive weapon in an era of peace. As the voice faded in her memory, Calypso whispered a response. But thanks to that genius, we defeated the land beast tribe. I am truly grateful. In the memory, the man named Le stood opposite her, smiling faintly. If only that kid had lived just a little longer. It would have been better for this war. And for our family. Calypso asked, how did he die? An image of Levin being killed by Bayan flashed in her mind. A voice echoed, murdered. By the hands of a deceased successor. Calypso fell into deep thought. So, he is the genius younger brother that Le spoke of. Meanwhile, Levin grumbled, I've told you the name of that thing a dozen times already. Atlan scratched his ear. With a weird name like that, how am I supposed to remember? Suddenly, Calypso spoke up. All right. You two can go back now. Levin turned around, bewildered, but Atlan wasn't having it. What? That's all you have to say? She continued. I never said I wouldn't accept you. I said I would call for you when the time is right. Atlan scratched his head, recalling. Oh yeah, you did say that. Then, Calypso turned to Levin. And Levin, do you agree with what Atlan just said? He froze for a moment, making a few non-committal noises in his throat. A few seconds later he admitted, my family has already decided to back Atlan, so I don't really have a choice. Calypso's voice turned serious. But what if I gave you a choice? She looked more serious than ever before. Levin, you must become the head of your family. To achieve that, I need someone who will follow me without hesitation. Go back and think carefully. Give me your answer next time. She turned her gaze to Pier. Father. To Pier's shock, she continued. If I want to stop those terrible memories from repeating, what do I need to do? She thought back to earlier, when Atlan had burst into the guest room. Seeing him like that reminded her of the moment he commanded the final battle. She recalled the words he threw over his shoulder. I'll buy us some time. Calypso buried her face in her hands. I shouldn't have let him do it back then. She knew that buying time meant facing the most brutal death imaginable. Suddenly, Pier's voice rang out from behind. If I help you. The offer made her freeze in her tracks. Pier's face remained expressionless, yet a newfound warmth seemed to radiate from him. Would that put your mind at ease? Calypso beamed at his words. If only someone had said that to me back then. She sat still, letting Pier pat her head, while Icky clung to her arm. Then, I could have finally felt at peace. A few days later at the Intermediate Academy, Atlan stood there, face dark as thunder, watching Luca and Luba chatter away. I'm picking red. No, black suits the princess better. Atlan cut them off, clearly annoyed. Smartasses. Did she even say you two get to choose? The twins giggled, thinking to themselves, we definitely told him to chill out. That's twice now. Suddenly, a voice cut through the noise. Why are you here again? Seeing everyone give him a wide berth, Calypso thought to herself, It's no surprise the other students are terrified of him, just like before. The whispers were endless. See that? Maybe the rumors are true. Sounds like Calypso chewed Atlan out so bad he ended up working for her. Hearing this, she was dumbfounded. Great. Now they're spreading even more ridiculous rumors. Flashback to a few days ago. She was walking with Luca and Luba when a voice called out from nearby. It was Atlan, standing with hands on his hips, looking skeptical. Calypso, he said, do you seriously have 3 boyfriends now? His words made her blush for a split second before her expression went deadpan. No, wait. I saw that black-haired guy last time. Before he could finish, Calypso launched herself into a flying kick, slamming straight into him. Back in the present, she leaned back in her chair, lost in thought. All I did that day was teach Atlan a lesson, she mused. And yet, the guy who insists he loves being alone is somehow getting along with the twins. Meanwhile, Atlan was pointing a finger at the twins, grumbling. Can you two not be loud for 5 seconds? The twins fired back instantly. Atlan, you're louder than us. So noisy. Calypso couldn't take it anymore. Why are you guys fighting over picking a bookmark for me? Atlan said. We should share. Atlan held up 2 bookmarks with a smirk. Pick one. The twins glanced at each other. Then they swarmed Calypso, whining for attention. Princess Calypso, which one do you like? Red's the best, right? No way, it's gotta be black. She let out a helpless sigh. Fine, just take both. I'll ask Levin to make another one. Sunlight streamed through the window blinds. Calypso asked softly, You really enjoy this, don't you? Luca grinned, resting his chin on his hands. I do, he continued, eyes sparkling. I wish you'd let me choose everything for you. Princess. Calypso looked up at him, blinking blankly. Then, with total innocence, she replied, I don't really have a preference. If it works, I'll use it. Luca stood there, eyes wide, completely baffled. That's not right, he said softly. Sometimes. It feels like you don't care about yourself at all. The room seemed to grow warmer with Luca's sweet words. Let me take care of all those little things for you. He finished with a smile that would stop anyone's heart. But Calypso remained completely immune. She just smiled brightly. Thanks, but I'm good. I'm more interested in the big picture than the little details. Luca grinned like an idiot, thinking, the princess still doesn't get it, leaving Calypso utterly confused. Later, her small hands held up a notebook regarding the Duke's power. The Duke acts on instinct. When the time comes, you will understand. Calypso couldn't wrap her head around it. Instinct? What kind of instinct? And what does when the time comes even mean? Recently, she'd been analyzing Iki's power after class. The notes usually explained everything in detail, but this part was frustratingly vague. She glanced at Iki, who was sitting alone. Forget it, she decided, closing the book. I'll just test it myself. She called out to him. Calypso walked over to him. Do you remember how much water appeared when we held hands last time? He didn't move, answering with a single word. Yes. She plopped down next to him. So, what were you thinking about back then? Iki opened his hands, staring at them. I wanted to hold your hand. I wanted it. Very much. His eyes shimmered with intensity. Calypso took his hand, smiling firmly. Is the imprint's influence really that strong? Iki, she said. Let's try it one more time. Just like before, he sat there, showing no resistance. Focus on what I want, she instructed. Wish for it with all your heart. She fell silent. What is it that I truly, desperately desire? She sank deep into thought. I wish I was stronger. Strong enough to protect my future subordinates. Atlan, Pier, and you. I want everyone to be safe. Suddenly, Iki looked up, his voice soft. The power of time. It belongs only to you and me. Calypso froze. Stunned. Memories of her past life flashed through her mind. Only Iki and I possess the power of time? She closed her eyes, her thoughts racing. Iki. Her eyes snapped open, wide with disbelief. Don't tell me. Are you borrowing power from the future? Or the past? Yi gave a slight nod, his face completely void of emotion. Borrow? No. I took it. Calypso's mind raced. If I train Iki's time manipulation powers correctly, I could channel the peak strength from my third life into this body. No wonder the Imperial family was so desperate to get their hands on a dragon. With that thought in mind, she squeezed Iki's hand tighter. Iki, can you bring back the power I possessed when I was at my absolute strongest? Iki didn't answer immediately. He just sat there, staring intently at Calypso. Then, he dropped a bombshell that she never saw coming. You know I might die, right? Calypso's eyes widened in confusion. What? Before she could process it, Iki's entire body was engulfed in a blinding light. He spoke softly. Your wish. Let me grant it. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the room. No! Calypso grabbed him by the shoulders, her voice trembling. Listen to me, Iki. She stared deep into his eyes, desperate. Never sacrifice your life for anyone. Do you understand? Iki looked at her, stunned. Okay. Calypso slumped to the floor, burying her face in her hands. Let's just forget everything that happened today. Now I understand the fundamental logic behind his power. I'll figure out how to control water on my own. I don't want you to die. Internally, she reassured herself. I'm strong enough as it is. I won't gain power by sacrificing this child's life. She forced a smile at Iki, changing the subject. All right, that settles it. Let's go get some fresh air. Suddenly, Iki tugged at her sleeve. Calypso. He hesitated for a moment before asking, don't you want to see them again? Through his words, an image flickered in her mind, her family of 3 from her previous world. Calypso turned her back to him, gazing out the window where sunlight filtered through the small panes. Her voice was shaky as she replied, no need. I don't want to see my parents again. Now that I know Iki's power is a double-edged sword, I have no choice but to find the treasure. I need Linnaeus, like in my 3rd life, to awaken the power of the water flow. It's hidden somewhere in the dolphin territory, so I'll definitely need the help of a dolphin beastman. Last time, I didn't know that, and struggled so much. But this time, it should be a walk in the park. Just then, a loud thud rang out, followed by a shout. Say what? Calypso slammed her hands on the table, shooting up from her chair in disbelief. All the dolphins packed up and left? Aya sat opposite her, resting her chin on her hand. She thought wryly. Well, that table's a goner. Aloud, she replied. Right, only one remains, and he's just here to finalize the withdrawal paperwork. She added, he'll be leaving soon too. The news hit Calypso like a ton of bricks. No, that can't happen. He's crucial for curing my father. Pier walked in, seeing Calypso clutching her head in despair. What on earth happened to make you look so devastated? Pier stood there, playfully manipulating a stream of water in his hand as he listened. Dad, if someone says they're leaving the place they've lived to go back to their hometown, what could be the reason? Pier answered slowly. Well, usually it's because they're sick of the place, or maybe something happened that forced them to leave. I knew it. I have to go ask him personally. Internally, she thought, well, if there's one small comfort in this mess, it's that the last remaining dolphin is that guy. Memories of her past life flooded back. A man lying on the floor, buried under a pile of paperwork, groaning, please, just let me get off work. Calypso felt a twinge of guilt. You won't die from overwork, she had said. That man was Levi. He crawled up slowly, exhausted. In my next life, I am never getting involved with you again. Holding a teacup in one hand and a document in the other, she had replied casually, sorry, but I'm not letting you off the hook. Levi quickly gathered the papers from the floor, refusing to look at her. Take that obsession and go date someone else. She looked back at him. But I like your cooking. She smiled, pitching her idea. Want to move in with me? Back in the present, Pier asked. Who exactly are you going to meet? Calypso twirled a lock of her hair, speaking slowly. My ex-boyfriend. Suddenly, the object's Pier was levitating, froze in midair, and crashed to the ground. His eyes bulged in shock. You met me when you were 3. You had a boyfriend back then? Calypso laughed, waving her hands. I'm just kidding. I meant we were best friends. Is that so? Pier's face darkened, his voice turning icy cold. Really? A male friend you're close with. He paused for a few seconds, then flashed a terrifying smile, his eyes sharp as daggers. I wonder, who is this punk? Pier clenched his fist, growling. I need to meet him. Calypso stood there, bewildered. Why is Dad so angry? Outside the mansion, at the dining table, a voice spoke up. Atlan the dolphin speared a piece of fruit, looking serious. You mean your little goldfish poop? Is he really the only one left? Calypso clicked her tongue, annoyed. You know that's the nickname he hates the most, right? Atlan didn't care. He shoved an apple slice into his mouth, chewing loudly. Chomp, chomp. None of your business. She rested her chin on her hand, frowning at Atlan, who was happily stuffing his face. He's the only one who remembers the 3rd timeline, so I tried talking it out with him. But honestly, why did I expect anything useful from this mischievous brat's brain? Dee's words from earlier echoed in her mind. I heard Bayan died early. Since then, the shark beastkin from the slums have been causing chaos. Now, there aren't any dolphins left. Calypso speculated that the dolphins fled because they couldn't stomach the sharks taking over. If what Dee said is true, then by eliminating Bayan early, I've put the dolphins in danger. Suddenly, Atlan spoke up, snapping Calypso out of her thoughts. What if that piece of goldfish crap remembers you too? And ran away just to avoid being exploited. She froze for a second, then giggled. It was actually funny. Then, their eyes locked, and the air between them fell into a terrifying silence. Moments later, Calypso asked, confused, don't tell me. Atlan answered immediately while eating, I'm just kidding. Come on. Have you been through so much that now you take even a joke as reality? He looked straight at her. Anyway, you're planning to meet him after school, right? Calypso smiled innocently. Yep. He paused, put down his knife and fork, and asked, "So, are you planning to gather all your old subordinates again?" Calypso's face went blank. "No. They'll live better lives if they never meet me." Recalling the past life, she continued, "My subordinates were consumed by resentment. If I can bring them peace in this life, maybe they'll suffer less." Hearing this, Atlan grew serious, though his voice remained casual. "I don't see how that's any different from abandoning them." Calypso crossed her arms at the table and smiled. "Unlike you, they don't have memories. I just want to help them live happy lives," she thought to herself. Actually, this life is completely different from the others. Why is Atlan the only one with memories? Is this also due to the power of time that Iki mentioned? Atlan sat there, staring at her deep in thought. After a long silence, he finally spoke up. "You're taking me with you when you go see that goldfish poop, right?" Calypso looked up at him. "Yes. I feel like he's suffering because of me, so I need to save him." Atlan rubbed his eyes. "Just the two of us?" She smiled. "Yes." She thought about going with someone who shared her old memories. Suddenly, Atlan burst out laughing, looking delighted. "This really reminds me of the old days." The scene shifted to a residential area with smoking chimneys, high mountains looming in the distance. Someone was sniffing the air, hunting for a scent. A brown-haired thug stroked his chin. "Smells like blood, doesn't it?" A scarred man holding a knife chimed in. "I smell it too. He's definitely close." It seemed they were hunting someone down. On the ground before them lay a white cloth stained with blood. The scarred man picked it up and cursed angrily. "We've been tricked. The blood smell is coming from these bandages." The brown-haired guy looked equally frustrated. "I have to drag that stinking dolphin brat to the boss this time." Their footsteps faded away along with their voices. "The blood on these bandages is still fresh. Let's check somewhere else. Quick." Hidden in a corner, Levi bit down on a bandage to wrap his arm, cursing internally. "Damn it." He yanked it with his teeth, tearing off a strip. He slumped to the ground, head bowed in thought. They probably think they were tricked by the bandages, so they won't come near here for a while. Panting heavily, he worried. "I wonder if Mom and my little sister made it home safely?" Blood seeped from his arm again, but he ignored it, lost in his own thoughts. "If I want to follow them, I can't collapse here." He told himself, "I need to get back to the mansion. I have to pick her up and get out of here." He remembered telling Levin, "Don't open the door for anyone until I get back." Levi leaned back against the wall, closing his eyes. "As long as I make it back, this wound is nothing." Unaware of the approaching footsteps, a shadow suddenly loomed over him. A voice rang out. "Dying alone in a place like this? That's really not your style." Caught completely off guard, Levi's body jerked, his eyes snapping open in shock. The cloaked figure smirked. "You'd survive no matter what happens. Do you still have that spiteful venom in you?" Behind the figure stood a taller person in a cloak, who spoke up. "Hello there." Levi scrambled up, staring at the duo in confusion. Fear and anxiety mixed as sweat dripped down his face. He stammered, Who are you people?" The shorter figure in front spoke again. "Ah, right. Since this is our first meeting, I should introduce myself properly." It was Calypso and Atlan. The girl beamed a bright, radiant smile at Levi. "I'm Calypso from House Creo. I'm here to solve your problem." Levi, face drenched in sweat, gritted his teeth and clutched his wound. Staring straight at Calypso, he asked weakly, "You say you're going to solve it?" The little girl didn't answer, instead turning back to flash a smile at Atlan. "So, big brother, what exactly are you doing?" Looking at her now, she resembled the adult Calypso from her past life, barking orders with absolute authority. "Just do your job." Atlan couldn't stand it, sulking like a petulant child. "Hey, did you drag me all the way here just to treat me like this?" The little girl put on a mask of pure innocence in response. "You think you have room to argue? Have you gotten too comfortable with your life lately?" Atlan just stood there, grumbling in irritation. "And you. Don't you realize you're starting to talk exactly like you used to?" Calypso didn't bother arguing, simply clicking her tongue before issuing another command. "Hurry up and work. Let's get moving." Meanwhile, opposite them, Levi's vision was beginning to blur. He swayed, his mind sluggish as he thought, "If that's the second son, then that must be Atlan." Before he could finish the thought, a powerful force slammed into him, sending him reeling. Atlan had hoisted Levi up onto his shoulder. This left Levi completely flustered. What? What are you doing?" Atlan shot a cold glance backward. "Shut up. You think I actually want to do this?" Levi was still in a state of panic. "Please, put me down right now. My stomach. It hurts." "You're crushing it," Atlan grumbled in annoyance. "You talk too much." "Hey, can I just drop him?" Calypso sounded utterly helpless as she spoke softly. "Big brother, anyone can see he's injured just by looking at him. Just take it easy." Hearing that, Atlan frowned and raised his voice. "That is exactly why I'm carrying him on my shoulder and doing all this work. If he wasn't injured, do you think I'd be carrying him? This reaction left Calypso stunned, not knowing what to say. Meanwhile, Levi, dangling precariously over Atlan's shoulder, hissed in discomfort. Anyway, just put me down. Atlan let out a cold snort. You dare refuse my help? His words startled Levi, who quickly spoke up. No, that's not what I meant. Calypso's train of thought began to drift again. Levi, the unprecedented genius of the dolphin tribe. That man was my strategist in my third life. The memory surfaced, Levi gasping for air, a large mouthful of blood staining his lips as he weakly called out, Calypso. She realized that Levi, too, must have died in her arms. Back then, as Levi lay in her embrace, his voice was heavy with labored breathing. If there is a next life, please, show up with a smile. At that moment, Calypso had frozen, confused. What are you saying? What next life? Even though his body was covered in blood, he forced a smile and continued. Now that I think about it, I think I like your smile. Then, without warning, his hand fell to the ground with a thud. Calypso sat there, her hands still clutching Levi's motionless body, her head bowed low, ignoring the deafening explosions ringing out behind her. But in the present, Levi was loudly bickering with her brother Atlan, right before her eyes. Suddenly, Levi shifted his gaze to Calypso, who was standing there silently. Seeing her beautiful smile, he froze for a moment, thinking, why is she looking at me like that? It's as if she has missed me terribly. Suddenly, Atlan shouted in rage, Hey, you goldfish turd, what are you daydreaming about? Levi flinched, completely taken aback. Goldfish turd? And what exactly are you planning to do with my house? Calypso's small hand shot up, accompanied by her voice. I'll answer that. The little girl tapped her index finger against her lips, looking thoughtful. A second later, she pointed to the sky, grinning until her eyes formed crescents. The two of us are kidnapping you! Sometime later, at Levi's hideout, Levi lay on the bed, his face pale and weak, gasping for air like someone suffering from severe motion sickness. Who treats a patient like this? I'm rating the killer whale transport service 1 star, the absolute worst. Calypso, standing nearby, spoke nonchalantly. It's fine. You won't die from just that. Hearing this, he shot up in horror, shouting, What? The little girl turned her head, her voice sounding utterly chilling. I know you're injured, but you'd have to bleed a lot more than that to actually die. Levi was internally confused. Who comes to help someone and says things like that? The bigger issue was that these two had just barged into his home. Atlan, grinning mischievously, lifted the cloth covering a table. This table looks expensive. Calypso had to smack him as she scolded. Hey, cover it back up. Levi's train of thought drifted on. Is this luck? Calypso, known among the killer whales as someone who doesn't use violence against the weak. Although the journey was rough, she did bring me to my hideout. Most importantly, it seems they still don't know that that child is here. Levi clenched his fists and spoke up, surprising the siblings. I thank you both for your help. Levi was thinking about how to repay them, but before he could finish the thought, Calypso replied, You're welcome, but it's not free, you know. The atmosphere instantly turned bizarre. The three of them stared at each other wide-eyed. A single sound, huh? Escaped Levi's throat. Calypso smiled coldly, her voice turning dark. What? Since I helped you, shouldn't you repay me? Levi recalled what she had said when she first arrived, dying here alone. That doesn't suit you. Suspicion rose in Levi's heart. Now that I think about it, she called me by my name right from the start. Clutching his head, he seemed to feel a wave of regret. That was my mistake. I was so dazed from my injuries that I didn't even notice. Even so, I cannot lose my life here. With that thought, Levi gritted his teeth and slowly began to speak. My lady, I will definitely repay you for your help today. He bowed respectfully and said, Now please return. I swear it upon the sea. But Calypso didn't seem to want to leave. Instead, she asked a question that made Levi freeze. She took a step forward, her voice ringing out, neither fast nor slow. Do you have some treasure hidden in your house? She moved closer and closer to Levi. You aren't planning to run away, are you? He panicked slightly and stepped back. If you are worried I will escape or vanish, I will swear upon the sea. Immediately after, Calypso jumped up and flopped down right next to Levi. I hate owing people too. Levi remained very wary of her. You speak to me as if you know me well. Calypso replied calmly. I do know you well. She leaned in closer, beaming as she looked straight into Levi's eyes. I have a hobby of learning about handsome guys like you. He was completely stunned. Looking at the beautiful girl before him, Levi's emotions seemed to shift a little. Suddenly, Calypso was hoisted into the air. A different voice spoke up. It seemed to be Atlan. Stop it. Atlan sternly warned Calypso, who was dangling in his grasp. Can't you see he's worried? Your way of speaking has gone completely back to how it used to be. Hearing that, An image of Levi from her past life flashed in her mind. She thought to herself, because his surprised expression is exactly the same as in my third life, I did it unintentionally. I was having so much fun I didn't even realize it. Levi placed a hand on his chest and closed his eyes. If you two have any questions for me, please ask quickly and leave. I am very tired. I feel like I am about to faint. Atlan replied instantly. Fine. But then, an eerie voice rang out, making Levi jump. It's okay, Levi. In front of him stood Calypso. Her eyes darkened and cast downward. Do you know where the living curse is? Levi panicked, his eyes unable to hide his sheer terror. I don't understand what you are saying. Calypso continued speaking. Blue whales, also known as white-bearded whales, are famous for their snow-white hair and massive size. And they also have gray eyes. Suddenly, she stopped talking. Immediately after, a loud thud echoed from out of nowhere. All three fell silent. Then, the girl's eyes widened, and she smiled a smile full of horror. Levi, didn't you say you lived alone? Levi seemed guilty, and explained immediately. My place is a bit messy sometimes. Perhaps that noise caused a misunderstanding. Calypso kept that suspicious expression. A misunderstanding? Someone else living here making enough noise to be called a misunderstanding. As soon as she finished speaking, a rapid series of clattering sounds erupted behind her. Atlan reacted instantly, spinning around and catching something in one hand. Calypso seemed very calm about the scene, then pretended to flatter him sweetly. Truly an amazing guard. Thanks for saving me. Yeah? Atlan remained unmoved and retorted. As if you didn't see it coming. Right at the foot of the stairs stood a young boy, holding a short sword. What? Seeing the boy shining like a little sun, Calypso rubbed her chin in confusion. Why is this kid so massive? He's as big as Levi. Well, he is from the White Dolphin tribe, so being larger than others is understandable. Suddenly, the boy dashed forward. He rushed to shield Levi, leaving Calypso bewildered. Levi was startled and called out to the boy. Wait, Juan, calm down. Calypso signaled Atlan not to act. Juan spoke coldly. You people came to take me away, didn't you? Saying that, the boy tremblingly raised the small sword and pressed the tip against his own neck. Juan was becoming more and more agitated. The boy screamed, the blade still pressed against his throat. If you try to force me to go, I will kill myself. The power of land beastmen and aquatic beastmen is balanced. For example, killer whale beastmen possess water-based power, while lions and black panthers are compatible with the land. That also applies to healing powers. The alpha female, a squirrel beastman, possesses healing powers. Theoretically, among the aquatic beastmen, there could also be some who possess that ability. Calypso realized she had learned this in her third life, but it was already too late. In her past life, Levi sat holding a teacup and turned to the person next to him. Can I leave a final testament? Hearing this, Calypso felt panicked and a bit annoyed. Don't say such unlucky things. At this rate, I'll be the one writing a will for you. Levi seemed not to hear her, and continued. I am looking after a grave. Seeing that, Calypso got even more frustrated. Hey, are you ignoring me? Levi looked up at the night sky ahead and spoke softly. Just consider this a moment of unburdening my heart. It is the grave of a child who was like a little brother to me, and without me, no one else will look after it. I will tell you the address. Please, visit it once someday. Calypso leisurely took a sip of tea as she listened to him continue. That child is the last white whale beastman left in the world. Their species had been declared extinct back then. Even the rowdy orcas didn't have a clue. It happened in silence, slaughtered by the sharks. Levi's voice drops with sorrow as he says this, hunching forward and pulling away from the back of his chair. The day he secretly smuggled that child into the mansion, the sharks caught him. If he had known it would end like this, he never would have brought the boy home. Sharks, the apex predators of the ocean. Their brutality was passed directly down to their beastkin descendants. Only their aggression remained, mirrored in the most gruesome way possible. The whale, orca, and shark beastkin fought for territory years ago, and the sharks lost. Defeated, the sharks fled to the slums of this land, dreaming of rebellion. To achieve that, the sharkkin used every dirty trick to kidnap those with rare abilities, forcing them into their ranks. A vision of Juan's tombstone flashes in Levi's eyes. He continues, the last white whale beastkin in the world was slaughtered by their hands. Back in the present, Calypso watches Juan trying to shield Levi behind his small back. She thinks to herself, back then, Sajan was still alive, so they stayed quiet out of fear. But this time, that bastard died early, so the sharks are running wild. Because of that, Levi is still just a child, and his little brother has suffered even more. A moment later, Calypso speaks up, her tone reproachful. Levi, is this how you raise a child? Levi flinches, caught off guard. He tilts his head, asking in disbelief, how did you know I taught him? Calypso doesn't answer, just gloating internally. How could I not? This is exactly the kind of thing you do, you maniac. She takes slow, deliberate steps forward, then lunges, aiming to snatch the small sword from Juan. A loud swish cuts through the air. Calypso's hand grabs empty air. Juan, though startled, grits his teeth and scrambles back, keeping the sword out of reach. Calypso smirks at the sight. He's surprisingly strong for his size, isn't he? Before Juan can recover from the shock, she startles him again with a devilish remark. Hey kid, bet you can't dodge this one. She doesn't give him a split second to breathe. Calypso lashes out with a kick, knocking the small sword flying. Juan squeezes his eyes shut, gritting his teeth as he falls backward. The sword spins through the air before stabbing into the ground with a sharp clang. Juan would have fallen flat on his back if Levi hadn't caught him just in time. Calypso guesses silently. They must have been running for a long time. Juan recovers quickly, once again standing firm to shield Levi. Levi, she calls out, snapping him out of his silence. Calypso dusts off her cloak, speaking calmly. I will protect all the dolphins under my name, and if my name isn't enough, she pauses for effect. Then how about the name of Payakwar? Levi looks suspicious. You wouldn't harbor us for no reason, right? He places a protective hand on Juan's shoulder. I don't know how you found out, but are you planning to use this child too? Calypso looks up, extending her hand. Exactly. But I want you to see it as a deal, not exploitation. We protect the kid, and in exchange, he heals my father's injuries. That's all. Juan's expression shifts to a stunned, blank stare, as if he can't believe his ears. The boy stammers, Is that really it? Calypso widens her eyes and holds up 2 fingers. Oh, sorry. There's one other person with the same condition. So, 2 people in total. Juan still can't wrap his head around it. But, isn't that a bad deal for you? Calypso lowers her gaze slightly, replying casually. Even a kid like you can tell it's not a fair trade, huh? Healing 2 people in exchange for protecting an entire clan. Suddenly, she beams, giving him a playful wink. So, I'm officially closing this crazy charity sale. She steps closer. You're still young, so I'll overlook the fact that you don't know how to haggle properly yet. Hearing this, Levi lets out a breath and laughs mockingly. I get it. You're finally revealing your true colors. Fine. So, what do you really want? She doesn't answer immediately, just smiling. Suddenly, a thought strikes Atlan like lightning. Why do I suddenly feel so uneasy? Suddenly, she leans in close to Levi, her voice terrifyingly calm as she answers his question. You. Levi freezes, eyes widening in shock. But none of that matters. What matters is that Calypso is still smiling brightly. I want you. Meanwhile, a large hand is clenching so hard it's cracking. It's Atlan, sitting in the chair, rubbing his temple in deep thought. Something feels wrong. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoes through the room. Absolutely not, Atlan roars, his fists clenched in fury. Take back what you just said. What did you just say you wanted? Calypso looks the picture of innocence, retorting immediately. What? Why are you acting like this again? Are you seriously trying to pick a fight right now? Across from them, Juan looks anxiously at Levi's wounds, while Levi sweats profusely, thinking, I'm terrified. Calypso tilts her head back, staring at Atlan in genuine confusion. Did I do something wrong? He shuts his eyes, barely containing his irritation. Yes, take back what you just said. Right now. The little girl replies slowly, dragging out the suspense. Fine. Satisfied with her answer, Atlan finally sets her down. Instantly, Calypso spins around, beaming a sweet, sincere smile at the other 2. Be my subordinates, okay? Levi's voice cracks with confusion. What did you say? She keeps that bright smile plastered on her face. Trust me, anyone is better than the sharks out there. Levi lowers his gaze, clutching the wound on his arm. He purses his lips in deep thought, then finally forces out a single word. Okay. A while later, at a hotel owned by Aquazair Dale, a servant clatters in, pushing a few large crates. He stops before Calypso and Atlan, bowing respectfully. I hope you enjoy your stay. Click. A sharp sound comes from the large crate. Bang. The lid flies open, and Levi pops his head out, gasping for air. Beside him, Juan isn't doing much better, his eyes wide with lingering panic. Calypso saunters over, looking pleased. So? Was it exciting? Your scent is masked by the hotel's fragrance. This place is nothing like your home. No one can track you here. She pauses, then pats her chest with a smug, beaming smile. More importantly, those sharks wouldn't dare provoke us. We are killer whales. Ignoring Levi and Juan, who are huddled together in fear, she turns away calmly. Now, let's have a little chat. Since I've gone to the trouble of moving us, can you tell me how your healing process works? Juan helps Levi onto the sofa to rest while Atlan stands guard behind them. Calypso sits opposite, raising an eyebrow. Are you going to show me right now? Juan replies awkwardly. Yes. It's a power close to a miracle. Seeing it with your own eyes is the fastest way to understand. Levi looks straight at the boy, his eyes steady. Juan, I'm leaving it to you. Hearing this, the boy freezes, unable to find words, just letting out a stunned sound. Across from him, Calypso speaks up. Don't worry, kid. Everyone here has sworn an oath to the sea. We can't reveal your power. She softens her tone. It's okay. Just heal Levi like you always do. Her words seem to ease Juan's anxiety. Slowly, the boy begins to unwrap the bandages around Levi's arm. Juan channels a surge of power into the wound. After a moment of silence, he speaks. A salmon swim bladder, red eucalyptus petals, and 3 drops of bone marrow. Levi tightens his grip on the object in his hand. He opens his hand, revealing the 3 items Juan just listed. A surge of energy lifts them into the air, accompanied by the sound of trickling water. The sight leaves Calypso utterly mesmerized. She stares up at the floating ingredients, afraid to even blink. In an instant, the wound on Levi's arm vanishes, leaving not even a scar behind. Levi speaks up, his voice steady but slightly hesitant. As you can see, Juan's power is healing. But, to be more precise, he pauses for a few seconds before continuing. It is healing through equivalent exchange. Right now, Juan doesn't trust anyone except me. Juan sits there, clinging tightly to Levi's arm. Levi continues. Depending on the injury or illness, Juan states the exact price he needs. Only when those exact ingredients are prepared can he perform the healing. Calypso sits in stunned silence. Then, as if a switch is flipped, she jumps up in a panic and screams, "Why is it so complicated?" She can't wrap her head around it. In every other story, the heroine gets healed with a simple whoosh of magic. Why do we have to hunt down every single ingredient? She imagines Juan sitting on the ground, wearing a bucket on his head like a fool, saying, "If you want healing, I need gauze, a needle, and a lighter." The thought makes Calypso clench her fists in frustration. Is this discrimination against sea folk? Why is our power tied to such ridiculous conditions? Seeing her reaction, Levi asks, "Are you angry?" Calypso keeps her head down, muttering hesitantly, "No, I'm not angry." Levi continues. Luckily, he has never asked for a life in exchange. It's always things found in nature, though sometimes that includes parts of people. She finally looks up at Levi. It's good he doesn't demand a life, but equivalent exchange means the rarer the disease, the rarer the ingredients, right? Levi nods immediately. Exactly. The more severe the injury or illness, the rarer the materials required. Calypso looks at him intently. Then what ingredients do we need for my father's illness? Levi explains gently. We won't know until Juan diagnoses him, just like he did with me. Calypso realizes. So he has to meet father personally. As soon as the words leave her mouth, Juan and Levi suddenly clutch each other in terror. Even Atlan turns sharply to the right, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. Calypso speaks up to soothe the 2 trembling figures. No need to be tense. She smiles brightly, crossing her arms. It's just a guest I personally invited. Right then, a voice as sweet as honey fills the room. Greetings, my lady. The newcomer steps in and removes her hood. It is Ilya. Calypso greets her warmly. Hello, Ilya. Did you come alone? Ilya answered gently. I'm here with my family. The kids are playing with my husband on the 1st floor. She smiled brightly and continued. We're using a family outing as our cover. Atlan looked puzzled by her words. We'll get some quality time together eventually, Calypso chirped to Ilya. What I want to show you is right over there. For some reason, Levi was crouching behind the sofa. The moment she spotted him, she gasped in shock. Oh my God. Levi? He replied with stiff formality. Long time no see, Lady Milia. Calypso turned to Ilya. We're short on time, so I'll be blunt. I need the Bluga family to take in Levi's group for a while. I mean Levi and his companion. She paused, pointing toward the back room before continuing. Levi will explain the details inside. She turned to Atlan with wide, innocent eyes. Atlan, you should head in there too. We never know what might happen. Her cryptic words left him completely baffled. With the door tightly shut, no one could hear or know what was transpiring inside. Outside, only Juan remained, curled up on the large sofa. Calypso sat opposite him in total silence. She sat with arms crossed, staring at the timid boy. Suddenly, Calypso broke the suffocating silence. I'll be in your care from now on. Juan looked utterly confused. He stammered, Why? Why are you saying that all of a sudden? Before he could finish, Calypso cut in. If you're important to Levi, then you're someone I need to protect, too. Besides, I've been wanting to talk to you. Internally, she thought. I even sent Atlan away just so we could have this private chat. Calypso then asked the burning question. Do all white whales possess the same power you do? The boy answered slowly. Yes. Noticing his hesitation, she wondered, is there something else he wants to tell me? Suddenly, the boy took the initiative. But there's something even Levi doesn't know. We can only use our powers on specific people. Calypso froze, her jaw dropping in shock. Regaining her composure, she realized the implication. Wait a second, you're telling me a secret that not even Levi knows? Why tell me? We only just met today. Juan didn't hold back. My late mother told me. When you meet a special person, trust your intuition and act. Calypso hesitated. And, is this that moment? Yes, Juan replied instantly. The beluga beastkin can sense the kindness in humans. That's how we know who we can heal. It's why we're called the guardians of goodwill. Hearing this, her eyes immediately lit up. She placed a hand over her heart. Really? So, how do I look through your eyes? Juan scratched his head and replied bluntly, You're not a good person. He got that right, Calypso thought. She spoke as if explaining to Juan, but also comforting herself. Well, there's no such thing as a kind killer whale. She paused, stumbling over her words. But, I'm someone willing to sacrifice for the greater good. So, you can trust me. Calypso clenched her fist, thinking, this feels terrible. She looked into Juan's eyes, seeing that blind faith shining back at her. It reminds me of Ike. She gave a cryptic smile, then offered him a warning. You shouldn't go around trusting people so easily. The boy pouted, looking a bit embarrassed. I'm only trusting you this time. 1 month later, at the Duke's mansion, an excited voice rang out. That's right, Father. I'm going to introduce the dolphin friend I told you about. The Duke's reply showed zero leniency to his daughter. You mean the one under the Beluga family's temporary protection? Isn't this introduction a little late? Calypso flinched, replying softly, I'm sorry. I really wanted to surprise you, but I kept putting it off. The Duke asked, So, why does this dolphin want to return to his homeland? She widened her glittering eyes and answered quickly. Someone in his clan betrayed him and joined the sharks. His family is in danger. He said he couldn't trust anyone anymore. The Duke looked down at Calypso. But he trusted you? His voice suddenly turned sharp. I assume it's because you used to date him. Hearing this, she hid behind the chair, pouting. No, he doesn't trust me. He trusts someone else. And I told you before, I was only joking about the dating thing. The Duke stared at his daughter in disbelief, leaving her standing there with her eyes squeezed shut. Change the subject, quick. She forced a bright smile. Anyway, did grandmother call for me again today? He glanced at her indifferently, his face void of emotion. She has been summoning you quite often lately. Calypso grumbled unhappily. Is that right? She used to ignore me completely. Now that I've shown a little power, she just won't leave me alone. Besides, she muses internally, Mother's messenger keeps flitting in and out. I haven't even had a proper chance to make introductions. Abel steps forward, gently patting Calypso's head to soothe her. My mother has always been that way, he says. But the more impulsive I act, the more valuable you become. He flashes a rare, genuine smile. Because you are the only one who can keep me on a leash. Hearing this, the little girl's eyes light up with delight. Do I really hold that much authority, Father? Abel replies, his voice still soft. You're only realizing that now? My leash belongs to you. I hope you etch that into your memory forever. He ruffles her hair affectionately. Suddenly, a tiny hand tugs at the hem of her dress. Confused, she looks down. What is it, Icon? Icon speaks up. His tone is casual, as if he were asking for a snack. Calypso, I can give you a leash. 2. He thumps his small chest with confidence, then throws himself into Calypso's arms, hugging her tight. His voice drips with sincerity. Take it, Calypso. Take my leash. Internally, she panics. Now I get why they say little pitchers have big ears. Kids copy everything. Behind her, Abel's face goes pitch black. Calypso looks around in a panic, silently pleading for help. Father, what are we supposed to do with him? He's learned something incredibly weird. Seeing Icon beaming like a flower in her arms, she gets a sinking feeling that this is going to end badly. This isn't good. We have to be careful, she thinks. Don't you know how crucial a child's first impression of the world is? Abel's expression is dark and cold. Your foolish little furball of a dragon, or rather, the Dragon Duke, has clearly picked up on your habits. It's time for a lesson. Calypso gently lifts Icon's head, looking him in the eye. Icon, listen to me. You should only offer your leash to someone you truly, deeply desire. Abel immediately cuts in from the side. Shouldn't you be teaching him not to say things like that at all? Both children look up at him simultaneously. Calypso immediately retorts, but it's only natural to hand your leash to the one you want. Besides, that gives us a valid excuse to hold on to theirs in return. She grins, patting Icon's head. Then she turns to Abel, leaving him stunned with her next words. Don't you agree, Father? Huh. Abel stands there, rubbing the bridge of his nose, seriously pondering his daughter's logic. A moment later, he speaks with brutal honesty. I rarely desire anyone to that extent, except for you. He pauses, then adds, well, there was one other person. The scene shifts to the mansion's underground training hall. Today is a pivotal day. It's time to assess the ranks without any formal introductions, so I've gathered all my future subordinates in one place. Suddenly, Arlen's piercing shout rings out, dripping with frustration. Come with me, now! Libe grabs his cloak, scolding him. Honestly, do you have to scream every time you open your mouth? It's incredibly rude. Arlen is so furious he can't even form a sentence, just sputtering noises. The two glare at each other, sparks flying as if 1,000 lightning bolts are crashing between them. Calypso stands at a distance, arms crossed. This place has turned into a total zoo, father. Abel, mirroring her posture, asks, Is this really going to work? She shrugs nonchalantly. I'm worried too. But what can I do? I'm the one who handpicked them. Calypso continues, I chose them to be the future pillars of House Agile, even if they're just brats right now. As she thinks this, her small hand grips the leg of a nearby chair. In a split second, she hurls the chair with terrifying force. The two bickering children whip around in confusion. Libe leaps back, while Arlen catches the flying chair with one hand, his expression stone cold. Calypso dusts her hands off and flashes a bright, innocent smile. All right then, has everyone finished their little greetings? Libe answers immediately, his voice crisp. Of course, he's quite friendly. Arlan, however, scowls and points a finger at the ground. You want me to greet this shrimp? Arlen barks. You must be joking. He looks utterly baffled, his face flushing with irritation. Hey little girl, do you have a fever or something? Out of all the people, why pick her? Calypso just smiles gently. Brother Arlan, she pauses, calculating. I know exactly how to handle him. Arlen falls silent, clicking his tongue. He stares at her, a mix of confusion and sulky resentment on his face. Calypso reflects. In the previous timeline, Arlen swore he'd kill Libe with his own hands. No wonder he's confused about working together. But this isn't my third life anymore. Suddenly, a hand shoots up, accompanied by a mischievous voice. I haven't said my hellos yet. Calypso snaps out of her thoughts, seeing it's Asian. Oh? Go ahead then. But what comes out of Asian's mouth isn't a greeting, it's a challenge. Is that really necessary? His face beams with a blindingly bright smile. But his next words drop like a bomb. Why should I bother greeting someone who's weaker than my little sister? He closes his eyes and sprawls out at Calypso's feet, leaving her standing there, slightly awkward. Recovering quickly, she addresses the group. Hey, does anyone know the absolute best way for a team to bond? Calypso smiles sweetly, answering her own question. It's by rolling around in the dirt together. The three of them freeze, shouting in unison with pure confusion. What? Abel, watching from the sidelines, feels pride blooming in his chest. She really paid attention to my lessons. While the others stand there in shock, a new voice cuts through the air. Master, wait up! Liben gasps, his face dripping with sweat and exhaustion. Are you out of your mind? This isn't your average training. Atlan whipped his head around, barking, Hey, damn it! Are you guys even holding it together? A tear glistened in the corner of Air's eye. I didn't do anything wrong. Calypso just closed her eyes, indifferent. Brother 3. I know you've all been secretly competing. The others arrived shortly after. Am I the last one? Sorry about that. Pier stood there, observing and silently judging. Too weak. Calypso spoke gently, soothing him. No. The others just arrived early. She asked Ilya, Where are the kids? Ilya patted her head softly. Right here. I brought them back, safe and sound. In front of her, Levi sporting a different hair color held Iya close, sighing in relief. Beastkin can hide their aura, but they're incredibly shy. It took a lot to convince them. Calypso nodded. You worked hard, Ilya. A second later, Ilya pulled out a vial. The liquid inside turned Levi's hair back to its original blue. Calypso looked at him. Hello. Thank you for coming. Levi wiped the remaining moisture from his eyes, speaking slowly. It's good to see you again, young miss. Calypso turned to Juan, her voice serious. Now, it's time for you to fulfill my request. First, from now on, you'll be living in this mansion. I have a friend staying upstairs, so please get along with him. She turned to leave. Juan hesitated for a few seconds before answering. I understand. Yes, ma'am. Calypso felt a twinge of awkwardness and turned back to Juan. If it feels difficult, you don't have to be so formal. The boy looked stunned. Really? Of course. And this is my father. Her answer made Juan's eyes go wide with shock, fear creeping in. While Calypso cheerfully introduced Pier Aquas Del, the man himself cast a cold, terrifying glare their way. Levi immediately panicked, calling out. Juan was already trembling, hiding behind Levi and clinging tight. He's too scary, big brother. Pier turned to look at the boy. Was he judging him based on Juan's ability to sense kindness? Calypso hurriedly waved her hands to diffuse the tension. It's okay. My father will. She faltered, then turned to her father. You'll behave yourself, won't you? Pier spoke coldly. If you stand on our side. Despite his fear, Juan reached out a hand toward him. This puzzled Pier. Calypso prompted him. Father, hold his hand. A large hand and a small hand clasped together. Juan closed his eyes, activating his ability. Calypso watched, clenching her fists in anxiety. They stood there, hands clasped for a long while. Someone whispered, "Who's that holding Lord Pier's hand?" Another replied, "Looks like a rookie. You mean he's new?" Lilburn stroked her long hair, eyes wide. "So that kid ranks below me?" Air puffed out his chest proudly, yawning with one hand over his mouth. "Speaking of rank, you know both you and Atlan are below me, right?" Atlan immediately frowned, muttering, "What a load of crap." Air shot back, "I heard that." Atlan didn't back down. "So what? You want to go?" Calypso stood there, bewildered. Why are they so obsessed with rankings? Then, a small smile of relief touched her lips. At least the tension is gone. She addressed the group. "I'll use this break for some introductions. The handsome young boy over there is Juan, and this is Levi." Calypso gestured to the others. "This is Nino. Lilburn. My subordinates. Everyone here will be the pillars of my team." Levi looked panicked. "Wait a minute, I never said I'd join you." Calypso didn't answer immediately. She just stared straight at him. A moment later she spoke, shocking Levi enough to make him stumble back. "Now, you can start over." Atlan glared, asking, "You're not going to do it?" Levi scratched his head, awkward. "No." Calypso smirked, her voice taking on a strange tone. "Follow me." She stood before him. Levi couldn't look her in the eye, turning his head slightly away. "I'm not that bad, am I? And yet you don't want to?" He didn't know what to say, just making a non-committal sound in his throat. Levi's face flushed red with embarrassment, words failing him. Seeing this, Calypso decided that hesitation was answer enough. Levi is the type to say no immediately if he really doesn't want to. Calypso turned back to him, noting his dazed expression, but her concern was for Pier and Juan, who were still holding hands. Why is it taking so long? Levi didn't know how to explain it either. "This is the first time I've seen this happen." He looked a bit dazed. "Even when Juan saved a dying person from a stab wound, it didn't take this long." Calypso asked, worried, "Is it dangerous?" Levi answered with certainty. "Juan's ability isn't dangerous to either side. Taking this long means it requires very rare ingredients." Just as he finished speaking, their hands loosened. Calypso watched, stunned. "Finished?" Juan's lips moved slightly. The first thing the boy whispered was, "A green apple." Calypso felt a knot of anxiety and confusion in her chest. Apples are easy enough to find. But immediately after, Onion launches into a relentless laundry list. Frostbone acacia leaves, tail hair of a 15-year-old white horse, blue wasabi core herb, mint flower, eternal snow blue bean, rit resin, red frog brain, golden carp roe, wolf claw powder, deep-sea hermit crab shell, coral crab food, southern sea water, 100-year-old swamp yowzi, white elephant ivory, bach root, and a 1,000-year-old cactus, bubo leaves, the spleen of a 25-year-old deer, mistletoe berries, a century-old oak, lamb bird tail feathers, and an endless stream of other items. The boy's endless listing leaves Calypso frozen, standing there stiff as a stone statue. She clenches her fists, listening to every word, while beside her, Levi furiously scribbles down everything being said. Calypso just stands there, paralyzed, unable to think, unable to speak. Aner opens his mouth out of curiosity. "What was that just now?" But before he can finish, Atlan sternly clamps a hand over his mouth. After a long moment of paralysis, Calypso finally speaks, her voice noticeably hoarse. The sheer number of ingredients is one thing, but what on earth? White elephant ivory? Lamb bird tail feathers? As she speaks, her voice turns icy cold. Those animals have been extinct for ages. Calypso bows her head and screams, her voice thick with frustration. This is no different than telling him to just go die. Levi steps forward to support her trembling small frame, whispering soothingly, "Maybe that's not the case." Suddenly, her rage explodes, the force so intense it leaves a dent in the ground beneath her feet. If not that, then what is it? Levi pulls back, rushing to hug Onayan and shield the boy. Standing nearby, Atlan takes the brunt of the shockwave, while Aner and Liben look on in utter panic at the scene. A deep, dark depression wells up inside Calypso. I know this isn't Levi's fault. It's not Juan's fault either. But she only grows more and more agitated. She looks at her father, staring at his completely expressionless face as if he doesn't care whether he gets cured or not. A mix of anger and terror washes over her, and her eyes turn softer, more vulnerable than ever before. She grits her teeth so hard they might crack. Is curing father harder than saving someone on the very brink of death? If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have given my heart to anyone. I wouldn't have called you father. Suddenly, P speaks up, shattering the heavy atmosphere. Let's take a break. He steps forward, one slow stride at a time. P scoops Calypso up into his arms, letting the desperate, miserable little girl cling to him. He looks up, his voice leaving no room for argument. Everyone, leave. P strides away, unaware of when exactly her tears started soaking his shoulder. The space left behind falls into a heavy, terrifying silence. Those remaining stand rooted to their spots in silence, with only Levi standing beside Juan. The boy, looking scared and confused, asks Levi, "Brother, did I do something wrong?" Levi quickly comforts him. "No, you didn't do anything wrong at all." Ilya also explains softly. "Sometimes, a sudden shock can make people angry, without a real reason. Even Levi would be angry if he was told there was no way to save him." Levi nods in agreement. Lady Miri is right. Juan picks up the notes from earlier, deep in thought. But Juan's ability isn't turning impossible things into matter. Could these extinct animals still be alive somewhere? Liben stands there, arms crossed, pondering. That must be it. She bites her lower lip. "I thought the distance between us was small, but recalling Calypso's appearance just now, the turmoil in her heart feels violent yet outwardly." She remains still. Atlan, leaning against the wall behind him, is equally lost in thought. The image of Calypso from his past life resurfaces in his mind. She never stopped moving forward on the path she believed was right. But because she is so strong, the moment she faces an insurmountable wall, her despair is twice that of anyone else. In my past life, when Calypso faced this kind of despair all alone, I just stood behind her and watched, and now I realize how stupid I was. Back then, and even now, I have no idea how to comfort her. Suddenly, he's startled by a strange sensation. He looks in that direction, confirming it in his heart. Wait. This energy. It's definitely a dragon. Thinking this, he looks up to see Yi standing there, radiating ice-cold fury. Atlan's mind races. There's no doubt. This is the same energy I felt right before I died. Why am I sensing it from this kid? A shout filled with anxiety rings out. "Calypso, be careful." The 5 people behind Atlan are collectively terrified by Yi's overwhelming aura. The boy opens his mouth, his voice cold and dripping with killing intent. "Who made her cry?" Atlan glances at Yi, panic rising in his chest. "Damn it, what is going on with my little sister?" At that moment, the cloak slips from Yi's shoulders. His stance suggests he is ready to slaughter everyone in the room. Just what exactly is she raising? Meanwhile, P quietly holds Calypso. She's still sobbing, tears clinging to the corners of her eyes, but she grits her teeth, thinking, when will this embarrassment fade enough for me to lift my head? Then, her inner voice screams in panic. Why did I get so angry like that? It's that mortifying feeling after exploding over something petty, only to have to awkwardly stand back up. And right in the middle of a meeting, too. P gently rubbed her back, whispering, "Have you calmed down yet?" He closed his eyes, soothing her. "It's okay to stay like this as long as you want. Just relax." Calypso's voice choked up. "I'd rather you not look at me, father." P looked blankly at her, confused. "Are you embarrassed?" She squeezed her eyes shut, sulking. "Of course I am." Calypso slumped against P's chest, her voice barely a whisper. I couldn't keep my cool back there." She bit her lip shyly, but P kept his tone gentle. "Oh, I didn't think it was that bad." He smiled tenderly at her. "It was sweet. You got angry for my sake, didn't you?" Calypso's eyes went wide as she looked up in surprise. Well, but then, she was struck speechless, feeling like she'd plummeted into an abyss after P's next words. "Of course, if this is the best you can do after giving it your all, I would be a little disappointed." She immediately shot back. "No. I held back because I was afraid the house would collapse." P ignored her excuse, replying indifferently, "So that's all you could manage, even while holding back? How disappointing." Hearing that, Calypso screamed in frustration. "Fine, I won't worry about you anymore." She looked down at the ground and told P, "Put me down and call Levi." He agreed and set her down, but his voice suddenly turned colder than ice. "That dolphin brat." "Fine." Calypso stared at him blankly, confused by his tone. Later, she stood facing Levi. He hesitated but spoke first. "You said, you wanted to see me?" Calypso replied, "I want to have a frank conversation with you." She looked Levi up and down, a bit suspicious. "But why do you look like this? Did something happen outside? Even your clothes are a mess. Anyway, I won't beat around the bush. I'll give it to you straight. Levi, how long do you think it will take to gather the ingredients Juan mentioned?" Levi looked at her expressionlessly. "I can't give you a definite answer. I don't have the medical knowledge to say." Calypso immediately cut him off. "No need to hide it. You want to become a pharmacist, don't you? Isn't that right?" She paused for a second, then continued. "And your master is another white dolphin beastman, Juan's mother, right? That's why you're trying so hard to protect Juan, the last white dolphin beastman. That's a secret even the other dolphins don't know, and I will protect that secret of yours until the very end, along with the safety of you both, of course." Levi looked surprised. "I didn't expect you to figure out so much. Even if I agreed to work under you, it would still be hard for me to trust you." Calypso didn't explain how she knew so much, but instead shifted topics. Now that I think about it, I forgot one thing. When I asked you to be my subordinate, she gave a faint smile, her expression turning serious. I, Calypso Aquaz, swear that until my dying breath, I will protect Levi and Juan, and I will keep this secret buried. Levi was stunned by her sudden action. He took a few steps back, stammering in confusion. What? What was that? Calypso just stood there, completely unfazed. I just swore an oath to the sea. You wouldn't believe me unless I went this far. She clasped her hands behind her back and smiled. Do you feel at ease now? Levi stared blankly at the little girl before him. He spoke awkwardly. I felt it from our very first meeting, but you really do know everything. P stood not far away, his aura gloomy as he thought. If you get close to her one more time, I will kill you, Calypso asked, a bit impatiently. Anyway, how long will it take to get the ingredients? Levi closed his eyes to think, then calmly replied, about 10 years. Calypso immediately demanded, shorten it. Levi's eyes went round with confusion. Shorten what? Calypso looked straight up at him. I will provide you with massive manpower and resources, so make it faster. He hesitated. 5 years. She rubbed her chin, smiling slyly. Still too long. Levi clenched his fist weakly. 4 years. That's the absolute shortest. The next second, Calypso chirped brightly. Then let's make it 2 years. Those words were like a bulldozer flattening Levi into a sheet of paper. He lifted his head, frowning in frustration. Excuse me, but do you think I'm a vending machine? You can't just press a button and have ingredients pop out. Calypso felt a pang of guilt. How did he guess? She softened her voice, trying to appease him. But, you didn't say it was impossible, right? Levi scratched his head. Well, in exchange for my life and Juan's, I guess it's nothing. As soon as he finished, Calypso's voice echoed toward P, who was standing still. Did you hear that? Father, he said, you can be cured in 2 years. She turned back to him, beaming with happiness. Isn't that amazing? Seeing this, P smiled with overflowing affection, thinking to himself, it's hard to believe you're actually my daughter. Meanwhile, back with the others, everyone looked grim. Only Ilya was managing a forced smile. Seeing their state, Calypso wondered, why is the atmosphere so heavy? And why does brother look like a beggar? Before anyone could react, Atlan grumbled, Hey! And about that guy you called a mercenary, but he didn't even bother scolding her. He just slapped his forehead and sighed. Forget it, we'll talk about it later. Atlan's reaction left Calypso pursing her lips in confusion, but she quickly regained her spirit to make an announcement. Just as you all predicted, my plan is to spend 2 years gathering materials alongside the assets we already own. During that time, we need to grow drastically stronger, and Lyri must build up her influence. Air looked completely baffled. Isn't our little sister strong enough already? How much more power do we actually need? Atlan backed him up immediately. For once, I actually agree with him. Calypso smiled like a blooming flower as she explained. Some powers only awaken in life or death situations. The group looked even more confused. Atlan pressed. So what? Calypso's eyes lit up. She crossed her arms and continued. We can't start a civil war inside the family, so we need to expand our power externally. Right? We're going to Dragon City. It works out perfectly since I'm the dragon's fiancé. I have to go there to fulfill my duties anyway. It's the perfect training ground. We can get stronger without throwing our family into chaos. Her logic was so watertight that Ilya covered her mouth in sheer astonishment. Calypso didn't stop there. Most importantly, certain materials can only be found in the Beastkin lands. Dragon City is where trade from the continent and the ocean meets. It is the ultimate spot for gathering resources. Atlan exploded, pointing a finger at her. Are you out of your mind? Going there as the dragon's fiancé is a suicide mission. Calypso's voice turned soft and pouty. Big brother. Don't you trust me? She patted her chest confidently, flashing a radiant smile. I told you, I have a solid plan. Seeing that expression, Atlan froze. He realized it was the exact same look she had when she declared war. A few days later, back at the mansion, Calypso looked down with a heavy gaze. She whispered, everything is going smoothly. But lying there, eyes closed in a deep sleep, was Iki. Her voice trailed off. Why hasn't Iki woken up yet? She stared blankly ahead, falling silent, then knelt and placed her hands on his small, resting body. Her mind raced with memories. That day, when I left the basement, I can't even describe the shock of finding Iki sleeping in the hallway. She had smacked Atlan in a rage, screaming, You lunatic! How could you leave a child lying in the corridor like that? Ouch! What was I supposed to do? Atlan had hissed, rubbing his arm. His power was going berserk. If you got too close, you'd get hurt. How did you know I'd be this angry? According to Atlan, Iki had been furious, then suddenly broke out in a cold sweat and passed out. Even when Atlan tried to help, Iki's power lashed out at him. He had no choice but to leave the boy there. Atlan's voice had turned weak and aggrieved. Do you have any idea how scared I was? You call that a baby dragon? Remembering this, Calypso realized the real issue was that Iki wouldn't wake up. Even Juan couldn't find the cause. Juan had told her, Calypso, I can't explain it, but this boy's body is very different. Juan had gently pulled the blanket over Iki. That is all I can say. Thinking back, Calypso mused, he fell asleep suddenly in the past too. For him to sleep this long, there must be another reason. Looking at Iki in his deep slumber, she made a silent vow. I have to get to Dragon City sooner than planned. Fortunately, a few days later, Iki opened his eyes. Calypso stared at him in a daze. Iki! Iki quietly gripped the blanket. She blinked and said, You seem a bit bigger. She got excited, using her hands to measure him. I'm sure of it. When I hugged you before, your shoulders only came up to here. Iki looked at her blankly, then softly called her name. Calypso. He broke into a bright, beaming smile. I missed you so much. Calypso smiled back. She leaned in and patted his head, her grin widening. I missed you too. Iki stood there, lost in thought. This isn't something I can avoid. It's an instinct etched into a dragon's genes. It's irresistible. Dragons are naturally lonely creatures. We live our entire lives alone until death, never coexisting with our own kind. That is why we need to create something that truly belongs to us. Iki's eyes were filled with the image of Calypso happily chatting away. Iki, you rest a bit more. I have to go meet someone, okay? His thoughts darkened. If I want to claim what is mine, I need to become stronger. Strong enough to grant Calypso's wish without anyone dying. He remembered her command. Don't you ever give your life for anyone. Understood? If I do that, she can never leave me. But, even if I become stronger. By now, Calypso had walked a few steps away. She waved and smiled. Bye, Iki. See you later. Iki's spiraling thoughts didn't stop. What if Calypso still leaves me? Moments later, Okula sat coldly on her chair and spoke. So, why did you want to see me? She continued, her voice flat. Watch your words carefully. I haven't forgotten about that funeral incident. Sitting in the chair beside the matriarch, P gently places a hand on Calypso's back. The little girl sits there, lost in thought, an enigma. Is she still holding a grudge over that? It happened ages ago. Suddenly, for reasons unknown, Calypso cracks a smile. She places a hand over her heart and beams, Grandmother, please, send me to Dragon City. Okula freezes, staring at the child in shock. She blurts out, Excuse me? Internally, Calypso smirks. To see that look on the old hag's face, I've truly lived long enough to see it all. Then, she switches to a mask of wide-eyed innocence. Grandmother, I'm the dragon's fiancé, aren't I? It's only natural that I go to Dragon City. Okula's eyes narrow, her voice dripping with mockery. Don't be ridiculous. You're asking me to send the heir I personally approve to be a sacrificial lamb? Her voice drops to a gravelly low. I am the one who selected you as the dragon's bride. Calypso doesn't flinch. Instead, her smile widens. I've simply decided to head there a little ahead of schedule. Internally, she curses. Damn you. You're the one who sealed my fate. In all 3 of my past lives, she shipped me off to God knows where, without a second thought. She never even bothered to look for me when I vanished. Even now, with her favorite heir walking into a death trap, she won't take back her command. No, she can't. Okula falls silent, raising a hand to her chin in deep contemplation. Calypso's train of thought races on. My fiancé won't allow that to happen. She keeps her expression soft and fragile. One thing I've learned after 3 lifetimes, she's a mighty warrior, but a terrible matriarch. Feigning innocence, she chirps, Grandmother, just think of it as me going there to achieve something great. Okula frowns. Great? Like what? Calypso's expression hardens, her voice dropping the act. I promise you, the surface dwellers will never look down on us underwater kin again. Being the dragon's fiancé is just the perfect cover to infiltrate Dragon City. She plots her next move. This journey is going to turn heads. My goal is to gather materials and retrieve Tut. If Tut, the one disguised as the Dragon Duke, vanishes, it'll raise suspicions. I need to stage an even bigger spectacle to cover our tracks. Okula cracks a rare smile, nodding in agreement. Very well. If you pull this off, when you return, you'll finally be worthy for me to speak your name. Calypso giggles, bowing politely. Thank you, Grandmother. But inside, she is ice cold. I don't need her approval. Let her sit there, smug and comfortable on her throne. Soon, I'll drag her down with my own 2 hands. Later, when they are alone, P turns to Calypso. I have a meeting to attend. You head back to the mansion. She pauses, confused by his sudden departure. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the air. So, this is where you've been. Calypso turns to see the speaker, her eyes widening. Big brother? Bella stares down at her coldly, arms crossed. You're still calling me that?